Night Nook Publishing presents Cut Scenes and Impossible Things, written and read by Tracy Daly. Chapter 1. Life isn't a movie with happy endings and satisfying closure, but with all the odds I've overcome with Mom and Dad, I believe in the impossible, not endings where some godlike or invisible force wipes away my problems. No, we've overcome impossible things through hard work, positivity, and a will of steel. Those are the kind of films I want to make. Ones with grit and reality and humanity caught on camera and edited to harness emotions. Today, I am one step closer to that dream. I carry my camera bag through the park while trees sway above me. The branches filter the sun into twinkling rays, piercing the gaps between the leaves like the camera flashes on the red carpet of a movie premiere. Ahead, the trees open up around a lake, reflecting the light right back at the sky. My breath catches as a figure cuts through the blue background, riding the zip line that gives this park its name, the highest, longest zip line over water in the DC area. The height is dizzying, even from the ground. A zipping sound crescendos and echoes across the water as the rider gets closer to the tower on this side of the lake. I look for my friends, Elijah and Kadira, and see them on the shore. Kadira has her shoes off as she balances on two half-submerged boulders. Elijah stays on the ground, shoes on, doing his face exercises he always does before we record a video. I rush up to them, excited to tell them my news. "Bree, we've been waiting for you." Elijah bounces with his familiar take-on-the-world energy. "We did it. We hit 1,000 subscribers and have been approved for the channel to be monetized." "That's great." I almost reflect his excitement, but I've always been more of a realist, taking the good and the bad news with the same amount of distance. "I have some good news too." Kadira steps back onto the grass and takes my hand. Her hijab is an eggshell blue, and the ripples in the fabric match the surface of the water. Her calloused grip is strong from playing tennis. "What's your news?" I try to stay calm, but the smile stretches my face. I can't help it. I've been selected as a final applicant for the Sundance Film Festival internship. I'm in the top 25. "That's fantastic." She gives me a hug. "Amazing." Elijah puffs up his chest like a proud peacock. "You're the best applicant by far. You'll take the top spot for sure." "Thanks. I still have to do a final interview and final film project. They want us to film and edit a 3-minute short in 7 days to see what we can do under pressure. That will be tough." "Have you started planning?" "They don't give us the subject until we've completed the interview. They are serious about trying to get it done under pressure, even though that's not how the industry works." Kadira squeezes my arm. "You've got this." "We need to get started." Leave it to Elijah to get back on track. He has a mind for success, and nothing can distract him from his channel for long. And to celebrate both our good news, we're going to film this episode live. I've already announced it. This is going to be epic. I try not to groan. I don't mind live videos, but I don't get a chance to edit. Instead, I have to rely on my filming skills, which are still as good as my editing skills, but no amount of skill can take the place of a good filter. I could use the video for my portfolio for the internship application. I can show that I have steady hands. They never shake once the camera turns on. "Is your mom almost here?" Elijah asks. Mom agreed to be in one of our episodes for my 16th birthday. I haven't exactly told her what she'll be doing yet. Live It Up was Elijah's idea, creating videos that inspire people to live life the way he does, by trying new things, living through experiences. Kadira is the logical, realistic, response to hate comments leader of the group. It was her idea to set up a Fund a Need account associated with our channel for underprivileged kids who need an extra boost. We haven't had a lot of donations, but it's something we're all hoping for. "She'll do it for me," I say. Despite Mom's fear of heights, she's always made a big deal about my birthday, about surviving some difficulties as a baby. One of those challenges was an extremely severe cleft palate. It took 10 surgeries to fully correct. I still have a small white scar from my lip to the bottom of my nose. My dad is a special ops military commander who is on missions as often as he's home. But again, the universe has come together for my special day, and he gets to come along. I told Elijah and Kadira my mom would be in the video last week, but I haven't gotten around to actually asking Mom about ziplining. I thought maybe Elijah would change his mind about the film location, or the subject of the video. I figured it would be a waste of time to ask Mom to do something that she was afraid to do if we were just going to change plans anyway. Elijah didn't change his mind, and I didn't have an easy out. So last night, I talked Mom out of taking me to the screening at the Washington Film Institute and asked her to meet me at Rock Creek Regional Park instead. Kadira stays professional as always. Where do we want to start? Let's set up the shot, Elijah says. I'll introduce the episode, but make a smooth transition to the zipline during the live portion. Elijah has no concept of the word patience. He has this energy inside that fills him up and spills out of him. When he talks, it's like he's inviting me in, pulling me onto the ride of a lifetime. Surviving difficult things has always been a goal, but Elijah makes me think there might be more to life than just living. Okay, I situate Elijah and Kadira in the shot, facing them toward the lake where the zipline runs across the sky over the water. The zipline is over 50 feet in the air, a black string against the blue sky, stretching from the tower on one side of the reservoir, over the water, and through the branches of a huge tree before reaching the final platform. I feel the buzz of excitement in my fingers. Every time I pick up my camera, I can feel the power, the responsibility. The Sundance Film Internship would give me a leg up in the cinematic world, a real opportunity to make a difference. I center them in the shot, keeping the camera steady. I catch sight of a white scarf trailing in the corner of the viewfinder. Mom comes into view, holding my father's arm. She's not exactly dressed for the occasion. Oops, my fault. She's wearing a gray business suit with heeled black boots, the scarf highlighting her face. My father stands next to her in his black suit, white shirt and suede tie. His dark sunglasses rest against the puckered scar on his right cheek. Elijah and Kadira turn to look when my camera drifts off them. She's here, I say, my heart jumping. I'm sure she'll be fine, even with her fear of heights. Dad pauses, taking in the scene, like he's checking the perimeter for threats. He couldn't look more out of place. A large, stiff statue of a man, waiting for the world to explode around him, who joined the Secret Service after his 3 tours in Afghanistan. He's been away for more of my life than he's been home, but he's always been a hero in my eyes. He looks the part, even though it's a beautiful sunny day in a perfectly safe park. Elijah leans closer to me. If he stops a mugging, make sure you get it on camera. I laugh. Mom reaches us, my shot catching her and Kadira as they hug. Elijah turns his full smile on her. Miss Harrison, just the person we wanted to see. Call me Cordy. She pulls Elijah in for a hug, and for an instant, he loses his constant take on the world bounce. Sorry I'm late. What are we doing for the beautiful birthday girl? Mom always makes me feel like the center of the world. But beautiful is not a word I would use to describe me. I like to be behind the camera, capturing the beauty that's all around me. We were wondering if you'd zipline with us. Elijah is never one to get distracted. We want to encourage people to try something new, even if they're afraid. Show that it's never too late. Mom's eyebrows go up in surprise. Are you calling me old? It's a joke, but her fingers move to her scarf and play with the fringes on the end. A screaming man shoots across on the zipline above us. He's not helping our cause. Her fingers always find something to play with when she's nervous. She's the strongest person I know, finding ways to bring smiles to everyone around her. She's terrified of heights, but she's taught me to face so many of my fears that I don't doubt for a minute that she can face one of her own. Mom shakes her head. I'm sure there are plenty of older people doing things like that. You don't need me. Elijah pounces on those words like an offended movie director. Of course we need you. It's always scary to do something new, but that's the whole point of our channel. We want to inspire people to seize the opportunity when it's right in front of them. She looks at me with wide eyes, and I think maybe she's begging for a rescue, but I know just what to say. Dim bin impossible. Nothing is impossible. I know this is scary, but it's an opportunity, a chance to do something you thought would be impossible for you. It's Mom's saying in Welsh, one of the few things she says that reminds her of her heritage. She came from Wales to the United States when she fell in love with Dad. Dim bin impossible, she repeats, straightening her back like she's ready to be strong for me. And you need this for the video? Need me? You can do it, I say. I'm surprised when the words stick in my throat. I understand her fear. I do, but she's so strong. She'll be fine. You're so brave, and you can do something hard. And it's for my birthday. You've made me do hard things, and now I'm returning the favor. You always said you'd do anything for me. Nice pep talk. She takes a deep breath, her gaze landing on the zipline tower across the lake. Her fingers move faster, like she's trying to unravel the whole scarf. I would. She says the words like she's convincing herself. I would do anything for you. I know, thanks. My heart warms, and I take a still shot of her smiling at me. It takes them 40 minutes to get through the line. Dad helps her gear up, not trusting the teenage staff. I start the live feed, and Elijah does his opening to the video. I turn, catching Mom as she climbs the ladder across the lake, her white scarf trailing out behind her in surrender. She bends her knees, preparing to jump. I hold my breath. She is really doing it. I check the camera angle, preparing to follow the angle of the zip line. She jumps. A strong gust of wind whips across the lake, sending the zip line bouncing. I adjust the shot again, holding it steady, following her slide across the sky. She is curled up tight, hanging on for dear life. I imagine her gasp of fright right before holding her breath. Then her head turns toward me, one hand uncurls, reaching out to the side, like she might spread her arms and fly. The shot is steady and clear. I turn the camera a little faster without causing a blur and get ahead of Mom. She slides into the shot. Another gust of wind. A cracking sound echoes across the lake. I stay focused, but something enters the corner of my vision, moving, falling, a broken tree branch. Mom zips through the center of my camera view at the exact same moment as the blur of broken tree. The huge branch hits her just before she arrives at the tower, sending her spinning out of control. She crashes hard into the side of the tower. My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. My hands are trained too well, keeping the image of my mom in the shot. She hangs limp as she slides back from the tower, the line bouncing her like a baby ready for sleep. Workers reach out to pull her in. Stop. I almost have to say it out loud. Stop filming. This isn't a movie. She isn't a stunt actor. This is my mom. And this is real. Nothing feels real, though. Everything is distant and far away. There are screams, but they sound like they are traveling through water. People on the path stop, pointing and covering their mouths. I move forward in a daze. A crowd is forming. I can't get to her. In my mind, I can see the last shot replaying over and over. The cracking, the tree branch, my beautiful mother, my foundation, my strength hanging in the air, a limp piece of laundry that I've hung out to dry. Chapter 2. The next few days pass like a montage, flashes of scenes put together to tell the story. Nurses' shoes squeaking on the hospital floor, Dad pacing the edges of the waiting room. Doctors with words that sink in as phrases, not cohesive sentences. Good news. Nothing is broken. Bad news. Bleeding on the brain. Recommendation. Surgery. Prognosis. Brain damage. Feeding tube. Memory loss. A pen scratches across the paper as Dad signs permission for treatment. Waiting. An eternity of waiting, even though it all happens in less than 2 days. Monday morning arrives with a ray of sunshine that breaks into the room and cuts through my eyelids. I wake slowly, not wanting to face the reality of another day in the hospital. Dad sits in the chair next to the hospital bed, holding Mom's hand, the sun from the window haloing both of them in light. His shoulders sag low. His suit, usually tight on his shoulders and perfectly pressed, hangs off him as if he has shrunk a tiny bit. We've taken turns grabbing food and using the bathroom, but neither of us wants to miss the moment she wakes up. We haven't been home, haven't slept much. Communication has been so limited, I feel like my tongue forgot how to form words. Dad gets a call, and his whole body seems to vibrate with the phone, a shudder running from his shoulders to his toes. He pulls it out, moving like he's fighting against a heavy force. I understand. I feel it too. He makes eye contact with me before leaving the room. Tired, dark circles beneath his eyes, his 5 o'clock shadow. His look cuts through me like a plea. Both of us are adrift without her anchoring us. Dad steps outside, and the room starts to shrink, becoming claustrophobic. The smell of Clorox and hand sanitizer clog my senses. I have to get a breath of air. "I'll be right back, Mom." I step through the door and look for Dad. He faces away from me, and he stands with his back straight, a soldier's posture. One hand has broken formation and is gripping the edge of the counter at the empty nurse's station. "I can't leave today, sir. My wife is in the hospital. I need an extension." Dad's work has always been unpredictable and unquestionable. If they call, he goes. That's what heroes do. Even when I had my surgeries, he couldn't be there. This time it's her in the hospital bed. I can't imagine what it would do to my dad to leave her like this, not knowing if she'll wake up. Only me to be there for her. She's the strong one. I've never had to be strong without her. "Yes, sir. I understand, sir." My dad's response is so ingrained, so automatic. 3 days. "Thank you, sir." He's about to turn around, but I can't face him, can't put on the mask of pride, act like I'm grateful for his service when I'm crumpling inside. Panic sends me across the hall and toward an exit sign. "In case of emergency, take the stairs." I practically dive through the doors to the stairwell, and in my panic, I run up instead of down. I make it 2 floors before the pounding of my heart robs me of the ability to take another step. I take several deep breaths, willing my heart to slow down. I lean against the door, labeled 5th floor. Through the rectangular window, I see a sign, a plaque marking a room, Department of Spiritual Care. It sounds like something out of a fantasy book, but I've been in enough hospitals to recognize the description. The room for non-denominational religious retreats. We're not religious, but it feels like the escape I need. I step out of the stairwell and open the door to the Department of Spiritual Care. The room has large windows, a table and chairs, and a couch on the side. A whiteboard takes up an entire wall. It's covered with quotes, people wishing each other good luck, condolences, messages of hope, inspiration. One phrase written in bright blue stands out bigger than the others. "All things are possible." Luke 1:37. I imagine someone like me. Someone facing impossible odds, unsure of the future, not understanding why this is happening, taking a marker and writing those words. I'm grateful the room isn't occupied. The last 2 days have had me stretched thin as a sagging wire. I've been sitting around waiting for something good to happen. But that's not what Mom would do. A few years back, when I was getting ready for a final surgery, Mom joined a meditation group and talked to me about visualizing my future. When it was time for the surgery, we made a circle in my hospital room with a line of tape on the floor at the foot of my bed. We both sat inside it, imagining what the world would look like, sound like, feel like, in the future we were envisioning. She always said we could bend the universe if we believed hard enough. I don't have any tape, so I use some of the folding chairs and move them into a rough circle, seats facing out. Then I sit in the middle, my legs crossed and eyes closed. I imagine a future, not far distant, where Mom sits up in her bed, her arms out to me. I imagine the smell of her skin, the feel of the head bandages against my forehead, the sound of her voice as she whispers, "I love you." Yes, I can visualize a future with Mom. I don't know how long I sit there, but my buzzing phone brings me back down to reality. I stand up, my left leg tingles, and I stomp my foot to get the blood flowing. I feel confident, sure, relaxed, things will work out. I pull my phone from my pocket. It's Elijah. The confidence drains out of me. In the aftermath of the accident and driving to the hospital, I left my camera. My precious. The loss should be nothing compared to my worry about Mom, but for some reason it feels just as big, bigger, or maybe I'm just overfilled, and the missing camera splashes all my feelings over the rim. I haven't checked the channel to see if the live stream was still going. I don't know what to say to Elijah. I can't afford a new camera. I'll have to film everything on my phone. I shiver as I think of the low quality of my hand-me-down phone. Elijah Kingsley, I have a surprise to show you. On our way to school. Be there in 20. I'll have to tell him the bad news sooner or later. Face to face is better. My heart aches for my lost camera. The money I would need for a new one will need to go to medical bills first. I shouldn't even be thinking that right now. First things first. Mom needs to wake up. I close my eyes one more time, Things will work out. If I focus on the future I want, I can bend the universe. As I leave the room, I reach for a marker. My hands are steady as I write in a tiny corner of the whiteboard. Jimbidin asib. Nothing is impossible. Mom would want me to face this with confidence, with belief in the outcome. The worse the odds were, the stronger she would believe in victory. When the path the universe set before her was scary, she would bend it, let light in when no one else could see it. I asked the universe inside the sunny Department of Spiritual Care to let Mom wake up. I take the elevator to the lobby. Elijah and Kadira come through the automatic sliding doors. Kadira rushes forward and gives me a full hug, and her scent of ginger and vanilla fills my nose. I sag into her, the comfort as real as a warm blanket. How is your mom? She hasn't woken up from the surgery yet, but they said it went well, and they didn't see any other complications. I want my words to sound strong. Instead, they come out like a forced script, read by a bad actor. She'll come around, Kadira says. She's the strongest lady I know. Her voice is sincere, but distracted. Kadira is never distracted. Elijah is being weird as well. His feet are planted, and his eyes keep wandering to a point above my head. What's going on, I ask. Is everything okay? Well, you know how I had a tennis tournament this weekend? I barely made the bus Friday night after we got your mom to the hospital, and Elijah had a speech and debate fundraiser. It was a busy weekend, and we were both thinking about your mom and totally worried. We texted you. Did you get our texts? Elijah asks. Only the last one. I had seen the notifications, but hadn't been in the mood. All I wanted was to see Mom's eyes open. Kadira closes her eyes like she's sending her own silent plea into the universe. She takes a deep breath. We should have checked sooner, but we both forgot. About what? But slowly my mind is coming around. Slowly I realize what they're talking about. The video. The live stream. I just thought of it too. But I didn't think Elijah and Kadira would have let it go. My heart falls like the first-person camera shot of someone passing out. The world tilts and I hold on to Kadira to make sure I don't tip over. We let it post, and people saw it. The setting on the channel is for live videos to automatically post as main content after 2 hours. It's been 2 days. How many people were watching live? I ask. 25. Elijah doesn't even pause. I don't even want to know. And how many people have watched it since it posted? Kadira glances at Elijah, which makes me even more nervous, because she's the one with the answers. She's the one who guides our responses and decisions. If she's unsure, then it's bad. It went viral. She takes a deep breath. I'm so sorry. We should have never let it post. It was just that we were so worried about your mom. And then by the time we got her to the hospital, I had to go. I didn't even think about it until this morning. Viral? It's a word that has double meaning. A sickness that shut down the world, or an opportunity. Every influencer wants to hear those words. I can't say I've never dreamed of having one of my films go viral. My heart flip-flops, and for one moment, I feel a thrill. How many views? 3 million, and that doesn't count memes and reposts. Elijah swallows. The thrill takes a dive down into my stomach. I'm embarrassed. I never should have felt that way. Memes? Of what? He looks at Kadira, and she presses her lips into a line before answering. The accident. You wouldn't believe what people can compare to getting hit with a tree branch. I'm sorry. I shake my head. It's my fault. I kept filming. I couldn't stop. I don't say the words out loud, but I feel a pinch of betrayal. I was in the hospital with Mom. You'd think my friends could have thought of the video for me, but if they had, the channel wouldn't be getting so much attention. We've got so many new followers. I think some of them even like the mission of Live It Up. And you wouldn't believe this, but a ton of people are donating to the charity. We finally have some money to help kids who need support. You haven't taken down the post yet? I ask. A part of me wants them to say yes. Another wonders what a video with 3 million views will do to my chance for the Sundance Film internship. Kadira wanted to take it down this morning. But I wanted to ask you. You're part of the team, and another hour won't change a lot. The damage is done. Even if we take it down, the memes are going to be out there for a while. I hesitate, and I hate myself for it. Of course we need to take it down. I filmed my own mother's accident, An accident she wouldn't have had if she hadn't ziplined for my birthday. It's private, and it's not. Everyone has seen it. I don't know what to do. I say, I have more bad news. More bad news? Kadira says it like there's some kind of bad news limit. If the universe had that, we'd have hit our max years ago. I left my camera at the park, I say in one breath. I'm sure someone has taken it by now. I won't be able to get more quality shots for a while. We'll be filming with our phones. Elijah looks up with a new light in his eyes. I have some good news. I could use some good, I say. Kadira pulls my camera from behind her back. You didn't leave the camera at the park. You left it in Elijah's back seat when we drove you to the hospital. It's right here. She hands me my camera, and it feels like she's placing the world back in my hands. My heart thumps with gratitude and relief. I never thought I'd see it again. As my fingers touch the strap and the solid frame of my camera, I see the image in my mind. The shot I took as the branch hit Mom, her body dangling, a million eyes watching the accident over and over. So what should we do? Kadira asks. I can't believe I even hesitate. Take it down. Kadira nods. Elijah opens his mouth like he might argue, but then he nods too. My phone buzzes. I look down, and everything else fades into the background. Dad, come back. She's awake. My meditation in the Department of Spiritual Care has done it. The universe bends. Chapter 3. Elijah's text comes through as I run up the stairs, too impatient to wait for the elevator. Elijah, blessings on your mom. Hope all goes well. We're putting all of the money we make into a Fund a Need campaign to help. I almost trip on the next step. Money from my mom's viral video? My stomach flips over and sits upside down in my lungs. Gross. No way am I touching money made from people watching my mom get hurt. How would I explain that to her? I step in the room. Dad stiffens and straightens from his hovering position over Mom. Then she moves. It starts in her fingers, moves up her arm, shifting, flexing. Her head turns on the pillow. I move next to Dad and put my hand on his shoulder, holding my breath. I know I asked, but I didn't expect the universe to answer so quickly. Mom's eyes open slowly. Cordy? I can hear the hope in Dad's voice as it cracks. She focuses on his face. I imagine what she sees. Dad's strong chin, familiar smile wrinkles, the strength in his eyes. She's waking up to the face of our hero, and I feel excitement puff up inside my chest. I wait for her to smile. Instead, she cringes. Mark? His name has a strange, questioning lilt. There are good signs. She recognizes my father. She can talk. Still, my gut is twisting with anxiety. What happened to you? Her words have a strong Welsh accent. What happened to me? My father squeaks out. A lion roar changed to the sound of a squeaky toy. Cordy, I'm fine. You had an accident. And surgery. We're so glad you're awake. She keeps squinting, like she's trying to bring my dad's face into focus. She hasn't seen me yet. Please don't let her hate me for what I've done. She lifts her hand toward my father's face, but it catches on the IV line. She pulls her other hand out of his grip and touches the scars on his cheek and ear. Another good sign. Her hands are moving. Even her legs are shifting so she can sit up to see him better. Not severe paralysis. I add it to my good news list. What happened to your face? She asks, still ignoring the fact that she's the one in the hospital bed. When did you get these scars? Dad flinches, like he's been snapped with a rubber band. He takes her hand in both of his large ones and leans closer, speaking slowly. In Afghanistan, almost 9 years ago. I look at my dad with new eyes. I was so little when he came back. I don't remember his face without the scarring. He has a few puckered ridges that almost reach to his nose, and his outside earlobe is half gone. But it's the face I've always known. Mom's blinking fast, then slow. Her eyes close for a moment before she opens them again. 9 years? Confusion. That's all. She's a little confused. I'm here. I'm right here. I can help her figure things out. Mom, it's okay. They said you could have some confusion. Mom's attention snaps to me. Sharp. Unexpected. Shock. Not a glimmer of recognition. She scrambles back, rearing away from me, and rolls off the bed, barely getting both feet to the floor. She grabs for the IV stand for support, but knocks it over with a clang. A nurse pokes her head in the room. Get the doctor, my dad orders. The nurse's face drains of color, and she disappears back into the hallway. "Where am I?" Mom asks, her hands on the mattress of her bed for support. She looks at me, her forehead wrinkled in confusion. "Who are you?" I have no words. My father steps around the bed, his hands out in front of him like he's trying to calm a wounded animal. "Cordy, it's okay. It's me." He says it like he's the only person in the room. I don't understand. Her accent is thicker than I've ever heard it. "It's okay," Dad says. "We'll figure things out. I just need you to lie back down before you get hurt." The door opens and 3 nurses come in, the male one carrying a large needle. Mom tries to stumble away, and her fingers grip her hospital gown. She speaks, but the words are fast and unfamiliar, a different language, Welsh. The nurses come in on either side of Mom, trying to avoid hurting her as she swings her arms wide. My father pulls her into a hug. Her head whips back and forth, but there is no hair to fly, only the bandages that begin to loosen and unwind from her head. The male nurse hands the needle to the shorter nurse. It takes all 4 of them to hold Mom still enough for the nurse to get the needle in her thigh. I don't realize I've been backing up until my back hits the wall. The mom who sat composed at my side through countless doctor appointments, surgeries, and recoveries is unrecognizable. I've never seen her like this, sobbing as the fight drains out of her. This isn't the mother I've known for the last 16 years. My father and the nurses slide Mom onto the bed. She has one arm around Dad's neck, and despite the fact that she doesn't seem to be able to move anything else, her muscles in that arm stay flexed, pulling Dad closer as her head falls against the pillow. "I should have told you," she says. "I meant to tell you sooner. I want to go home." Her arm finally relaxes, and Dad takes it gently, tenderly, and lays it on the bed. Mom's awake. That's what I asked for. But it's nothing like I visualized, nothing like I imagined. I didn't just bend the universe, I broke it. Chapter 4. Dad takes me home and drops me off at our apartment, like I'm a problem scene needing to be cut from a film. He ignores my protests with words that cut me to my core. "It will be better if you're not here when she wakes up this time." I tell myself I'm grateful for the time to work. I pull up some footage we've been saving for future content for Live It Up, but all I can think about as I watch clips of Elijah and Kadira is Mom's accident going live, the branch hitting her over and over. I open my email instead and review the film internship requirements for the 100th time, but even visualizing this dream is too difficult when the shot of Mom flailing in Dad's arms and the doctors jamming the needle into her thigh gets stuck in my mind like a video on loop. I try to sleep when it gets late, but scenes continue to flash behind my eyes. The branch flying through the air, Mom scrambling away from me, her limp body sinking to the bed as she asks to go home, home, home. There is no escape from the nightmare, awake or asleep. I turned off my phone when the texts started coming in from Elijah and Kadira. They want updates. They're so happy she's awake. They don't know what happened. So many texts. I'm so mad, so confused. Even though this isn't their fault, I don't want to deal with them right now. By 6 o'clock in the morning, I think I might go mad, like the woman in the yellow wallpaper, creeping around the edge of the apartment until my shoulder rubs a line into the paint. I turn on my phone. 46 texts, all from Elijah and Kadira, nothing from Dad. I try calling him, but he doesn't pick up. I'm not going to sit around and wait. I want to be with Mom, even if she doesn't remember me. I can be there for her, be there when her memory comes back. If Dad won't come get me, I'll go to the hospital myself. I can't imagine taking public transportation right now, surrounded by strangers living in their own movies, unaware of how my script has derailed. I grab the keys from the wall and step into the garage. It's only a 1-car garage, and we rarely use it. The garage has always protected one thing, her car, a 1976 Leyland. A Mr. Bean car in a light maroon. Mom never drives it. She only pulls it out to wash and wax it once a month. The Leyland was delivered by a private company to our door 5 years ago. When Mom saw it, she went to her room for 3 days. There was no note, no message, no return address. Just the car. The only thing Mom said once she'd come out was, "It was my mother's." Her mother had passed away, and someone, probably the grumpy, bitter father Mom only talked about on rare occasions, had sent the car as a message. Mom had received it loud and clear. I'm sure a grandmother I'd never met would understand me borrowing her car to get to Mom. I'm extra careful on my way to the hospital, defensive driving to the nth level. I park in the back of the lot with plenty of space on either side and take the stairs. My hand is on the hospital door before the sound of angry voices makes me pause. I hear my father first. Absolutely not. You need more time. You're not thinking things through. Mom bites back, her words ice cold, a kind of tired professionalism in them that makes it sound like she's used to fighting. I can't do this. I can't be alone while you're gone again. You won't be alone. Dad sounds like he's talking through his teeth. Bree will be here with you. You know that's not what I need. Mom's words gut me. A sharp pain in my stomach that makes me bend over. The door wasn't latched and opens with my weight against it. In some fight or flight instinct, my brain knows I have to act normal and hide the fact that I was eavesdropping. Dad raises his head. Mom looks away. For a moment, I think I'm in the wrong place, the wrong room. They don't want me here, and instead of stepping out of the room, which would make both of them happy, I step inside. My sadness and worry solidify into a burning anger, igniting that stubborn side Dad says will get me into trouble someday. Hi. Dad sighs. Mom flinches. I scowl. You came back. A statement from Dad, not a question. More resignation than accusation. He knew I wouldn't stay home. I could use some air. I'll give you two some time. He squeezes my shoulder as he walks by, and some of my anger sizzles out. I sit on the chair by my bed. Mom glances at me a few times, attempting a weak smile. Her eyes are tired, and it doesn't take long for her to doze off. I watch her. My stomach feels like the anger left my insides burned raw. The random beeps of machines, the humming of the lights overhead, even the drip of the IV are magnified 1,000 times in the silence. Her breathing becomes even and deep. She is peaceful when she sleeps. The wrinkle of confusion between her eyebrows smooths out. Her lips part slightly instead of pressed together when she's trying to think of something to say to me. Mom? I whisper to check how deep she's sleeping. She doesn't stir. I scoot the rolling chair closer to the side of her bed and take her hand. I've wanted to touch her. A hug, a squeeze, but there has been a wall of ice between us. Uncertainty, unfamiliarity. With her asleep, her face relaxed, the wall is gone. And she's Mom again. I'm so sorry. She needs to know what I cannot tell her when she's awake. I will do whatever it takes to help you remember. We have a song that she has sung to me every night for as long as I can remember. Even when I was too old to tuck in, she'd stand in the doorway, blow a kiss at me, and sing the Welsh lullaby. I can't say the words the way she can, and there's no beauty in my whispered hum, but it feels like a promise, a connection restored. This is my mother, my everything. And I am hers. At least I was. I want to be that again. I want her to look at me and remember. There's so much to remember. I start to talk, drowning out the hum of the lights and ignoring the beeps of the machine. Remember when we made cookies in the cafeteria microwave? I was 6, and it was my 9th surgery. I'd gotten an infection, and my overnight stay had turned into 2 weeks. I said I was tired of hospital and fast food. I wanted something homemade, but I wanted to help make it. You brought all of the supplies right to my room. We stirred everything in a plastic dollar store bowl and tried to cook it on a glass plate in the microwave. They were disgusting, and the hospital cafeteria smelled like burnt chocolate for days. The memory fills me up and leaves the aftertaste of cookies on my tongue. Remember the time one of Dad's physical therapists was in a car accident? You and I went and picked out flowers. It turned out he wasn't even hurt. Just a fender bender, and you had to call his wife to let her know the flowers weren't from another woman? I laugh out loud and have to cover my mouth. Mom was always doing things for me, for other people. When she saw someone alone or sad, she would think of a way to cheer them up, but it almost always went sideways. Once she came to eat lunch with me at school and offered a Snickers to a classmate who was allergic to nuts. The girl was kind about it. The next day, Mom brought her some fresh apples. That made her smile. One hospital stay was over Christmas break. Mom saw the patient next to us didn't have any family. We stayed up all night making decorations. But the patient checked out first thing in the morning. We used the decorations in a room. The nurses said it looked amazing. Memory after memory floods through my brain and tickles out my mouth. I can't tell enough stories. 16 years of Mom and I fighting the world. bending the universe, sharing every moment. I'm finally too tired to keep talking. I lean back in my chair and keep contact with her fingers. It was a hard life. A lot of moving, a lot of different schools, a lot of hospitals, different than most kids had. But I wouldn't change it for anything. Mom was there. I turn and try to get comfortable on the bench, but her fingers tighten around mine. She's awake. How long has she been awake? She turns her face toward me, tears streaking her cheeks. Her breath catches when she sees me. Mom, I ask, squeezing my fingers around hers. Are you okay? What's wrong? It's Bree, right? Mom asks. I named you Bree. The question freezes my lungs, and I can't draw in enough air to answer. I just nod. Bree. She tastes the words on her tongue like an exotic dish, not sure how it will settle once she swallows. I need your help. Of course, I say. Anything. She grips my fingers with both of her hands, pulling me forward, closer to her. I want her to wrap her arms around me, hold me like she used to. My whole body tingles with hope that she'll hug me, but her hands stay on mine, impersonal and begging. I need you to help me get home, she says, more tears slipping down her face. Soon, I say, a lump in my throat that I can't swallow. They said if they can't find anything else wrong, they'll discharge you. No, she says, then louder. No, like I'm a child that doesn't understand. Not that home. My home to Wales. Shock slams into me. Confusion rushes through my head, creating a roaring in my ears. I couldn't have heard her right. I must be mistaken. How can she think Wales is her home? We've never been there. No, that's not right. I've never been there. She has. My own eyes burn, but I don't let the tears fall. Only one word makes it out through the jumble. Why? She looks at me, full in the face, her eyes open wide as a baby's, begging me to understand. I was listening, she says, and I realized that she was awake for my trip down memory lane. The moments that made me smile and laugh, moments that make up our life together. I don't remember any of that. I need to go home. She had listened, heard all of the stories, and not one of them had sparked a memory. Chapter 5. Dad only has 2 days left, and he's treating the goal of getting Mom home before he leaves like a military mission, overseeing the process like a commander. The doctors and nurses are professional, but Dad's tension seems to add an extra scurry to their step. At 8 a.m., a physical therapist comes in to test mobility. Mom's muscles obey perfectly. At 9:30 a.m., a neurologist comes in to test short-term memory. I try to remember the sequences with her. She always beats me. At 10:30 a.m., a nurse comes to check and change the head bandages. At noon, she eats a hospital meal, and I bring up something from the cafeteria. She turns on the TV to fill the silence. At 1:30 p.m., a speech therapist talks with her, testing her vowels and consonants. She's still pronouncing words with a Welsh accent. The speech therapist loves it. At 3:30 p.m., a Dr. Garay comes in to study her long-term memory. She doesn't remember anything from the last 17 years. What do you remember about your husband? Dr. Garay asks. We met in Wales. He was on leave and spending a week with some friends. He was an American soldier, tall and handsome. I was intrigued. I asked him to Calennig, a Welsh New Year celebration. Dad squeezes her hand when she says that, and she squeezes back. My hands are in my lap, keeping each other company. I didn't get along with my dad. We had a big fight, and when Mark asked me to marry him and go to the U.S., it was a chance to escape, start a new life. Mom didn't talk a lot about her family when I was little. She was always focused on me, helping me get better, finding joy through the dark times. It was always me and her. I left Wales without telling anyone. We eloped, and I left my home. She cries like Wales has suddenly left a hole in her heart that was never there before. Mark got deployed 3 weeks after we found an apartment in the States. He was gone for a year. It was one of the loneliest times of my life. I want to plug my ears. I want to tell her she is wrong. She never talked about that year. I don't ever remember her complaining about being lonely when Dad wasn't around. She had me, but I guess she didn't at the beginning. So I keep my mouth shut and just listen to the stories I've never heard, told in a strong Welsh accent that isn't Mom's voice. Not the one I've always known. Dr. Garay sits back on his swivel chair and lets out a breath. He has her chart in front of him, but he looks up at all of us as he speaks. Your recovery is astounding. Your vitals are strong. You've passed all of your tests. If things look good tomorrow, I will sign your discharge and you can go home. What about her memory? I ask. I know I should feel ecstatic. Mom coming home is great news, but she's not better yet. It's weird. I was so afraid she would be mad at me when she woke up, but now it's all I want. I want her to yell at me, tell me I was selfish, tell me it was all my fault, because then at least I would know she remembers me. As far as her long-term memory goes, there seems to be a very specific time of her life that she does not remember. A blind spot, if you will. These memories might come back slowly, maybe suddenly, or maybe not at all, but her body is healthy, her mind is strong. It really is more than we could have hoped for. I have liked Dr. Garay up until this moment. He talks about a blind spot so casually, like it's a smudge on a camera lens or a scene from a film. He wouldn't be so casual about it if he were cut from the script the way I have been, wiped away, like I never existed. I know at that point I will do anything to be remembered. Even if it means taking Mom to Wales, even if it means missing school. I can still apply for the internship from Wales. Mom always taught me I could do anything. Dim bidin am hasib. Dad doesn't want her to go. The doctors probably won't clear international travel, but Dad's leaving, and as long as I use money from my own account, he'll never know. And, thanks to the viral video, I know where to get the money. My stomach twists, and I want to throw up. I push down the guilt of using the accident to my advantage, of asking Elijah and Kadira for the money they've waited so long to use for disadvantaged kids. I'll pay it back. This is what Mom wants. If the doctor says she's good to go home, what difference will it make if I take her to a home a little farther away? The doctor sets a follow-up appointment in 3 weeks unless symptoms get worse. In those 3 weeks, I have to get Mom to Wales and back, turn in my film internship application, edit 3 videos for the YouTube channel, and somehow find a way to make her remember me. Good thing I know how to beat impossible odds. Mom wasn't released the next day. No surprise, hospital stays were often extended when I was little. Discharge predictions are as reliable as local weather reports. That meant Dad would leave before he could take Mom home. That also meant I could catch the evening flight to Wales tomorrow without taking Mom to our apartment. Taking her on a tour of the house we had lived in for over a year would feel like rubbing salt in a wound, so I gave Dad a hug goodbye with a little too much enthusiasm and turned my head away when Mom clung to his fingers a little too long. Get her home safe, Dad says as I follow him out of the hospital. I will. I would keep her safe, but we were going to a different place than either of us considered home. The last-minute flight tickets were expensive, and I needed the money from Elijah and Kadira. I'm sure they'd give some to help with hospital bills or something, but a flight to Wales? That's what I needed it for, and I couldn't ask over text. Bree, meet at my house after school. Kadira, of course. Elijah, we'll be there. I wait until Dad's car turns out of the parking lot, then pull Mom's keys from my pocket and find the Leyland right where I parked it. I walk around the car to make sure no one added a dent or a scratch from careless doors. It's pristine. Perfect. I breathe a sigh of relief. Back at our apartment, I pull in the garage and park the Leyland. I consider driving Mom to the airport in the car she loves so much. She'll remember the car, but she won't remember me. I close the garage door and turn off the light. I'll ask Kadira for a ride to the airport tomorrow. I pack quickly, my clothes in one suitcase, Mom's in another. I make sure to get socks, underwear, bras, 5 shirts, 5 pairs of pants, pajamas, toothbrushes, deodorant, shampoo, conditioner, and hair ties. I've always been simple. No makeup or special skincare for me. Mom's suitcase is harder. I don't know what clothes to pack. And she has a special makeup carrying case, but her makeup is spread out in several drawers. I stuff her suitcase with most of the stuff in her closet and bathroom until I can barely get it zipped up. I should have everything she needs. My suitcase still has room for my hard drives. My camera will go in my carry-on. I set the suitcases by the door, barely able to lift Mom's, so I roll it. That's going to be an extra fee for weight, but the viral money will be enough. I pat my pockets and remember an important fact. Wales is another country, and that requires paperwork. Passports. I freeze for a moment before I remember that Mom got me a passport a little over a year ago to celebrate good health and a promising future. We hadn't had a chance to use them between school and work. I swallow the emotions that rise in me. We'd had a promising future, but I couldn't picture that future now, not until she remembers our past. I slip back into her bedroom and begin a search. She never was great at filing papers, but I know she has a drawer where she puts important things to remember later. Jackpot! The 5th drawer I try is filled with old documents, medical bills, blood test results, and medication instructions. The drawer is full of my medical history, and below all of those papers, I found the passports stuffed in the back corner, sitting on top of a small book, a journal. I pull out the passports and the journal, but the ringing of the doorbell stops me before I can look at them closer. I stuff the passports and journal into my carry-on. Kadira comes through with her arms open, wrapping me in a hug. Elijah carries a steaming box of our favorite teriyaki chicken and noodle takeout. My mouth waters at the smell. You are too good to me. I take the box into the kitchen, split the meal between 3 plates, and we sit around the kitchen table. So what's the plan? Elijah asks, whirling the noodles with his chopsticks. Now that it's the moment to ask, my stomach drops and my appetite disappears. I set down my fork. I was hoping to get some of the money from the YouTube channel to help my mom. Yeah, of course, Elijah says. We're a team, and part of the money is yours. And we got monetized before the video went viral, so we should be getting a good check in a couple weeks. I swallow. I need the money a little sooner. I was wondering if you'd lend me the money from the Fund a Need account. I'll pay it back when I can, but right now, I need to do something for my mom. Elijah and Kadira share a look, and my nerves make my fingers tingle and my vision blacken around the edges. They are my 2 best friends, and I would do anything for them. I don't know what will happen if I've asked for more than they are willing to give. We want to help your mom, Elijah says. I'm not sure about the fundraiser. I need to get flights for tomorrow, I say. No reason to beat around the bush, and I'll pay you back out of my cut of the YouTube money. It's my mom's video anyway. They hesitate, and I know why. If there was any other way, I would never touch that money that we wanted to give to other kids who needed it. But this needs to happen now. I'll fix everything once Mom's memories come back. Kadira finally nods, and Elijah's shoulders sag. Yeah, there's enough for that in the Fund a Need campaign right now. I can access that tonight and transfer it to your account. My heart soars, and my head thrums with hope that is quickly turning into a headache. Who knew happiness could make you want to go to bed and sleep it off? Thank you, I say. I don't know how I can ever thank you enough. What are you going to do with the money? Elijah asks. I drop my eyes. I haven't told them the bad part yet. I need to get round-trip flights to Wales. My mom wants to go to the country she was born in. Show me around. I thought it would be good for us to get away after the accident. Kadira raises an eyebrow. So soon? I want to go while my dad's out on assignment, I say quickly, so it can just be the 2 of us. I take a deep breath. I haven't said this out loud yet. She's lost her memory. She doesn't know who I am. But if I go with her to Wales, I'm hoping I can bring her back to me. Both of them stare at me in shock. I blink. Tears will not help me now. Not when I still have so much to do to get ready for this last-minute trip. Elijah is the one to reach out first. He places a hand over my balled-up fist on the table. I didn't realize I had been clenching them so hard. We'll help you get the tickets, Kadira says, and whatever else you need, we're here for you. Thank you. Chapter 6. I imagine filming the moment Mom and I arrive at the airport to board a plane to Cardiff, Wales. I would capture this moment in a low-angle shot, outside the car door, introducing the character's shoes first. Mom's foot appears in 2 large flip-flops, chipped red nail polish on her toes. She moves slowly, reaching, like she's testing the ground for stability. Her foot sinks into the puddle beside the curb, and she pulls back, her flip-flop almost falling off her foot. Wrong shoes for traveling. But she refused to put on the clothes I'd brought for her from her own closet. Those clothes are for an old person, she'd said. I couldn't argue. The flowery blouses and dress slacks I'd grabbed for her weren't something I'd ever wear, but they were her clothes, not mine. Elijah jumps out of the driver's seat and runs around the car to offer my mom his hand, like he's trying to make up for everything that went wrong. Kadira stands next to me, one hand lightly on my shoulder. She knows I already feel like I'm on the plane, experiencing turbulence. I would grab a puke bag if I was in my seat, but I haven't even pulled our carry-ons out of the trunk. Let me help you, Mrs. Harrison. Elijah anchors my mom as she steps out of the car. her toes reaching for the high ground of the sidewalk, making her balance as her top half tries to limbo over the water. Elijah braces himself against the car with his free hand and pulls her to a standing position. His khaki pants and collared shirt are always wrinkle-free and the perfect fit, but next to my mom's ridiculous outfit, his pristine appearance is even more striking. "Call me Cordy, please." The last word is its own sentence. Exasperated, she's been insisting people call her by her first name ever since she woke up. The nurses at the hospital, the doctors, the physical therapist, my friends, even me. Call me Cordy. I don't know how to tell her how wrong it feels. She's mom to me. She steps away from Elijah and brushes herself off like she can erase the fact that she's wearing flip-flops, red sweatpants with CWHS across the rear end, a purple flowered button-up blouse, and a scarf over her head covering the white bandages. We had both been hoping to get some time shopping this morning before the flight, but it took longer to get the final release from the hospital than they originally told us. Of course, I'd packed for the possibility, but I hadn't counted on her negative reaction to her own clothes. She was willing to come to the airport looking like a kindergarten college cutout of a magazine rather than risk missing the flight. She didn't ask my opinion, and I wasn't about to act like I was embarrassed. I owe her more than that. Elijah and Kadira both act oblivious to Mom's head-turning airport fashion. "Let me get your suitcase." Elijah uses his keys to pop the trunk, and Kadira moves to my mom. "Here, I brought you this." Kadira offers Mom a floppy hat to complete her ensemble. When Mom puts it on her head, it hides the bandage and the stubble of shaved hair, lifting a weight from her face. "Thank you." She turns away, making a quick swipe at her eyes. Of all the things she has mourned since she woke up, having her hair shaved off while she was unconscious has been one of the hardest things for her. I guess it's easier to mourn the things she does remember than the daughter she doesn't. Elijah, Kadira, and I circle up, giving Mom a moment to collect herself and a chance to say our official goodbye. Kadira pulls an envelope from her jacket pocket and hands it to me. "We never got to finish celebrating your 16th birthday. 2 weeks. My birthday was 2 weeks ago, the day of Mom's accident, and the entire 2 weeks has felt like it was being filmed with a Dutch angle shot, sideways to represent the confusion. I'm hoping this trip to Wales will write the camera angle of my life." I take the yellow envelope from Kadira. It's sealed shut with a heart sticker, my name written in slanted handwriting. "To Bree, happy birthday. Instead of a present, we thought it might be nice for you to have some of your own spending cash. This is from both of us." The envelope has a thick lump, an obvious sign of money. I try to hand it back. "I can't take this. You've already given me too much, and I have enough for the 2 weeks in Wales. This is a gift from the two of us. No paybacks, no promises." I shove the envelope toward them again. They both take a step back, and the distance feels colder than the wind biting through my jacket. I pull the envelope to my chest, and they move toward me again. "Thank you." "Try to have a good time." Elijah pulls us all in for a hug. "She'll be back to normal before you know it." The doctors said there was a chance her memory would come back slowly, or possibly all at once, and that's the goal. To help Mom get her memory back, her memories of me. "But for now, you might have to keep a pretty close eye on her." Elijah points up the sidewalk. Mom heads through the airport doors, pulling her luggage, leaving my bag abandoned on the sidewalk next to the car. "Mom," I call. She doesn't stop. "Mom." She doesn't turn around. "Cordy." She stops and turns. "Wait, I'm coming." I grab my suitcase and wave to my two best friends. Wish me luck, but even I know I'm going to need a lot more than luck. I follow her into the airport, opening my backpack as I walk, and slip the envelope with the money down to the bottom of the bag, burying it deep down, like so many other regrets. My hand brushes against the cool leather of the journal. I should probably give it to her, but I want to read it first. Maybe she'll remember all of the things she wrote in there. Things have been strange between us since she woke up, and I can hardly get her to talk to me. Maybe this journal will have a clue, a key to breaking through Mom's weird shell, give me a way to get her to open up, to like me again, the way she did before. I put the money under the flap of the journal and shift things around in my bag as I'm walking. I only drop my headphones twice and my phone once while I'm trying to walk and arrange. Mom isn't waiting for me. so there isn't an option to stop and organize things better. We reach the escalators, and Mom stops to read the signs. This is very different. They've changed things a lot since I came here. Yeah, I'm sure it's really different, I say. They've built a whole new airport since then. A new airport? I came here only last year. She was going to say year. That's what it feels like to her, like she went to sleep in her early 20s and woke up in her 40s. It's not 100 years. But she has a lot of sympathy for Rip Van Winkle right now. That was almost 17 years ago, I say, not as softly as I wanted to. We need to go up the escalators to check in, and then we'll go to the security check. Mom puts a hand on the hat Kadira gave her, like she's worried the security check will include the fashion police. Where do we print the ticket? We don't print tickets anymore. They're on my phone. The tickets are on your phone? Yeah, it's all electronic. Why aren't they on my phone? She figured out her smartphone pretty quick in the hospital. There's nothing wrong with her short-term memory or her learning ability. She only lost her ability to love her daughter. I'm about to explain that I have the tickets on my phone because I paid for them out of my account, but my phone buzzes with a text. Dad, are you home safe? How is she handling the apartment? Someone bumps me from behind and gives me a dirty look as they walk past. Mom's not waiting either. I'm thankful for the red sweats and floppy hat. It makes her easy to pick out of the crowd. She's already halfway down the security line, and I push past people to get in line next to her. I like the spot behind the camera. I like to be the person no one notices, the one behind the scenes, not in the shot. With Mom's outfit and cutting in the security line, I feel like a fish in a glass bowl, the kind that magnifies and distorts the fish. People can't pull their eyes away, or they avert their stares with obvious effort. What time does the plane leave? She asks. Her fingers are playing with the strings on her sweatpants. We still have 40 minutes. The security line has stalled, but I can see movement ahead of us. The plane doesn't leave until 2:35. I don't want to miss our flight. I know. I know she's anxious. I know she's frightened, but I don't know what to say to calm her down. We aren't going to miss our flight, I say. I'm going to get you home. I don't mean for the last word to slip out. The whole point of this trip is to show her that Wales isn't her home anymore. I turn back to Mom while she rocks back and forth, anxiously waiting for the line to inch forward. I touch the notification for Dad's text and type a response. Bree, we aren't quite settled yet. Things are weird, but she's glad to be out of the hospital. 3 truths can still add up to a lie. Chapter 7. Mom finds an empty seat in the waiting area of gate B17. She puts her purse down on the seat to the left and her carry-on on the seat to the right of her. No problem. I prefer standing anyway. An old man sleeps in the chair next to Mom's carry-on bag. She searches through the bag like there's a trick bottom. Next to her purse is a boy my age, wearing a suit coat over a Lord of the Rings t-shirt, skinny jeans, and some loafers without socks. His hair has a slight curl and is long enough to tuck behind his ears. He's got his phone out, like every other airport patron, but I catch his eyes darting from the purse, up to me, and back down again. It's a flash, but for a minute, I imagine there's someone in this airport that understands me, and it isn't my mom. Mom hasn't stopped digging in her carry-on bag. I threw all our luggage together in a few hours, and we came straight to the airport once she was released from the hospital. I didn't have time to organize. What are you looking for? I ask. Maybe I put it in my bag. She sits back and wipes her forehead, like she's finished doing 100 up-downs instead of searching a bag. I need some Dramamine for the flight. I get motion sickness. She fidgets with the buttons on her blouse. You do? I didn't know my mom had a hard time with flights, but then again, maybe she had taken Dramamine before every flight. Would I know if she had? We've flown a few times, but most of our trips were in a car, listening to Rodgers and Hammerstein classics. Yes! The answer comes out short and clipped, like she's irritated that I forgot the Dramamine, or she's already fighting off a wave of nausea before we step onto the plane. I can go grab you some at an airport store. We don't have time. Don't we start boarding soon? I check the status of our flight, and my stomach plummets, like I'm dropping altitude to come in for a landing. Nope, we won't miss it. Our flight has been delayed. Her lips thin and her eyes wrinkle around the edges. Everything tightens with the anxiety that's been haunting my mom since she woke up. I don't understand what's making her so desperate to get to Wales. We have a full 2 weeks. A couple hours delay won't make that big of a difference. I'll get you some Dramamine. Or we could go together and grab a bite to eat. I saw Tooley's. Tooley's is Mom's favorite new restaurant, up and coming, with some of the best soups and salads this side of the Atlantic Ocean. Mom keeps fiddling with her top button, and I'm afraid she's going to wear it loose from the shirt. I want to pull her hand away, tell her there's no reason to be afraid. I can't say those words after what I did to her, convincing her to face her fear of heights. I never imagined that facing her fear would change both our worlds. She agrees to come to Tooley's with me. I find a seat and order the food while she goes to the little airport store between gates B2 and B4. Mom takes her Dramamine with the ice water as we wait for the waitress to bring our food. This version of the restaurant doesn't quite have the feel of a traditional Tooley's. The flow of people just across the railing from our 2-person table makes our conversation feel more public than private, and the smell of the food mingles with some woman's perfume as she rushes by with a rolling pink carry-on. I feel bad for whoever has to sit next to her on the plane. The smell would make me gag. I ordered your favorite. I'm excited to watch as she takes her first bite of the tomato basil strawberry salad. She orders the salad every time we go to Tooley's. The twist of Mom's lips is very different from the excitement I expect. You ordered me a salad? She sounds offended. Was I on a diet? No. No. I feel caught in a trap because there's no right answer to that kind of question. You like strawberry salads. They taste good. Not as good as Glamorgan's sausage. She smiles at some memory I don't share with her. I don't suppose they serve that in an airport restaurant. That sounds greasy. Mom prefers fresh fruits and vegetables and whole grains, or at least she did. With her memory forgotten, Mom's whole personality has changed. I get confused between the past and the present. She's the same person, so I should think of things in the present tense. She's so different, though. Even the idea of her liking Tooley's is a moment from the past. A different mom in a different universe. She's always encouraged me to eat healthy. Or had she? We had some bad hospital food after my 5th surgery. She had started buying different food and took a cooking class. I sigh. I don't think they have sausage, but we could order a hamburger instead. Mom smiles. Tight. Forced. We're both faking our way through this. Salad is fine. I'm sure basil and strawberry were meant to be together. She sticks the prongs of the fork into the salad with a crunch. I guess we should get to know each other. She says this awkwardly, as if she were on an unsolicited blind date. Tell me about that necklace you're always wearing. She points at the camera hanging around my neck. I haven't let it out of my sight since Elijah returned it to me after the accident. Sure, I could have a civil conversation with my mom, as long as I avoid the topic of ziplining. This relationship is still new and shaky. I don't want her to blame me for her memory loss. Not yet. I want her to give me a chance first. I love film and videography, and I'm hoping to be a cinematographer one day. I'm in the top 25 applicants under consideration for an amazing internship with the Sundance Film Festival. The final interview is Tuesday. You'll be in Wales. Her voice holds back a tide of emotions, but I can't recognize any of them. My old mom would have said, "That's fantastic. Good for you." Not this mom. We both have things to learn about each other. Yeah, but it's an online interview. All I need is an internet connection and my hard drives. I packed those in my suitcase. What about school? Are you missing classes? That's a mom thing to say at least. I'm missing 2 weeks of school and the junior prom. And my Film Through the Ages class is taking a field trip to the National Museum of Cinema. I'm already behind in history, and that teacher is unforgiving. I didn't mean to list all the things I was missing, but it kind of slips out. You know, you don't have to come. I have to look away before answering. Deep breath. She wants me here. She needs me here. I don't want to be anywhere else. We've waited to go on a trip together forever, and we're finally getting our chance. I keep my voice cheerful. Mom would have called me out and asked me how I was really feeling. This woman in front of me only nods, like she lost a battle and is resigned to the consequences. Yes, it's probably good to have someone with me. I'm just nervous, you know? I haven't been home in a while. She fiddles with her button again. Part of me wants to shove her hand away, like stopping a child from sucking their thumb. I appreciate that she's opening up, so I push down the comparison that surfaces in my mind. Mom was confident and sure and always knew the right thing to say to make me smile and forget my worries. This mom worries right along with me, even more than me. Yeah, almost 20 years. It will be different for sure. The words are meant to connect with her, let her know I understand. She blinks and turns her head, but not before a tear slips down her cheek. My words did not have the effect I was going for. 20 years. She finally lets go of the button on her shirt and picks up her fork again to conquer the salad or die trying. I wonder if she's still mad at me. I can't help it. Who? My ma'am. I had a big fight with my dad before I left, and I didn't even tell her goodbye. The world drops out from beneath me, and the bite of chicken sandwich I try to swallow gets caught in my throat. I cough out the words, "Your mom?" It's been a week since our surgery, 4 days since she woke up, 2 days since we decided we were sneaking off to Wales. I drove the Leyland to and from the hospital. Why didn't I think to tell her? Yeah, Mom continues, we used to get along so well, but she took Dad's side on this one. We come from a family of marathon grudge holders. I'm sure we made up at some point, but I don't remember it. She shoves a few pathetic lettuce leaves into her mouth and chews slowly. She had this maroon car, a 1976 Leyland. It was her favorite possession in the whole world. We took so many road trips in that car, to the ocean, the mountains, the city. It was something that seemed made just for the two of us. I wonder if she still has it. I swallow. There's something I need to tell you. Her eyes furrow, like I was supposed to let her dwell in this moment a little longer before changing the subject. She doesn't have the car anymore. Not the best intro. I've never been great at delivering bad news. Mom seems to sense something more is coming and sits up straight, like she's preparing for a blow. Did she sell it? No, Mom, the Leyland is here, in America. Your dad shipped it over to us 5 years ago. No note, no card, just a blue 1976 Leyland dropped off in our driveway. You said... Mom's fork drops from her fingers, hitting the side of her salad bowl, launching bits of salad and tomato into the air. Both her hands cover her mouth, like the emotion trying to escape is too large to handle. Her cry comes through her fingers. She's dead? My ma'am died? Tears spring to my own eyes as I watch her struggle. It was the lowest moment of her life. She'd said the only reason her dad would send the car was if her mother had passed away. It was a cruel way to tell a woman that she'd lost her mother. She had locked herself in her room for 3 days. After that, she cleaned and waxed the Leyland every Sunday, taking hours to make sure every detail was perfect. Mom shoves her chair back with a screech as she stands up, knocking her chair and the salad bowl to the floor. The restaurant goes silent as every patron turns to look at the commotion. Even the main flow of traffic outside the restaurant stutters and shifts as eyes turn to see the crying woman in a floppy hat, flowery shirt, and red sweats run from the restaurant, flip-flops cracking against the floor like slaps across someone's face. I grab our bags and leave my credit card on the table, assuring the waitress I will be right back to pay. Mom ducks into the nearest restroom, and I follow like a terrible caddy trying to juggle 3 golf bags. I keep messing this up. I can't figure out how to be a daughter to a woman who has forgotten she has one. Chapter 8. I chase Mom into the bathroom with 2 backpacks, 2 rolling carry-ons, and a purse. I imagine what this scene would look like in a film, or maybe one of our YouTube videos. Elijah and Kadira started the YouTube channel to spread the message of trying new things, living life to the fullest despite challenges. I never expected this challenge to be so big. I take a deep breath and step into the bathroom. 2 women are washing their hands, and one is drying hers quickly. All 3 of them are making nervous glances toward the handicap stall at the end of the row, where I can hear the sobs over the roar of the hand dryer. My phone buzzes with a text, but I don't have any hands to pull it from my pocket. I drag my load of bags to the end of the bathroom and knock on the door. Mom, I'm sorry. I should have thought to tell you before. The sobbing sound lowers, and I can tell she's sinking to the floor, her back to the wall, but she doesn't open the door for me. I see her feet beneath the door, and can tell she has her arms wrapped around her knees. I sit on the carry-on, trying to be beside her with a bathroom door between us. I reach under the door and pat the top of her foot. It's the only part of her I can reach, but I want to be there for her. I know how painful this was for her the first time. Mom gives a shuddering sigh. I check my phone. Boarding starts in 10 minutes. We don't have 3 days for her to mourn this time. I only have a few minutes to get her calmed down and back out to gate B17. The 3 women have left. 2 more come in and disappear into the stalls. This isn't the most private location, and the bathroom floor smells of bleach mixed with urine. No matter how clean a bathroom gets, there's no way to get rid of that aroma. I start humming the Welsh lullaby, and Mom stiffens so much I can feel the tension in her foot. The hand dryer turns on again, and I know my humming is lost in the noise. Fine. Even though I avoid the spotlight like a fugitive avoids security cameras, I've never been worried about what people think of me. You get over that quick when you grow up with a gap in your front teeth and a lip that has a flap tent opening up to your nose. I'm thankful for surgeries that turned that opening into a white scar, but I'd learned to ignore people's questioning looks and kids teasing from an early age. As long as no one calls airport security, I'll do whatever it takes to try to touch Mom through this bathroom door. I sing the words in Welsh, loud enough to reach her over the sound of the hand dryer. I've memorized the words from years of hearing them, not from understanding their meaning. Slowly, Mom's hand comes down to rest on top of mine. Her sobbing softens to sniffles, and by the last verse, she's singing softly with me. This has always been our song. I'm so grateful that at least that hasn't changed. 5 minutes after boarding starts, Mom comes out, splashes her face with water, and walks with a straight back out to the gates, leaving me to gather up the luggage. One step at a time, she always taught me to focus on what I could do, not on what others were doing. I never thought it would apply to my relationship with her. I drag the bags and carry-ons back out and into the flow of traffic. I stop by the restaurant, sign the receipt, and get my card. Mom and I line up with the final boarding group. A little girl with long, dark hair pulled up in a ponytail passes the line holding the hand of a woman I can only assume to be her mother. The girl has a teddy bear backpack and a blue carry-on with stickers of kittens and puppies. The mom signs something with the flight attendant and then leans down and kisses her daughter on the forehead. Without thinking about it, I grab my camera and turn it on. I push the button just as the mom goes in for a second kiss and a long hug. I freeze the moment in my camera. I should put the camera away, but the weight is comforting and familiar in my hands. I leave the video running and turn slowly. Every few seconds, I take a still shot, black and white. An older woman with a cane leans on a column in the center of the waiting area. A man with a crying baby rocks back and forth, probably praying the baby falls asleep before the plane loads. The looks from those near him say that he's not the only one hoping for that. Click. A woman pushes her young son in a wheelchair. She stops and points out the window as a plane takes off. 3 college-age guys elbow each other as they walk off the loading ramp to catch their next flight or find their taxi. Click. I spin slowly. My finger moves with an urgency I can't explain. Click, click, click. Mom grabs me by the shoulders, but there are more pictures to take. Click, click, click. Every person in the airport seems worthy of having this moment saved, preserved. Bree, stop it. Stop. You can't take pictures of people without their permission. That's awful. I know she's right. I understand permission, privacy, personal space. All of those things I've tried to respect as I've practiced becoming a cinematographer. But it feels so different when you're facing a mom who has had every memory of me wiped from existence. It makes everyone else's memories seem so temporary, so fragile. Mom pulls me to face her, wrapping her arms around me. More of a restraining belt than a hug, pinning the camera to my chest. I'm breathing like I've sprinted the wrong way up the escalators. I turn off my camera and she lets go of me, pushing me back by the shoulders. What were you thinking? I can't explain it to her. There are so many things I can't explain to her, not when she's acting like I'm a stranger, like I'm someone she doesn't understand. I know I shouldn't keep those images, but I pull my camera into me, protecting it, protecting memories that could be lost tomorrow. Chapter 9. Do you have a window seat? Mom asks as we lift our carry-ons to keep from banging the back of every seat as we shuffle down the small airplane aisle. I check my ticket and then compare them to the images on the overhead racks. No, I'm 24B. The B's are in the middle. Great. I'm going to be sandwiched between my mom and someone I've never met. 12 hours between two strangers is going to be about as pleasant as making final edits on a group project with people who didn't understand the film assignment. Pure misery. Your seat is 24C. That's an aisle seat. You'll have extra legroom unless they're pushing the snack cart through. Mom shakes her head and her carry-on catches the back of my leg. I trip, accidentally shoving the person in front of me. He turns around. It's the boy with the suit coat over his t-shirt, with the addition of a smile that could make a movie star swoon. Sorry, I say. I didn't mean to bump into you. No problem at all. He has the lilting accent, a little stronger than my mom's. Before her accident, you could hear the Welsh accent in a few of her words, but after she woke up, there were times I could hardly understand her with the musical Welsh accent coming from her mouth. We resume moving. The guy walks sideways, like he's ready to catch me if I fall again. Great, now he thinks I'm a klutz. Mom leans closer to me as we walk, whispering. Her voice has a note of panic to it, and her question comes out louder than she intends. My seat is 24C? I really need a window seat. You have an aisle seat, so you won't have anyone on your other side. These were the last two seats available next to each other. I really need a window seat. We've reached aisle 24. Mom, you're going to be okay. People like the windows covered anyway, so they can sleep. She ignores me and addresses the man who has already settled himself in our row. He has a sleeping mask over his eyes and noise-canceling headphones secured snugly. Excuse me, sir. She leans over the seats to tap the man on the shoulder. I want to sink into the floor of the plane. I've never been embarrassed of her before, but I've never seen her make a scene like this. It's just a seat on an airplane. They all have tiny TV screens and absolutely no legroom. What difference does it make? The man lifts a corner of his mask. Can you trade me seats? I really like to sit by the window. The man shakes his head and drops the mask like he didn't notice Mom wasn't making a casual request, but was on the verge of a breakdown. I take her bag and help her get it in the overhead compartment, reassuring her as I lift mine over my head. It will be okay, Mom. The aisle is nice. You can see when the stewardesses are bringing the pretzels. Her eyes are closed, and she has two fingers pressed against the bridge of her nose. Hey, it's the $1,000,000 smile Welsh boy, who I tripped into a few minutes before. I couldn't help overhearing. I've got a window seat if she wants to trade with me. It's only 2 rows back. The relief on Mom's face makes it impossible for me to consider turning down the offer. I don't mention that I'd paid extra to make sure we had the seats next to each other. I thought the 12-hour plane ride would be a good opportunity for her to get to know me again. The light shifts as a cloud covers the sun outside. The pinging sound of a few raindrops hitting the metal carriage of the plane cut through the rustling noise of people getting seated. Hopefully the weather doesn't delay us. He smiles again and motions for my mom to squeeze past us. Mom doesn't wait for me to make room. Instead, she thanks the guy while starting toward the seat. She ends up pushing him against me as we awkwardly try to avoid looking at each other while our bodies are practically in the same space. Sorry. He steps back as soon as she gets past us. After you. We've caused a scene and created a line of impatient travelers. Still, I hesitate. Watching Mom press past the 2 other people in row 26 with a double grip on the handle of her purse tight against her body, she collapses into the window seat, and my heart sags like a balloon filled with water. I want to be next to her. I don't want her to be alone right now, but maybe that's what she needs. Thanks. That was nice. I slip into my seat as gracefully as possible and keep my head down as the line of passengers start moving again, throwing dirty looks in my direction like I was the one who threw off the loading rhythm. Don't mention it. The boy sits down. I'm Gavin Hamner. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bree Harrison. I mean to return the niceties, I really do, but for some reason, saying my name makes emotion well up inside me, blocking words with a lump the size of an egg. I have to focus really hard on buckling my seatbelt to keep a tear from pulling a triple backflip down my cheek. Are you afraid of heights? He asks. No, I say, startled. He leans toward me a bit, a friendly tilt to his head. His eyes are smiling and full of light that comes from inside, not the dark cabin of the plane. Why? I've just noticed you've been a little tense since you got on the plane. Tense? That's the understatement of the year. I let out a couple breaths of air that could almost be laughter. I think we're both a little nervous. I tilt my head to indicate Mom, which also gives me an extra excuse to turn my head enough to check on her. She faces the open window. The increasing rain splatters against the glass, casting reflections on her face that make it impossible to tell if the tears are hers or shadows of the water dripping down the window. Her eyes are closed, and I wonder if the Dramamine has already kicked in. I turn back to Gavin. Do you fly a lot? He seems comfortable enough to have been born on a plane. He shakes his head. This is my second flight, but I've learned a few tricks. What kind of tricks? The seats are close enough that I can't help but smell his cologne. Not too strong. A light musk. Attractive. Always bring your own neck pillow, he says, and talk loudly enough to annoy at least 3 rows in front and behind, especially at night. I raise my eyebrows. And the advantage of that? When the plane goes down, everyone will want to throw you out first. I laugh. I've heard better survival plans. His eyes flick to the scar on my lip. Do you know much about survival? He seems like he might regret his joke. I don't want him to stop. This is the first casual, stress-free conversation I've had since Mom got hurt. I want to soak it in. Yeah, I say. We've been through some hard things, and it takes a good plan to survive, not one that includes making the whole world hate you. The hypocrisy of my statement makes me swallow. Survival of a YouTube channel depends on just the opposite, making people love you. I think of Elijah and Kadira. How far would we go to make our channel successful, and how much of that played into our decision to leave the video up for a few days? Is this trip part of your survival plan? Gavin asks. His questions sound so casual, but he keeps cutting right to the center of my reality in a way that makes it hard to keep from telling him the whole story. I can't do that. I can't tell a stranger the details of that day before I even tell my mom. This trip is a survival plan, a kind of escape. You know when you're running from something, and you think if you go somewhere new, all your problems will stay behind? What are you running from? His face is sincere, but his question is too forward. I flinch, and Gavin leans back, chewing on his inner cheek. I expect him to apologize, but instead he turns it into a joke. Are you running from the law? He asks, a serious look to his face. I might be able to help with that. I've heard the best countries for amnesty are Poland and Egypt. An unexpected wave of emotion bashes me again. I feel like a criminal, running from a lot of secrets. I may not have broken a law, but I definitely deserve exile. How is Wales for an international criminal? He leans in conspiratorially, our faces close enough that I want to take in a deep breath of his cologne. It's a wild country, where an outlaw could easily disappear, but we prefer the heroic outlaw. Oh, I say. That makes sense. And what was the crime? This close, our mouths are practically breathing the same air. I glance back at Mom. She's fallen asleep with her earphones in, her head bent at a crooked angle. I'll tell you if I can borrow that neck pillow, I say. Gavin presses his lips together, like he's holding back a smile. That's a steep price for a secret. It better be worth it. He pulls his carry-on out from under the seat in front of him. It's a normal backpack, something I see every day in the halls of my high school. He finds the neck pillow and hands it to me. I wait until there's an opening, and then slip into the row behind us. No one has claimed these seats yet. I lean over and carefully lift Mom's head, pushing the pillow around her neck. She sighs and shifts so she's more comfortable. She doesn't wake up enough to say anything. I climb back over Gavin. He grabs my elbow and shifts his legs into the aisle so I can get by. Thanks, I say. I'm waiting, he says, crossing his arms. I didn't hand over that for free. His ability to stay in character, to joke with me when he barely knows me, brings a smile to my face. You could be in serious danger if I tell you. Some secrets were meant to be buried, and some secrets blossom when they finally escape the soil and see the light of day. Not my secrets. I didn't mean to take this conversation back to solemn. I have to think of something light and funny to cover my slip-up. I almost wanted to be honest for a minute. Just before I start talking, the male airline attendant begins giving the instructions on the overhead speakers. I'll tell you in a little bit. There's no rush. It's a long flight. I want to keep checking on Mom, like I've got a twitch in my neck. I pull my phone out. 18 missed texts. 17 of them are Elijah and Kadira, wishing me luck on the trip and sending me plane crash memes. The last one is from my dad. Dad, you've got this, soldier. You're the strongest of all of us. Take care of her. I swallow. Remembering Mom isn't the only one I haven't been honest with. This isn't going to be just a long flight. This is going to be a long 2 weeks. Chapter 10. I replied to the group text without reading the unread messages. I know it was an accident. I know they are the reason we were able to finance the trip, but I haven't quite forgiven them for forgetting about the video, for benefiting from Mom's accident. It isn't fair to blame them. I should have remembered too. I'm guilty too, but it's hard not to feel a little betrayed. When I was at the hospital with Mom, waiting for her to wake up, I don't want either of them to know I am feeling frustrated and guilty. It's complicated. Bree. Finished boarding. On my way to Wales. I send a thumbs up to my dad. We never used to use full sentences to communicate. It wasn't until Mom got hurt that I realized how little my dad and I interacted. I was busy filming with Elijah and Kadira. He worked. We ate dinner while Mom pried us for information. But once Mom's voice was silenced, Dad and I had nothing but time and each other for company. The silence between us had started to feel like a noose. After she woke up, only remembering one of us, she didn't know how to include me in the conversation anymore. She remembered a younger version of my dad, one without the scar on his cheek and the hardened jaw, but at least she remembers something about him. I'm unknown, a strange face following her to Wales. The TV built into the back of the seat flashes on, the screen not much bigger than my phone. I watch with numb disinterest as the exit routes are highlighted. Once that ends, I flip through the channels. Liam Neeson appears, starring in a movie about a father who would search the world and take down an entire criminal organization to save his daughter. I turn off the screen. I have to close my eyes to keep from looking over my shoulder and checking on Mom every 2 seconds. I want to catch her checking on me. She always would, even when things were fine. I used to think it was annoying, but now I'd give my best camera lens to see her glance in my direction, just to know she cared, that I was okay. I grip my armrests as the plane taxis down the runway. Suffocating pressure shoves me down into my seat as the plane takes off. I have a strategy for when I start to panic. Mom taught it to me. I take myself through my nothing is impossible to-do list. I'm not going to overcome the impossible without taking action. 1. Keep up in school online and through email. Possible. 2. Edit videos for the YouTube channel on my computer. Elijah and Kadira and I have enough raw footage to supply 2 weeks of content. It might take a little creativity. Possible. 3. Nail the final interview for the internship. It's virtual. As long as I have the internet, I can hop on and talk my way into a prestigious film internship from anywhere in the world. Possible. 4. Get Mom's memory back. I want to say possible, but the truth is, getting her memory back is not an action item. This doesn't belong on the list because it's not something I can do. I rewrite number 4. 4. Jog Mom's memory every day. Remind her who she is and how much she loves me. Possible. I have to believe that, because I can't imagine a life with a mom who doesn't know who I am. I pull my backpack out from under the seat to grab a piece of gum, and the sharp corner of something digs into my thigh. Mom's journal. Gavin's eyes are closed. The guy next to me hasn't taken off his mask since Mom interrupted his nap. I skip over the piece of gum and pull out the journal, letting it flop open to a random page. Her tight, almost block-style handwriting stares back at me. I scan the page, my eyes focusing on a single paragraph. Don't ask, don't tell. I didn't mean to do it. That's not true. I knew what I was doing, but I never thought I would hurt him so bad. If I could take it all back, if I could rewind time somehow and undo what happened, change one instant in time, I would give anything for that chance. But time doesn't work that way. What's done is done, and I can never tell. This will be my secret until my dying breath. Gavin shifts, and I slam the book shut. My fingers shake as I shove it to the bottom of my bag. I can hardly zip it up. Somehow, Mom's secret has become my own. Her thoughts reflect how I feel. Mom has a secret she's willing to take to the grave. If I never tell her my secret, Maybe even this new version of her will understand. Is it a good time to call in my favor? I squeak jump when he speaks to me. I was concentrating so hard on the memory of Mom's accident, watching it replay like a scene on repeat in my head, seeing it all through the lens of my camera, that I hadn't noticed he was awake. Are you sure you're not afraid of heights? Gavin gets a dimple when he tries not to smile. I try not to melt. I turn away from him to give the hot blush in my cheeks time to fade. Mom used to say I could focus away reality. I do have a tendency to zone out. I need to work on my re-entry in front of a cute boy trying to have a conversation with me. Are you sure you want to know? You owe me an explanation of the life of crime that you're running from. I paid you a neck pillow for it. I follow the motion of his hand and see Mom's face through the seats, asleep. Her floppy hat is caught behind her head, tilted up so I can see the fuzz just starting to grow back on her bald head. I turn back and consider his friendly face. Open posture, his complete lack of history. He doesn't know me. We'll never meet again. I have this one chance to lay it all out. I can tell the whole story without Mom and Dad or my friends discovering the secrets I've been keeping from them. It could be like screaming my problems into a jar and screwing the lid on, getting it off my chest without hurting anyone more than I already have. For a moment, my mouth salivates at the idea of telling the truth. Then I think of Mom's journal. My mom, the woman who sat with me in the hospital and always had a smile for me. My mom, the woman who supported a military husband and volunteered for PTA. I wonder if her secret is even half as bad as mine. No, instead of facing my truth, I decide to explore the possibility of Mom's secrets. What kind of crime do you think would be bad enough to get kicked out of a country? I ask. Or at least keep a secret for 20 years. Theoretically, there are a lot of scenarios. A spy? Spying would be grounds for extradition, but Mom was hardly selling state secrets from Wales. Or it could be more personal, he says, rubbing his chin like he's been given a puzzle to solve. If you had committed a real crime, you'd go to jail. But if your family was mafia or something, like in that American movie, The Godfather, I echo the words at the same time he says them. We both laugh, and the sound escapes our privacy bubble. I wonder if Mom can hear me laughing. Yes, he says. If there was some kind of family betrayal, that might be a good reason to run. The humor dries up like a puddle in the Sahara Desert. I shrivel and finger the camera around my neck, wanting to hide the evidence of my family betrayal. Chapter 11. Gavin glances at me. I imagine he can see the similarities between me and a snail in a bucket of salt. Or could it be love? A deep, twisted love triangle where all the parties truly care about each other, and the only way to be free of the pain is to let them go forever, like in First Night. Another movie? You've been brainwashed by films. And novels. I also like to read. I adore this guy already. I love how comfortable I feel with him. The idea of a love triangle bounces around in my mind. The journal did mention something about hurting him. She made a decision. She knew what she was doing, but she hadn't meant to hurt him. Was she talking about my dad? Was there another guy in her life? That she moved to the United States to escape? The possibilities were intriguing, but didn't quite scream until my last breath secret. Gavin shifts down lower so our heads are even, and he has to lift one of his knees up against the seat in front of him and push the other leg over into my area. Maybe having our heads lower and closer together doesn't offer us complete privacy on a plane full of 1,000 people, but I feel like we are completely alone. We could always go with a small-time jewel heist, he says, like we've entered the brainstorming session of a film. And you're going to Wales to spend your loot. I'd like to hear that story. Jewels? Nah, if I were going to do something like that, I'd hit a casino in Vegas. 3,000 miles to Graceland. He doesn't even hesitate. And about a dozen others, I say. I think I've seen the plot enough times to be able to write that story in my sleep. Let me start with the team. Every criminal has their lackeys. I'm having way too much fun. I don't deserve to enjoy this moment, but I can't help playing along. That was a very British word. He raises an eyebrow. We stole a lot of things from Britain. True. He picks up his phone and opens a drawing app. He draws a line down the middle and writes Bree on one side and underlines it, and then writes Gavin on the other side. He puts a single tally mark under my name. 1 point to you. It's a long flight. Are you sure you want to keep track? Nothing would give me more pleasure. You're on. I let our elbows touch. The pressure warms my skin. I make my voice low, like a narrator at the beginning of a movie. Every crime starts with a team. I have the perfect team. The leader? Elijah Kingsley. Skill set: inspirational speaker, magical powers of persuasion, dedication, vision. Experience: started a YouTube channel called Live It Up that before 2 weeks ago had less than 500 subscribers. His job was distraction. Get everyone to look his way. Weaknesses: video editing and online debating. He can't leave a comment alone, not if he feels like there is some injustice, stereotype, or logical fallacy. The brains: Kadira Patafi. Skill set: logic, calm demeanor, badass tennis player, the ability to ignore arguing online. Experience: took over Live It Up marketing after Elijah's 10th video and 1,000th online argument. Branded and coined the purpose of the channel. She made the plan. Weakness: Elijah. She's been in love with that boy since 6th grade. The third wheel and grunt. Bree Harrison. That's me. Skill set: camera equipment and video editing. Film creation. Being invisible. Experience: videographer for Live It Up, recruited by Kadira. 2 film classes in high school, and hopefully an offer for an internship for the Sundance Film Festival. I want this on my resume more than anything in the world. I'm the historian. Every good heist needs a movie made about it. Weakness: I don't like limits. If someone tells me it can't be done, it becomes my life mission to prove them wrong. It got me in trouble more than once. As a cinematographer, it gives me wings. Nothing is impossible. Sounds like a dangerous crew. Do you have pictures of them? Gavin asks. I pull out my phone and open photos. The last picture is a selfie of Elijah, Kadira, and I at the park with the zip line cutting the sky in half behind us. I freeze. I'd forgotten I'd taken this picture. And I haven't taken another picture with my phone since the accident. No images of my mom in the hospital, like I was afraid to lock it in stone. May I? He reaches for my phone. I don't pull away, and he interprets that as permission. He takes my phone from my hand and studies the image on the screen. Elijah and Kadira are half a head taller than me. I'm in the middle with my hair blowing in front of my eyes. Wind that broke a branch and changed my life. I point to my friends as I name them for Gavin. That's Elijah and that's Kadira. Not true criminals, just victims of circumstance. For a moment, I stray too close to the truth. It would feel so good to blurt it out, but I imagine truth spreads and grows once you let it free. For now, I keep it trapped, in control. They seem nice. You'd never suspect them. He hands me my phone, and I click the side to make the screen go black. A casino heist is too cliché, though. Your team sounds like they do something more original, something worth a documentary. The thought of a documentary about Mom's accident makes me shiver. I close the vent over my head. Gavin is fully engaged in our conversation. He hasn't looked at his phone one time, and even though a family with a toddler sat behind us, and the toddler is firmly kicking the back of his seat, he doesn't flinch. He keeps his focus on me. Okay, something more original. We drove to California and stole the W from the Hollywood sign. I don't know where the lie came from. I don't know why I made up something so stupid. But now that I've gone down the rabbit hole, I keep falling, just like Alice. He sits back. I think there was some part of him hoping for a government coup, or maybe the truth. He didn't get either. He keeps playing along, though. You didn't get away with it? We tried to disguise it as the letter M, but it fell off the semi-truck in front of a McDonald's and landed right side up. Everyone could clearly see it was not the Golden Arches. It didn't help that we were streaming it live. Gavin laughs, and for a moment I wish I could steal a 50-foot letter for him. Those Hollywood letters would never fit on a semi-truck, but his laughter could fill a Zeppelin, and the sound lifts me higher than I felt in weeks. And the woman you're traveling with, was she the getaway driver? All the happiness whooshes out of me. The game doesn't seem so fun when I have to decide truth from lie. Talking about Mom, my throat fills with a hard lump. Gavin waits, but his posture stiffens a little, like he can tell the rules of our game have changed. That's my mom. She has some memory issues, probably caused by the embarrassment of having a criminal for a daughter. What memory issues? She's forgotten the last 17 years. His mouth falls open. Is that part of the story? No, I say. This conversation has become way too heavy. I don't want to carry it anymore. That's real. She's dealing with the memory loss. He looks away. He seems to be struggling with his reaction. We've skipped from playing to lying to somehow tripping over the truth. I'm sorry. That must be really hard. Yeah. I shift in my seat, sit up a little straighter. I've let myself sink too deep in self-pity. Mom, my old mom, wouldn't let me do that. She'd tell me to think positive, find the good, and believe in the impossible. We've been through tough times before. I can help until her memory comes back. Is that a possibility? Yes, of course. A lot of amnesia patients recover. The damage is temporary. She always made me believe that nothing was impossible. It's my job this time to help her believe that. And if she doesn't get her memory back? I turn my head away from him, taking the moment to collect myself. I can't think that way. I can't afford to be negative. I won't give up on her. The pause from Gavin feels deeper than the ocean itself. I believe you. His words cause my heart to flutter, like a butterfly just testing out its wings. What happened? He asks the inevitable question. I'll never see him again, so one more lie won't matter. Cancer. I'm sorry. Thank you. And cut scene. New subject. What about you? Why are you going to Wales? Wales is my home. I'm traveling back from touring some universities in D.C., but I'm not sure I want to go so far away. There's plenty of film opportunities in Wales. Film? My heart skips a beat, and my mind clings to the commonality. Someone else who understands the difficult dreams involved in the film industry. You mean you don't just watch movies? I've always dreamed about making a career out of film, being an actor, or maybe a director someday. I'll be your camera crew. I love Cara Doug James and Kieran Evans. You know you're well cinematographers. Gavin relaxes by degrees. It was almost as if he was wound up by Mom's struggles as much as I was. We spend the next several hours comparing Welsh and American films and cinematic strategies. His favorite film is Coming Up Roses, released in 1986, and he doesn't laugh at me when I talk about the incredible cinematography in All These Sleepless Nights. For a glorious plane ride, I get swept away from the reality of going to Wales with a mother who doesn't remember me, and live in a moment with a boy in the clouds over the Atlantic Ocean. When the pilot tells us to fasten our seatbelts and prepare for landing, I crash back down to Earth. Chapter 12. As comfortable as I've been with Gavin for the last 12 hours, the goodbye is awkward. Stay out of trouble, and good luck with the memories. If nothing else, you can make some new ones. Thanks. There's an awkward pause, like maybe a hug or a handshake or something might be appropriate to commemorate our short relationship. Neither of us move. Mom passes us and bumps Gavin out of our moment. He smiles, gives a little wave, and slips into the aisle. I scramble to get the bags from the overhead compartment and follow Mom. The brim of her floppy hat quivers as she pauses and looks around to get her bearings in the Cardiff airport. Gavin is out of sight. We never exchanged phone numbers. After we get our bags, Mom uses my debit card to rent a car. No big deal since I'm not 21. I have to show her how to slide the card and enter the PIN. She taught me when I was 14. Where does this money come from? She asks. My bank account, I say, my hand out expectantly for the card. She hesitates. Where did it come from? She asks again. She sounds genuinely curious, not angry or accusing, but I start to sweat anyway. Do you have a job? A large amount of savings? Do I pay an allowance? She sounds skeptical at this last option. She wasn't the kind of mom to pay allowance. We worked together. House chores were expected. But it was always a team effort, something we did side by side. I opt for a partial truth again. I'm getting way too good at this. It's your money, I say, dropping my hand and waving at the card for her to keep it. We're using my account, so Dad doesn't see charges from Wales. I smile. A shared conspiracy. She doesn't smile back. Just a simple nod, while slipping the card into her purse. She's the adult, and the money is technically hers, but watching the card disappear into her purse stings. It feels like a loss. I don't tell her about the cash Kadira gave me, another secret snuggled next to the little black book inside my backpack. We drive through Cardiff, passing a few high-rises, houses, and industrial shops. It's much smaller than DC. The traffic on the road moves quickly in a two-lane formation. I focus outside the car to avoid the inside. Mom's quiet, other than a deep breath every once in a while. Like the air here smells good. Sure, better than DC, but nothing we couldn't have found in Maryland or Pennsylvania. She pulls into a parking lot with a sign that says Penarth Pier, a tourist attraction. People gather on the sidewalks, taking pictures, eating at a small outdoor cafe. This could almost be a vacation, one we've always dreamed about being able to take together. I can't ruin it. I have to try and enjoy it. It's weird to be giving myself a pep talk to do something fun. I hate that I feel this way, like I'm starting to be the stranger my mother sees. We wander past the Penarth Pier Pavilion. It has a theater playing The Old Man and the Gun, a brilliant show shot on S16mm film, a little grainy but beautiful, with whip pan transitions. A film full of nostalgia and genius that captures the feel of the 60s and 70s. I would love a film right now that could perfectly capture Mom 1 month ago. I'd watch it every day. I'm not being fair, and I know it, but I can't help pausing, imagining Mom the way she was before, always checking on me, asking me how I was feeling, discussing our plans. Together. Mom has already walked out onto the pier. I trail behind her and lift my camera. The sun glares off her blonde fuzz. Her profile is strong, and the tension drains from her face as she turns it up toward the sky. She leans against the railing, the breeze tugging her red sweats and dress shirt out toward the ocean. For a moment, she does look too young for the shirt. I'm filming before I know why. Watching her through the camera, I imagine I can make everything the way it was before, with the right light, the right lens, the right angle. I can fix this in a film. Mom starts to turn back toward me, and I let the camera drop, so she doesn't catch me filming her. The camera dangles from the strap around my neck. I go stand beside her. I remember this, she says. Excitement fills her voice. The breeze chills me, cold and biting. Really? I ask. Did you live in Cardiff? I can't believe I don't know. She was born in Wales. Another country. I never stopped to consider different towns in this country. Mom was always telling me to look toward the future, not dwell on the past. There was a Mom before me, but I never knew her. It hurts to try and imagine what she might have been like. The sun, the air, the familiar place, all seem to have rejuvenated her. She puts her shoulders back and takes another deep breath. This one different. Not smelling the air, but more like prepping for something. I'm glad you came with me, she says. Thank you. She's leading up to something, so I stay quiet. And I'm sorry, she goes on, her gaze out to the ocean, her head tilted slightly toward me. I have to step closer so her words don't get stolen by the wind. I know I haven't been acting right. I know I'm not doing the things you expect. It must be so confusing for you, and I'm sorry. I want to burst into tears. Tell her this is exactly what I needed. I needed her to acknowledge me, that I'm here, that I'm hers. But, she says, and the word is a wave, dashing my heart against the rocks. This is very confusing for me too. I don't remember things the way you do. I don't know how to act. The things you say, the things you remember, sometimes it's hard to believe that was even me. This is the most she's opened up, and I should be soaring, but instead, I'm frustrated. Why? Why can't she believe she was exactly like I remember her? Why doesn't she think it was her when it was? I turn away, biting the inside of my cheek. What can I say? Real Mom would know what to say if she were here. Dimbinian impossible. Nothing is impossible. I turn back, the waves against the dock mesmerizing, holding my gaze away from her. I'm sorry too. I just don't want to give up. I want to keep trying. Of course, she says. I never said anything about giving up. That's what this feels like. Running home to Wales. It feels like giving up. Cheating. Escaping. I keep those thoughts inside. Okay, I say, nodding. We stand side by side, neither of us brave enough to reach out and touch the other. The sun touches both of us, dancing around us, off the water, off the windows of the pavilion. Did we cross a bridge? It feels more like we pointed out the need for one. Look, there's a gulf between us. She's on one side, and I'm on the other. The problem is, she seems happy on her side. She doesn't seem to want to cross over to mine. After a long pause, I start to feel antsy, anxious, time to move on. We only have 2 weeks here, and I don't want her to get too comfortable. I want the journey home to be just as exciting for her as coming here. The B&B I booked is in North Cardiff. Should we head over there? Get checked in? No, Mom says. I know we talked about staying in a hotel or something, but after what I learned, she pauses to swallow, about my mom, I'm going straight home. I deserve some answers from him. Annoyance squeezes my stomach, and my fists tighten on the railing. She's changing the plan, and I had everything carefully calculated. The B&B was on the beach, so we could recreate some moments from our trip to California. We played in the waves and built a sandcastle. I'd only reserved 2 nights, so that we could have the freedom to move throughout the 2 weeks, but I needed to make sure we did things that would give me a chance to jog her memory, bring a little of us back during the trip. Plus, this was the money from my mistake. Elijah's words slither through my mind like an eel. Blood money. I can't explain any of this to her without exposing myself, the secrets, the lies. I try to find another excuse. Him? Do you mean your dad? I ask. Is he even expecting us? What if he doesn't have room for me in his life, like you don't anymore? I'm able to press my lips closed before those last selfish thoughts slip out. Don't worry, Mom says. He'll make room, even though he's not expecting you. The Welsh are very hospitable, and if he's anything, he's all Welsh. What other things about this trip is she going to change? I like to be in control, to know what to expect next. But nothing feels predictable with her, and she's not asking, she's telling. I don't even get to vote in this decision. Are you sure he still lives there? I ask. Only one-word thoughts are swirling around in my head. Some of them are swear words. This isn't the trip to Wales I imagined. Your grandfather won't leave that house until his corpse is removed. He built it for my ma'am. Her voice shakes a little, the news of her mother's death still raw. He'll still be there. Great. No B&B, and we're adding some extended family drama to the mix. The only things I know about my grandfather is that he never called or visited, and he shipped a 1976 Leyland across the ocean to tell his daughter her mother had died. Chapter 13. We stop at a restaurant in Cardiff before hitting the road. It's Monday. We flew out of D.C. at 3:30 p.m. on Sunday. Flew all night, and now it's almost noon here. Elijah's text comes through as we pull into the parking lot. Elijah, how's the B&B? It was rated 5 stars. At least 3 famous people have stayed there. Get me some pics. He's not going to get any pictures from me. The frustration that we are skipping out on the B&B makes me itch on the inside. Like my skin is stretched too tight. I wish I could change it. Convince her to stay for just 1 night. But when she said she wanted to ask about her mother, I couldn't argue. I didn't have a reasonable excuse without exposing my fraud. Bree, we're eating first. Haven't seen it yet. Let you know soon. No lies. No truths. I really don't like the ability I've gained to avoid telling people what they really want to know. It won't last long. When Mom gets her memory back, all of this will be over. She'll remember why she got on the zip line, and she'll remember that she loved me, so she'll forgive me. I can't be sure this Mom will forgive me yet. Elijah: Awesome. Hope you enjoy the trip. Avoid the lamb. I've always thought lambs were too cute to eat. Elijah has a soft spot for baby animals of any kind. Lunch for Mom includes Glamorgan sausage, while I order some rarebit and leek soup. Rarebit is some bread with cheese toasted on top. She used to make it for me when I was little. The leek soup is better than it sounds. A little like onion soup. I eat slowly, sipping from my spoon after my rarebit is gone, dreading the drive to a place Mom remembers better than me. Are you sure you don't want to get some rest before we drive? It's been over 24 hours since we slept. I slept on the plane. True, I didn't. Despite her stubbornness and the awkward tension between us, I smile at the memory of Gavin and I talking through the night in the dark sky. Mom pays the check with my bank card, and I watch her slip it naturally back into her purse. She acts like she can't feel my discomfort. She could always tell when I was holding my emotions back. You expect me to act a certain way, but I don't feel like the person you remember. It doesn't make sense, but I'm starting to see the differences as well. Could 20 years have made my mom a different person? Did she used to be so unkind and self-absorbed? Maybe that could explain her secret. What was she capable of that I'd never believed my own mother would do? I tell myself to stop. She's the same person, and my mom is nothing but good. We drive out of Cardiff in our rented car. Mom at the wheel on the wrong side. I know this is normal for other countries, but having the car switched around is one more thing that feels upside down. I turn on the radio to cover the silence as fields of green and cute houses with thatched roofs and timber framing coast past. The setting would be great in a film about an international road trip. I imagine holding the camera at different angles, how I would show the motion for a specific house and speed it up as we pass the landscape. The song that comes on the radio is unfamiliar, but has an upbeat, soft rock feel. It adds a more positive mood to the car. Mom seems to be brooding, maybe planning her first words to a father she hasn't spoken to for almost 20 years. Then again, it only feels like 1 year to her. I wonder how different her words would be if she were coming back to Wales with her memories. What would she say to her father if she didn't feel like a lost 20-something young adult who'd been thrust into a world she didn't remember? It takes a moment before I realize the lyrics for the song on the radio are in English, and I understand them. You remember the days back in the beginning. Joy came from knowing you were holding my hand. I never imagined time could come to an end. You were here. You were gone. I hadn't planned on going on. Alone. I flipped the station. The tune to that song no longer feeling like a good soundtrack for our road trip. Instead, the key of the music makes me feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. The next song is in Welsh, and I'm about to flip the station again when Mom starts singing. She sings a few lines. She sounds good. She sang to me every night, but it was always the same song, the Welsh lullaby, the one I sang to her in the airport bathroom. I loved to hear her as I drifted off to sleep. She has a beautiful voice, but I had never imagined her singing other songs. That sounds stupid, but her singing had always felt meant for me. This song is faster paced and has some high notes. She sounds as good as the voice coming out of the radio, with a little of her own flair. I can't remember a time she looked and sounded so happy. Even with her floppy hat and shaved head, she's bouncy and carefree as she belts out the song. The singer on the radio hits an extra high note, and Mom's voice cracks. Her head jerks back, and her hand comes to her throat, acting surprised that her instrument had failed her. "Wow, Mom," I say. "You sound great. I didn't know you could sing like that." I thought my compliment would please her. Instead, a tear rolls down her cheek before she turns to look out her window. "Do you know when I quit singing?" "You never really quit, I don't think. You sang me to sleep every night." "Before I left Wales, I was a lead singer in a band. We had 3 to 4 shows a week. It was so important to me. I thought I would be able to keep singing. I don't remember giving it up." I don't have an answer for her. I imagine waking up in 20 years and finding out that I had forgotten how to run a camera and had never become a cinematographer. I would be devastated. I'm sorry, I say, but your voice sounds really good. I bet you could get it back in shape. She glances at me, but instead of relaxing, her fingers tighten on the steering wheel. You're right. With a little practice, I could be as good as I was. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. We only have 2 weeks here, and then we'd go back home. If her memories came back, would she remember why she quit singing, or would she still want to get better again? The radio rolls through songs like we roll through the countryside. The smooth rhythm of music and the rumbling of the car engine are relaxing. I let my mind drift to the internship and the final project. The top 5 contenders after the interview will be asked to create a short film in 5 days. The rules are to tell a story, no previously filmed shots, and be under 6 minutes. That's it. 5 days to make a life-changing project, to tell the Sundance Film Festival why this internship should be mine. I can taste the anticipation, the desire, a little sweet, but dry on my tongue. Like I've bitten into an angel food cake without toppings. I want this so bad. What is that look on your face? Mom asks. The song on the radio is instrumental. No words for her to sing, or mess up on. You've gone kind of vacant. I laugh. Mom used to tell me I could travel to the other side of the universe in my head and leave everyone else behind. I'm observant. I'm always watching things around me, but when I start daydreaming, I wouldn't notice a dog riding a unicycle, juggling flaming swords. She used to say it was a testament to my creativity. I wonder what she thinks of me now. I was thinking about getting that internship at the film festival, I say. I would get to spend the summer working with some of the greatest names in indie film. What are indie films? She asks. They're independent films made by ordinary people, outside of the big Hollywood blockbusters. You don't want to make big films? She asks the question like she's disappointed in my ambitions. Maybe someday, but the independent film industry is where you can really create great art and experiment with the medium. There are some amazing things happening. I want to be right in the middle of it. Do they pay well? Mom, it's an internship. You don't get paid. Oh, that's it. Oh, I can't tell if it's a disappointed oh, or a bored oh, or what is wrong with this person in the car with me oh. It is so aggravating not to be able to read my own mom. I used to know her so well. Mom points out landmarks and places she remembers, like a 3-year-old pointing out rides at Disneyland. I try to share her excitement for about 2 minutes, but each thing she remembers is a sliver jammed under my fingernail. One more thing she remembers other than me. Another song comes on the radio, and she sings like she's practicing for a performance, like she's alone in the car. I close my eyes. Sleep is better than trying to fill the awkward silence with forced conversation. Closing my eyes is an escape, a way to not face the reality of the moment, kind of like coming to Wales. Chapter 14. I drift in and out, catching snatches of Mom singing to a new song, sniffling during commercials. I don't want to catch her crying, so I keep my eyes closed and let my breathing match the thrum of the tires on the road. The rental car magnifies the wind, like the door isn't shut all the way. It leaves a constant roar in my ears, but it still isn't loud enough to fill the canyon between Mom and me. I wish I could reach out to her, tell her it's going to be okay, put a hand on her arm. I never considered myself a coward, but I'm terrified of her reaction. Will she shrug me off? Look at me like a stranger? Ask me why things turned out this way? We stop for gas, and I wake up enough to make sure she knows how to use the debit card. This is her country. The gas pump is older than 20 years, so she's the expert, not me. I stay in the car and stare out the window. I wish I could pull the journal from my bag and read it. I'll have to find some time to slip away, see if I can find more answers about her secret, try to understand this new Cordy better. I don't remember falling completely asleep, but the next thing I know, Mom is shaking my leg. Bree, wake up. We're almost there. I open my eyes and stretch. The smell of fast food seems to have melted into the rented car's leather seats. I expect to see houses, A town of some kind. We're on a single-lane road. Literally, just a path of asphalt. I don't know what the cars do when they come the other way. Pull off into the hedge on either side of the road. The hedge borders the road as far as I can see. A green patchwork field peeks over the top as the hills rise and fall beyond the hedge and trees. Some patches of green are interrupted by small white fluffs. Sheep. Lots of them. Where are we? I ask. We just left Landelio, and we are only a mile or two from Trap. Mom's excitement from seeing familiar sights has waned considerably. The town I grew up in. It almost sounds like an apology. Town is a little generous. I haven't seen a house yet, but there have been a couple of roads, or driveways, making small breaks in the hedge. Mom's gripping the steering wheel with both hands, leaning forward like she's trying to see through the fog. It's a cloudless, sunny day. Are you okay? I ask. You look nervous. Mom glances at me, then shrugs, making an obvious effort to lean back. It's been over a year. She stops. I mean, several years since I've been back here. I didn't leave on the best terms, and Dad didn't sound too happy when I called. I left a lot of things unsaid, and I'm not the most popular person in Trap. But, like you keep saying, that was 20 years ago. Your dad wasn't happy when you called? I ask. Who wouldn't be ecstatic to hear from their long-lost daughter after 20 years? So why aren't we staying in the B&B? I want to bite my tongue. I need to get over it. If I nag her like, well, a mother, she'll never learn to love me again. One corner of her mouth pulls up, her mischievous look, the one I would see when we'd been in the hospital too long, and I knew she had a plan to break up the monotony. We were either going to laugh or play dumb when we got caught. Oh, he never sounds happy. Besides, this will annoy him more, she says, especially since there are two of us. He won't expect that. Her smile widens. That doesn't sound good. I'm a stranger in a strange country with a mother who is using me as a childish prank to annoy her father. The anger feeling washes up again. I turn to the window so she can't see my scowl. Is this a trip of revenge for her? Get back at the father who announced her mother's death with a car and no note? Is this all a game to her? The hedge turns into an old brick wall lining the road, but has random breaks in it for houses. I count 5 homes, flat fronts, cracked stucco, white square windows that look like they were made during the Revolution. And then we are in the trees, no more houses, until Mom turns straight into the hedge. I duck, but the opening is small, almost invisible, the mailbox completely overgrown. I can't see the name written on the side. She rolls through the trees on a 2-tire track, bumps as large as curbs back home. I brace myself as the car bounces back and forth. Then the trees open up, and there is a quaint house, flat front style, 2 levels, more windows than necessary. Standing in front of the house with arms folded across his chest and feet planted apart like he's ready to stop a charging bull with his bare hands, is a man with gray hair and a scowl to match my own. Mom stops the car 10 feet away and shifts the car into park. She doesn't turn it off. She leaves it running like she's the getaway driver, ready for a swift exit. I don't get out, afraid that if she decides to leave, she won't take the time to wait for me to get back in. Bree, meet your grandfather, she says. William Robert Evans. The next few minutes are the longest movie scene of all time. A silent standoff between father and daughter. The guy, my grandfather, doesn't move. He's as still as a statue, staring at the car like a cat waiting for its prey to move first. Finally, Mom sighs. I thought I was ready for this. She turns the key, and the engine falls silent. She gets out, but I've lost my nerve. I wait in the car as she approaches William whatever and matches his stance, arms crossed, feet wide. It isn't the father-daughter reunion I pictured. It looks more like the scene in the movie where the victim hands over the ransom and is waiting for a promised prize. No love, only animosity. William, because I can't think of him as grandfather yet, finally moves. A slight nod of his chin in my direction. Mom turns and waves for me to come. I step out, fingering my camera as I walk toward them, imagining how I would frame this shot for a movie. Lost daughter returns? Hardly. More like a mob boss meeting between two rival gangs. Da, Mom says. This is Bree, my daughter. Her tone of ownership makes me glance at her. Now I'm her daughter? Bree, this is your grandfather. William sizes me up like a new army recruit, and he doesn't seem impressed. Can't say I'm all that much to look at either. He's taller than me, but age has pulled him closer to my height. His back hunches slightly, despite his tight posture. He wears work clothes, sawdust still fresh on his sleeves, rough hands poking out at the ends, wrinkled and scarred. 3 fingers are missing on his right hand. But his face, despite the wrinkles and the hard set of his jaw, is similar to Mom's. She looks like her father the way I look like mine. I don't have her blonde hair or her slim figure. I have Dad's wide shoulders and light brown eyes. There's only one bedroom, are the first words out of the old man's mouth. There's some soup on the stove. He turns around and marches up the steps to the front door. Mom and I share a glance. I love that she looks at me. Maybe staying with a grumpy grandfather will help her realize she needs me, that she doesn't have to do this alone. Chapter 15. The porch steps creak, and the screen door hangs crookedly due to one of the broken hinges. Inside is exactly the opposite of what I expect. It's a small house, a kitchen and living room squeezed into one space. A round kitchen table sits to the left, with a lace doily in the center. The decorations are tasteful and feminine. It feels homey, welcoming. Mom seems to relax beside me. The air smells of wood and honey. You haven't changed it, she says. It could have been a thank you. Lynn knew how she liked things, William says. He touches the table with the last 2 fingers on his right hand. Mom swallows loudly. How long ago did she? Over 5 years, he says. 12 years after you left her. I didn't leave her, she says, her tone going from soft to sharp instantly. I left to get away from you. If the words were meant to sting, he doesn't seem to feel it. What changed? The question is so direct, it leaves her speechless for a moment. They're fighting already. We haven't even brought in the bags. Maybe our trip to Wales will be cut short, because there is no way this is going to work. Sometimes we just need to come home, she says. I guess we don't always get to choose who lives there. I'll get the bags. She steps out, letting the screen door slam with a bang. I flinch. William turns his full attention on me. 20 years haven't changed her a bit, he says, making an annoyed grunt in his throat, one that could almost be mistaken for pride. I bristle. Of course she's changed. She's completely different. Then a thought strikes me. Do you know? I ask. His confused look makes me realize how crazy I just sounded. About the amnesia, I clarify. Her memory loss? Memory loss, he says. Her memory seems pretty sharp to me. She's holding on to that grudge like it happened yesterday. I feel a lump growing in the back of my throat. I swallow it, pretty sure tears would disgust William. He has yet to show an ounce of emotion other than irritation. It is like yesterday for her. She had an accident. He grunts again. I heard. She said it helped her see things clearly. She didn't mention anything about her memory. What exactly did Mom tell him when she called? I have to stay on track, or I might just start screaming. I try to stay calm, match William's impenetrable gaze. She doesn't remember the last 17 years. I say she only remembers leaving home 1 year ago. For a moment, I think I see a softening around William's eyes. Then the back door opens, a small breeze cooling down the too-hot room, bringing with it the fresh scent of flowers and green. Freedom. You've had 5 new orders since last week and haven't started a single one, says a voice I've heard before. My mouth drops open. This can't be happening. I know the universe is mad at me for breaking it, but this is impossible, 1,000 times impossible. Dimbinunam hasib. Nothing is impossible. The words sound taunting this time, instead of inspiring. Gavin, the boy from the plain, who paid for truth and got a story, stands in my grandfather's house, studying a small pile of papers in his hands. "You're falling behind, old man." The words are playful and tender. I almost look around for another old man in the room, because even though I've only known him for a few minutes, I can't imagine a playful side to William Robert Evans. "Of course I'm behind," William answers. "What did you think would happen when you take a week off? You think I'd do the work for you?" Gavin looks up, a sarcastic twist to his lips. He shakes the papers toward William like a long, scolding finger, but freezes when he sees me. His eyes meet mine, and his mouth freezes in a small O shape. Those eyes are the same ones I almost got lost in on the plane. He was here, at Mom's old house. I can almost hear the universe laughing. "Who's this?" Mom asks as she walks back in with the bags. I have to hand it to her, even though we've just received a very cold reception. She has no problem sounding like she owns the place. I don't think she recognizes him as the boy that gave up his seat for her. She wasn't paying attention. "Cordy, this is Gavin Hamner," William says, not sounding pleased at all at the forced introductions. "He's my shop hand." "Hand?" Gavin says. "More like your shop eyes, brain, and brawn. Can't hardly lift a stick without me." I smile as he casually leans against the kitchen sink, almost like he's daring William to throw one back at him. "What happened to Leroy?" Mom asks. "I thought he'd never leave." William turns on Mom. "That's been over." He looks at me, squinting as if checking to see if I'll change the story. I stare back. "Everyone leaves. They all move on sometime." "More like you drive them away," she says, her words dropping the temperature in the room from cordial to below hostile. What is her problem? I know she's mad, but she could at least put on a face for the stranger in the room. No reason to drag their personal problems out in front of Gavin. I try to change the subject. "This is a beautiful table," I say. "Where did you buy it?" "Because there's no stores around here, I think." "Made it," William grunts, "for our 3rd wedding anniversary." I stare at the table with new respect. It's old, but it still looks new. A shine on the top. I lean closer to examine the intricate border. Even the chairs match. "It's beautiful," I say. "That's hand-carved mahogany," Gavin says, exchanging his teasing tone for awe. "The old man here was one of the best in the world at his peak, about 150 years ago. Don't you have some work to catch up on?" William asks. "Can I take Bree's stuff up to the attic room?" Mom asks. "I know you said we had to share, but there's plenty of space up there." "That's where Gavin sleeps," William says, shooting Mom with a glare that dares her to challenge. My mouth drops open. Not only did the boy I met on the plane happen to live in the same town, work for the grandpa I was visiting, but he lives here, in the same house. Perfect. Perfectly awkward, and that means I won't have a space of my own. No bedroom to escape to for a few minutes without the risk of Mom walking in. That means it will be harder to find time to read her journal, to try and figure out who she used to be, who she is now. "I'll take Bree's things up to the room." Gavin has the luggage halfway up the stairs before anyone can blink. When he comes back down, no one has moved, like we're all frozen. He looks between William and Mom. "I think we should let the two of you get caught up," he says. He turns to me. "Have you had a tour of the outside of the house?" He extends his hand in an invitation. The sun shining through the window behind him halos around his head. He looks like a rescuing angel. "No." I accept Gavin's outstretched hand. "I would love to have a tour." We escape out the back door, leaving a stony silence behind in the kitchen. Gavin lets out a laugh and shakes his head. He hasn't let go of my hand. Instead, he pulls me close, like we're in a conspiracy, and whispers in my ear. "That was a close one. We escaped just in time." "I may owe you my life," I say dramatically. Something about Gavin's casual friendliness makes me relax, despite trying to remember what I told him on the plane. How much was joking? How much did he believe was real? He tilts his head back and laughs again, his arm around my waist, as we walk over uneven ground. He's stabilizing me so we can talk so closely without tripping. His long legs take even steps, despite the grass bundles and rutted dirt. I don't know if it was going to be a nuclear fallout, but it was getting a little tense, he says, glancing back at the house. He must decide we're at a safe distance from the house to talk privately, with space between us, because he lets go of me and places a hand in his pocket. The Welsh spring air feels chilly as it rushes in to replace the warmth of his hands. Gavin smiles at me and takes in the whole world with a sweep of his arm. Let me be the first to officially say, welcome to Wales. Chapter 16. The tour includes a walk around William's house and a short stroll down his rutted driveway. The home is surrounded by a large field that makes the air smell of lavender. On the left side of the driveway is a large barn set back in an overgrown side of the yard. Trees tower on all sides, almost growing into the walls, but there's a clear path cut through to the front, where truck tires lead up to the double barn doors. This may not look like much on the outside, Gavin says. He gives tours with as much enthusiasm as Elijah narrates YouTube videos. I wonder if the two of them would get along. But inside is where the true masterpieces are made. Masterpieces? Was it an art studio? Then I remember the table. He still makes furniture? I can't help picturing his hand, with only his last 2 fingers. We still make furniture. Gavin opens the door, holding his arm out in invitation for me to enter first. I walk through and take in the room. It's a large shed, not exactly the Taj Mahal. There are large pieces of machinery set around the floor, piles of different kinds of wood in one corner. Everything has a thin layer of sawdust. I sneeze. Fantastic, isn't it? Gavin asks, his hands in his pockets, his face glowing with pride. It's great, I say, not wanting to dampen his spirits. What would it be like to be so happy? To find joy in a dust-covered room, to be able to joke with William like an old friend. I let a tiny bit of jealousy leak in. This bench, he says, motioning to a plain long bench with a dark cherry finish, was my first project, when William first started teaching me the trade. I move to sit down, but he grabs my arm. My first project ever. The legs might be a little uneven. How old were you? I ask. I started when I was 9. So about 8 years ago, he says. I'd just moved here from Cardiff to live with my grandma. William thought I could use something to keep me busy. He pauses on the last word, and I think I hear emotion in his voice. For an instant, I see past the cheerful boy to something deeper, more serious, but it's gone in a flash. I look around the old barn, a beautiful setting, with half-finished furniture pieces, light filtering in through the cracks in the wall, sawdust floating through the sun rays in swirling patterns, and the tools waiting to be used. I start to get an idea. Could I film you? I blurt out. What do you mean? He looks at me with one eyebrow raised. My face heats up as I realize that could be interpreted a lot of different ways. I mean, would you mind if I filmed you while you made one of your projects? A film that shows the progress from raw material to finished product. Tell the journey in a short film, about 2 to 4 minutes. I don't know. Not the most exciting thing to film. A lot of steps are slow and take time. That's the magic of film. I can make things happen in a blink of an eye. Gavin picks up a long, thin piece of wood and rubs his finger along the edge, caressing it. He makes it look soft, like a cat or something. I copy his motion with another long stick sitting across the work table. This one must not have been sanded as well. I jerk back as a thick sliver stabs my thumb. I want to yell, but I'm too embarrassed. I don't want him to think I'm clumsy. I'm not usually, but the last 2 weeks have had me tripping all over myself with mistakes. I pull the sliver out with my teeth, and a bead of blood wells up. Gavin puts his stick down and seems to come back to reality. I recognize that. The ability to zone out, to have to fight to come back to reality. He didn't notice the sliver. Thank goodness. Yes. Yes? I almost forgot what I had asked him. I'll make something for you to film. You can make guesses as I go. See how long it takes for the project to become recognizable. And don't rush the timing in your film. Sometimes the labor put into something adds to its beauty in the end. Patience through the slow parts is the difference between a masterpiece and an amateur piece. It's important to go slow, listen to the wood, and let her guide you. Pushing something to be ready before the right time can cause cracks. For a minute, I think he's talking about my mom. I plan on helping her get her memories back, sooner rather than later, but no, he's talking about wood, pieces from a tree. I need my mom back as soon as possible. She's always pushed me to be better. That's what has made us strong. That's what has made me strong. Gavin's hands on the wood are confident, strong. This will make a great film. If I can get through the interview tomorrow, this idea will put me in the lead. I'm sure of it. I know you have to be patient, but can you plan a project that can be done in a few days? I have an interview tomorrow, and a deadline 5 days after that. I can do that. I check my phone. My heart drops when I see no bars. Speaking of online interviews, do you know the Wi-Fi password? I finally convinced the old man to get Wi-Fi last year. He's been passoon, doesn't like things to change. But it's spotty. Connection comes and goes like the rain in the spring. Pen passoon? I ask. I think you would say old-fashioned. He smiles, but for the first time, I don't smile back. Bad internet connection means a bad impression for my interview, and I have to make the final cut. I won't let an internet connection be the reason I don't make the top 5. Chapter 17. Is there anything to do around here if I wanted to take my mom out? I'm acting casual. No outward signs of distress, except I catch myself twisting the strings on my hoodie, the same tell Mom has when she's worried. I drop the string and squeeze my hands into fists to keep from doing that. I mean, is there anything to do for fun? I don't mention the fact that my mom probably knows what there is to do better than anyone, but she has been gone for 20 years. Well, there's always the tourist sites, Gavin says. Carrigsenden is Trapp's one claim to fame. There are the old churches. And Linny Funfack, if you're up for some fishing, or a little legend hunting. Legend? I ask, itching my nose. The smell of sawdust sits heavy in the air. We love our legends, our history, our stories. Each one is a piece of who we are. I look away. A stupid tear builds up enough to hang on the edge of an eyelash. Who am I when my history has been erased? Gavin clears his throat and taps the piece of wood he's holding on the table. Do you want to make a plan? What kind of piece would you like to build? What? I was focused mainly on the internet problem and the piece of me that's missing in Mom's brain. All of me, really. It takes a minute for the question to sink in. I asked him to help me make a video. He's both actor and woodworker. A great combination for what I need. Oh yeah, any piece of furniture, really. Maybe a chair? A chair? Gavin raises an eyebrow, and the way it makes his features playful lightens the knot in my chest. I blush, more from embarrassment about my lack of creativity with furniture items, but his casual kindness, perfect hair, and close proximity adds to the heat in my face. Okay, not a chair. That was the first thing that came to mind. What do you think? Gavin rubs his chin in exaggerated thoughtfulness. Furniture might be too big and take too long to fit in your timeline. Maybe we should make something you can take home with you, like a box. I try not to let my face show how lame that sounds, but I've never been good at hiding my emotions. Gavin laughs. Not what you had in mind? I mean, a box? That sounds kind of boring. I step toward a large piece of furniture that's waiting for doors. The molding is intricate, with swirling designs, and the wood is dark, with lighter grain patterns swirling through it. I want the final product to be impressive, you know? Make a point. Okay, let's make it a special box then. I'm about to argue. I'd rather make a bench like his first project than a boring box, but a dimple appears in his cheek like a dare, and I almost want to put a hand on my chest to help catch the breath that he stole. Fine, but this better be an impressive box. It will. Where do we start? I pull my camera out and imagine where I would want the film to begin. I'll grab some scrap wood from the shed. Be right back. Great. Not only are we making a box, we're making it from scrap wood. I may have put too much faith in this guy. I don't even know how good he is at making furniture. I take some opening shots of the barn. the large tools, and a few pieces of furniture somewhere in the middle of being built. Gavin comes back in and sets some wood pieces on a work table. I'm amazed at the variety. If you asked me what color wood was, I would have told you brown, but I never realized how many different shades of brown there are. We've got some oak and ash, which are a softer wood, a little easier to work with. Here is some cedar, a little harder and more popular. This dark one is walnut. It has a deep, rich color, but a much harder wood. I point to a piece of wood that caught my attention the second he set the pieces down. What about that? Russian olive. Rare, and it has an unpredictable grain pattern. I usually like predictable, smooth, consistent, but the alternating colors on the wood and the unexpected swirls and circles somehow make it feel like these pieces understand me. How much for the wood? These pieces are too small to use on anything William builds, so putting these pieces of wood to good use seems like a fair trade. A voice pierces through the barn walls. Our sanctuary invaded. Call from the Lester family. Go get their order and pick up some stain on your way back. Looks like I've got an errand to run. Gavin smiles, and the last thing I want to do is go back into the house with my strange grandfather and stranger mother. We can start later this afternoon. Then we can plan some outings, too, to get to know the history of trap. You can't spend the whole 2 weeks trapped in the barn with me. I nod, and we step out of the door. The sun is bright after the dull throb of the lights in the barn. I duck my head as we walk back along the path. History, a part of who you are. What happens when that history gets erased? Who is Mom without her history? Who am I without our history? Thanks for the tour, I say. Sorry about invading your house for a little bit. We're only here for 2 weeks. The Welsh have survived worse invasions. Mom and William are on the front porch. She has a hand on the side of her head, like the conversation is giving her a headache. William has his hands on his hips. I've seen her use that stance before. Gavin watches the two on the porch and then glances at me. He opens his mouth, like he's about to say something. Maybe he'd like some clarification on the story I told him on the plane. He's probably trying to figure out which part is truth and which part was fiction. I hold my breath, not sure how I would explain the truth if he asked. I'll see you when I get back, and we'll start on our project. He turns abruptly toward the rutted driveway. I walk as slowly as possible, watching Gavin jump in an old blue car, European style. It looks like he has to fold himself in half to get inside. He sees me watching. Don't laugh, he yells across the yard. It's a classic. I bet, I say, but the words aren't strong enough to survive the slight breeze that whisks them away. The smile I want so desperately to share with him seems caught on a sliver in my throat. I go in the back door. Mom and William are still on the front porch, their words quick and intense, but not loud enough for me to catch any of the meaning. No one is in the kitchen. The small living room only has a large chest, a bookshelf on the far wall, and a single rocking chair. I grab my backpack that I'd left hanging in the kitchen and take it up to the room. Might as well get settled for the next 2 weeks. I'm not sure why I tiptoe up the stairs, but I can't help feeling like an intruder. Something about the muffled voices from outside and the silence on the inside makes me feel like I shouldn't make any noise, like I could tip some unseen balance in the wrong direction. The silence in the house has brought out other noises that I hadn't noticed before. The ticking of a clock from downstairs, the wind whistling against the eaves of the house, the pressure of the emptiness in a place that used to be filled with life. There are picture frames on the wall with pressed flowers and preserved leaves. I never met my grandmother, but her absence in this house is a physical force. I'm not sure which room Mom and I are sharing. I try the first door on the right. It's locked. The second door is unlocked. It opens to a tighter hallway with a half-dozen steps leading up to an attic space. William mentioned Gavin was staying in the attic. I wait a few heartbeats, trying to piece together everything I know about Gavin. He dreams of being an actor, even went to D.C. to tour some colleges, but he lives with my grandfather. Does that mean we're related? That thought makes my stomach drop. Gavin is the only thing that feels familiar in this new country. I want my mom to feel familiar again. But right now, she's cold, strange, distant. I know I should shut the door and choose the final room, the one I'll be sharing with Mom, but curiosity calls me to climb the few steps. Gavin is on an errand. Mom and William are outside. It would only be a quick peek. Elijah and Kadira's voices argue in my head like two shoulder angels. Elijah, it can't hurt to see. Knowledge is power. Kadira, it could hurt if you get caught. Relationships should be built on trust, and sneaking around his room doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. Elijah, we already burned that bridge on the plane. Trust isn't based on lies and secrets. Kadira, it's never too late to take a step in the right direction. Elijah, and that direction is up. Make sure he's not a serial killer, and then build trust. Easy peasy. Kadira, he's not a serial killer. Elijah, he seems too good to be true. I don't think Bree is the only one keeping secrets. Okay, time to stop listening to the voices in my head when I get annoyed that they're talking about me like I'm not here. I'm not sure how long I zoned out for, but Mom and William's voices are still coming from outside. And the truth is, I'm afraid of how perfect Gavin has seemed this whole time. Happy, carefree. Maybe he is hiding something. Like my mom, like me. Everyone has secrets. I walk up the 6 steps and peek my head around the railing. I explore Elijah's argument and find I agree with him. Gavin seemed too good to be true on the plane, and I hadn't minded then. What was a few hours with a perfect daydream? No need to burst the bubble. But I'm about to spend time under the same roof as him, and I can't help but be curious about what is underneath his perfect shell. I step into his room. A quick look. Nothing more. There's a twin bed against one wall, under the window. A shaft of light falls through the glass and leaves a bright rectangle on a patchwork quilt that's pulled tight and tucked in. The floor is hardwood, free of dust and clutter. On the walls are posters of Welsh movie stars, and a full-length mirror on the opposite wall. I imagine him running lines and practicing facial expressions. There's a 3-drawer dresser, but nothing on the top. The room has a small alcove converted into a closet, where a few shirts and pants hang on hangers, 2 pairs of shoes on the floor. And that's it. There aren't boxes of possessions or a corner full of old knickknacks or memories. The room is almost a blank slate. It's clean and only partially decorated, almost like a hotel room, like this is a short-term solution. My phone buzzes with a text. At the same time, the door downstairs slams. I jump and lose my balance on the top stair, nearly dropping my phone. I thump my elbow on the handrail and have to cover my mouth to keep from yelling out. I hear stomping steps on the stairs, and another door slams so hard it shakes the walls. I wait, listening against Gavin's door until the house goes silent again. I open the door slowly, making sure the hinges don't creak. I feel ridiculous, like a kid who got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. The stairs down to the main floor are clear. No one coming up, no one standing in the living room. I slip out into the hall and shut the door behind me, breathing a sigh of relief. I made it out without getting caught. But now I am more curious than when I first started. Even after being in his room, Gavin remains as much a mystery as before. For some reason, his room doesn't feel like a part of him. There's more to him, and those parts of him are somewhere outside of this house. Chapter 18. Door number 3. Mom and I will share a room. That means no private space. Nowhere to run and hide. I never would have imagined needing to run from her. But now, this could be awkward. I turn the handle and push the door open slowly. There's a mattress on the floor, some sheets thrown on top of it, and a bed against the far wall. Under the blanket on the bed is a large lump. Moving up and down slowly, I creep over to the bed where Mom is curled up with her back to me. She fell asleep quickly, but I totally get it. Jet lag is hitting me hard. My nap in the car didn't do a lot of good. A part of me grumbles while I make the bed on the floor. A part of me I'm not familiar with. The old Mom would have insisted I take the bed. At the very least, she would have helped me put the sheets on the mattress on the floor. This mom didn't even check on me before she went to sleep. This trip isn't about you. That's the stronger part of me. The part of me that knows this is my fault we're here, that if anyone is going to help Mom remember, it's me. I'm all she has. Before I lay down, I sit as carefully as I can on the side of the bed. With her sleeping, for a moment, I can pretend that this is my mom, that when she wakes up, she'll remember me, and things will be like they were before, with her loving me. Mom shifts, her eyes fluttering open. I cringe. I hadn't meant to wake her. She turns her head to look at me. This trip is going to be harder than I thought, she says sleepily. I'm glad you came with me. You're very kind. I love that she's trying to be nice, but her words are so formal, so unfamiliar. Is she surprised her daughter is kind? Pleased? Proud? Of course, I say. You've done harder things for me. I wish Mark would have come. I press my lips together. Dad didn't come because he would have ruined everything. He would have tried to stop us from coming. I try not to show my frustration. Yeah, I'm sorry he couldn't come too. Another lie. Mom studies my face, and for a moment, I hope for recognition, for a memory to return. Instead, she says, You have scars too. What happened to your lip? She's comparing my scars to Dad's. Dad's scar from Afghanistan runs from his chin to his mostly missing ear. Mine is a small line from my lip to the bottom of my nose. It represents 10 surgeries and hospital stays we did together. She was always there for me, and I never thought about my mom noticing my scars. She had a hard time looking at Dad's face. I noticed, and it hurt. Yeah, I say, trying to keep my tone light. I touched the scar on my lip. I was born with a cleft palate. It took a lot of surgeries to correct. You were always there for me. The corner of Mom's mouth twitches. I hate hospitals. That must have been hard. I can't tell who she thinks it would have been hard for. You never acted like it was hard for you. You always made me laugh and feel better. She takes a deep breath. It's just so confusing. What is? I ask. Everything. Mom says, it's like living in a world that doesn't make sense anymore. I shouldn't let myself feel angry. All that Mom is going through is my fault. I pushed her to do it, and now she's lost everything, even me in a way. But I'm not going to let it stay that way. What if we could fix it? I ask. What do you mean? I heard about lots of different ways people get their memory back, I say. I don't mention that most of my experience with amnesia is from movies. Some of them were based on true stories, though. It can be little things that bring the memories back. The right word, a picture, an item. Maybe we should try. Put some extra effort in to see if we can find just the right trigger for bringing your memory back. I don't know. Do you think it's a good idea to force it? You mean bend the universe? I say, a bubble of hope swelling up inside. You may not remember, Mom, but that's what we do. That's what we've always done. Together. That sounds hard. She means it as a joke. But it goes down like I accidentally swallowed a large ice cube. Nothing was too hard for my mom. Let me get some rest, and then we'll talk about it some more. That argument with Dad brought back so much anger. I need to sleep it off. See if things look better after a little rest. I nod and slip over to my small mattress on the floor. I can't sleep. Mom lets out little puffs of air, followed by a squeak. She's holding back tears. And then, after I'm quiet for a while, she cries for real. The shaking breaths, the gasps when she needs more air, the quiet moans that slip out tug my stomach in a knot. I can count the number of times I've seen Mom cry. She was strong. She was my rock. I don't know what to do now that she's cracking apart. Eventually, the crying stops, and her breathing evens out. I realize I crawled under the covers with my backpack, and am hugging it to my chest like a teddy bear. My fingers loosen and quietly unzip the large pocket, listening for any change in Mom's breathing. Gavin is a mystery I may not be able to solve, but my own mother has a secret, and the truth is in the pages of the journal I found. Maybe it's time to start getting some answers. The leather strap is old and worn. like someone has opened and closed this 1,000,000 times. But when I open the book, most of the pages are blank. Only the first third of the book has writing, her slanted block writing that I'd recognize anywhere. I open to the first page, but it isn't formatted like a journal. Each entry is formatted like a letter, an unsent letter to her mom. Dear Ma'am, America isn't what I dreamed it would be. It's just another place with roads, people, stores, houses, lawns, more people, cars, bad drivers, impatient store clerks, fences, closed shutters, locked doors, no space, and more people. I don't understand how I can be surrounded by so many people and feel so lonely. I'm still angry that you didn't stand up to Dad. I'm so angry that you didn't stand up for me. You knew that I needed you, that I needed him, and you just nodded and said Dad had made the right decision, that he was thinking of his future. What about mine? Dad always thinks about everyone. Everyone except for me. Just once, I want to feel like the two of you think I'm the most important thing in the world. That sounds selfish, but sitting here, alone in an empty apartment, with Mark leaving on his first deployment tomorrow, there's nothing more in the world I want. I want to be someone's most important thing. I reread the first letter 12 times, imagining Mom in a new country with her husband about to leave her and wanting to be important to someone. The sentiment is so familiar to this current moment that pain stabs my chest, and I can't breathe under the covers. I shut the journal and escape from under the blanket, trying to breathe away the pinching sensation that makes me feel like I'm collapsing in on myself. She used to talk me through the panic in the hospital, so I know what to do. I focus on the patterns on the ceiling, a thick stucco finish, with texture where I can see faces and wolves and butterflies. I've always loved to pick out patterns in chaos. Then I listen to Mom's breathing, count the seconds of each breath, listen to the creaking of the floor as someone walks downstairs. A bird sings outside, loud enough to be heard through the closed window. I can feel the weight of my backpack on my chest, the rough teeth of the zipper under my fingers, and the soft blanket smooth against my face. The pillow smells of spring fresh laundry detergent, while the room has a musty, unused smell, like no one has opened the door to this room for 17 years. I focus on the final sense, the sour taste of disappointment that sits on my tongue. Even if Mom can't remember me, she should at least understand me. Before the panic can come back, I make my list and let myself fall asleep to the mantra. 1. Help her remember me. 2. Make a video with Gavin. 3. Don't miss the interview. 4. Find the right moment to tell the truth. Not until she remembers, of course. Chapter 19. The next morning, Mom goes downstairs to get breakfast. I wait until she leaves, and then pull out my phone and open the Notes app. My first idea to trigger memories is to go through some of her sayings. She always had a quote or a thought to get us through the hard times. She was famous with the nurses for it. The nurses used to call these sayings Cordyisms. She said them often enough, and her sayings are associated with some of the more difficult things we've overcome, that I hope one of them could trigger a memory. It seems like a good place to start. I spend the next 15 minutes typing Cordyisms into my phone, smiling at the memories each one brings up for me. Mom taps on the door. "The eggs are ready," she says. "Looks like your grandpa and Gavin are already out working. We have the house to ourselves if you want to, try." I follow her downstairs and fill my plate with eggs. I do want this. I want Mom back. After a silent breakfast, the crunching of the overcooked toast echoing through the small room as we stare at each other, or more accurately, at anything but each other, we settle in the living room. She perches on the large trunk. I try to balance on the edge of the rocking chair. When I sit back, it feels like the chair is trying to swallow me. She closes her eyes, like she's bracing herself. This isn't supposed to be painful. "Okay," I say. "I'm going to repeat some of your most famous sayings." Mom nods. opening her eyes and raising one eyebrow. I had sayings? Fake it till you make it, I say. You'd tell me that when I'd go back to school after missing a few weeks. Or in 3rd grade, when I started a month late, I was worried that I wouldn't know what everyone else was doing, and that I'd be behind. You'd tell me to work hard, and act like I belonged, even when I felt like I didn't. Fake it till you make it, she repeats. I pause, waiting for a spark of recognition. She shakes her head. I can't feel too much disappointment. It was only the first try. It's not about what is, it's about what it can become. You said this when I was in speech therapy, and I asked why I even had a tongue if it wouldn't work right. You told me my words would be extra powerful in the future because I had to work so hard today. She blinks fast, her eyebrows pulled together. She pinches her lips like she's concentrating. That's from the Lorax. She smiles proudly. One of my favorite books Ma'am used to read. I nod. A memory, but not one of me. What about Put on Your Happy Pants? I smile at this one. I was pretty sad after we moved in the middle of 5th grade. I had finally made some really good friends, but the military doesn't make exceptions. Mom bought us both some of the most ridiculous pants I'd ever seen, and danced around the new house until I left and put on my own happy pants. She just raises an eyebrow. You're braver than you believe and stronger than you seem, I say, remembering physical therapy with Dad. He hated when she said this, so she said it that much more. Mom's eyes light up for a moment, and I lean forward, but then she rolls them back, an eye roll that could put any girl to shame, including me. Oh my, she says. I said these things? They're like cheesy quotes from a Think of You card. She pauses. They all sound like something Minnie would say. I wonder if she still lives near here. Minnie? Who's Minnie? These words are special. Ones she used to help us through hard times. They aren't supposed to remind her of someone else. Before either of us can say anything, Gavin and William come in through the back door. Gavin stops when he sees us. William ignores us and pulls out a chair. It screeches as it slides against the floor. He settles down, pulling a newspaper out from where it was folded on the table. He makes a showing of opening the page, hitting the middle to straighten it out, and then laying the newspaper open in front of him, covering the entire surface of the table. There are leftover eggs in the pan, Mom says. She glances at William for a reaction. I wonder what she expects. I can see the disappointment on her face when he just grunts. Thanks, Gavin says, pulling 2 plates out of the cupboard. He tips the pan and splits the remaining eggs. These look delicious. He opens a drawer, removes 2 forks, and then places 1 plate in front of William, right on top of the paper. Then he eats his own eggs, standing by the door like it's an escape route. I would feel disappointed about the interruption, but this conversation with Mom is going nowhere. It hurts far worse than I imagined it would. Each memory that her famous quotes brings up for me is another one I realize is lost for her. Not forever, I tell myself. We've only just begun. After the eggs are gone, William stands up and pulls on an overcoat, heading to the front door. I'm checking in with the Griffin order, William says to Gavin. I'll be back this afternoon. The awkward silence that sits in the kitchen after the door closes is so thick it might as well have been an uninvited guest. Gavin finishes his eggs and puts his plate in the sink. I realize I'm about to be left alone with Mom again. On instinct, I grab for Gavin's hand. He pauses and gives me a questioning look. What am I doing? I drop his hand and stutter out the question. You said yesterday there were a lot of places around here for tourists? I say, somewhere to get us out of the house. He also said they were historical places, where memory is important. I push that thought to the back of my mind. Anything will be better than here. Are you ready to hear the legend of Linny Fanfack? Gavin asks. Every child knows the legend of Lady of the Lake, Mom breaks in. I don't know whether to admit I don't know something that every child in Wales knows, or remind Mom that I'm not from here. You mean the one about King Arthur? Mom shakes her head. Nothing to do with the legend of the king. This legend is about a young boy who took his sheep to the lake every day and stared so lovingly at the water that when he was grown, a beautiful water nymph came up out of the lake. When Mom starts telling the story, she sounds like herself. I almost hold my breath as her voice rises and falls with the tale. They fell in love, and the shepherd wanted to marry her. The lady of the lake said there was a certain condition. If he struck her 3 times, she would disappear into the lake and never return. Alas, on the day of the wedding, the shepherd struck her once playfully with his gloves. It counted as the first strike. They were married and had 3 boys. The lady of the lake helped the farm prosper with knowledge of health and healing. After many years, the shepherd had a bad business deal, and in his anger he swung around and struck his wife, who was standing closer than he thought. It was the second strike. This was the first time I appreciated Mom's stronger Welsh accent. She could have been a professional storyteller, a voiceover in an animated film. She was so fun to listen to. Gavin had a smile on his face, nodding as she explained the details. He didn't seem to mind at all that Mom had stolen his thunder. I wonder if the story would have been as good, or maybe even a little better, in Gavin's soft, patient lilt. Mom continued. They lost their 4th child, which the lady of the lake predicted with her foresight. At the funeral, the lady of the lake laughed out loud. The shepherd tapped her to ask her why she was laughing. She said with her foresight she could see their child happy in the next life, but now she was sad because the tap counted as the 3rd strike. The shepherd begged forgiveness and promised to be more careful, but she went straight to the lake and walked into the welcoming waters. The shepherd never saw the lady of the lake again, but her sons would go to the lake and call her name, and she would come to them and teach them the art of healing. Her descendants were known as the Midify. Mom's eyes are glowing, a tear forming in the corner. They're happy tears, and I can't quite understand how something so simple, a story, a familiar legend, could bring her this kind of joy. The joy I've been craving to see on her face when she remembers who I am. From that day to this, she says, finishing with a flourish as she walks to the sink and turns, people have gone to Linny Fanfack and called to the lady of the lake for help. She rarely answers, but when she does, people claim they or their loved ones are healed. If only it wasn't a legend. I could use a Lady of the Lake miracle right now. Chapter 20. Gavin suggests a trip to the local castle. It's Tuesday, our 2nd day of awkwardness at Mom's childhood home. With the time difference, I've figured my interview isn't until 4 p.m., and I've found a pub that has internet. As long as we're back in time for the interview, I'm excited for an escape from the ticking of Grandma's clock. I think Gavin dreads being in this house with Mom and William as much as I do. He handles it much better, though. He always seems to have a positive idea or a suggestion for a field trip. Today is a field trip. Are you coming? He asks William. Mom and I are at the front door. Gavin stands closest to William, who has claimed his rocking chair for the day. It's a tourist trap, William grumbles. I try again in my head. Grandpa. It helps that he's in a rocking chair, but it looks like a grandmother's rocking chair, so it's throwing me off a bit. I imagine him for a second as the big bad wolf, sitting in Grandma's rocking chair, wearing her clothes, waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to come in. My, what big eyes you have, Grandma. Yep, I can imagine him as a wolf in Grandma's pajamas, but I still can't picture him as my grandpa. We have plenty of those in D.C., I say. We entice tourists from around the world and put them in tiny enclosed spaces like museums, libraries, or cathedrals, and never let them out. A trap, just like this town. Bree, Mom says, shocked at my comparison. You don't know anything about this town. But William laughs, a deep huffing that could almost be mistaken for a cough. Tourist trap, in the town of Trap. I imagine the capital of America knows how to trap 'em good. Gavin rubs a smile off his face when Mom shoots him a look. I want the smile to stay. Really? You don't think we've heard that one before? He winks. A part of me was joking, but a part of me really feels trapped here in this house with people who have a 20-year grudge that no one will talk about. Now that I hear him laughing, Grandpa William starts to feel right. He doesn't come with us. We leave him in the rocking chair, rubbing the hand-carved armrests like a worry stone, his fingers studying the indentations with tenderness. I assume he made the rocking chair just like the table. It's a short drive up to the castle, and I can't be more relieved. My throat's clogged up with ideas to help Mom remember. So many memories that have bottlenecked in my head. Each one that manages to push its way to the front gets stuck. Like I'm too scared to share it. Too scared she'll roll her eyes at another memory. The green outside the window is breathtaking. Magical almost. Like there's more life here in the roots of the grass and trees than there ever was in D.C. I'm glad I grabbed my camera out of habit. The signs for Castle Carrigsenen lead us up a steep hill to a parking lot. It's about a half-mile walk up a trail. The ruins of a castle overshadow us as we start the climb. Gavin puts a hand on my back when my foot slips on some gravel. Mom has a fast walk, and she uses it now, pulling ahead at a speed I can't match, like something's pulling her up toward the dark, crumbling walls. Her limp gets more pronounced as the incline increases. I wonder if her hip is still hurting her. She hasn't complained about it in a long time. I know Wales has more castles per square mile than any country in the world. I did some research online before we came, but this is the first I've seen in person. If we passed any on the way here, I slept through it. Between the quick hike, the brush of Gavin's hand on my back each time we hit a rough patch of ground, and the view of the castle, my breath has deserted me. We enter the main castle courtyard with me panting for air. The courtyard is a lawn surrounded by crumbling walls, but history seeps from the stones, calling to me, mocking me. I reach out to touch the closest wall. My hand stops short. Could the sensation of touch help bring Mom's memories back? We hugged at the airport, but even old Mom wasn't touchy. We didn't hold hands like some mothers and daughters. Not since I was little. A touch on the shoulder, a brush through her hair. Is there something that will bring her back to me? Mom walks into a tunnel on the other side of the courtyard. The castle walls are thick stones cemented together with some ancient form of construction. I want to study it closer. Imagine how people built these buildings before cranes and cement and computers. Gavin and I follow her, ducking in to find a low ceiling. Even with open windows and a bright sunny day, I can imagine the castle being dark and oppressive, just like in the movies. There's a rope railing on one side of the ruins of the hallway. I don't understand why. It's not like you can fall through the solid brick or get lost in a hallway that only goes one direction. Sunlight comes through the window on either side of the path. Mom stops at the fourth one and drops down to her knee. She clears away some residual sand that has piled up over the years, blown in through the openings in the wall, compacted by hundreds of feet walking through the crumbling castle. When I get close, she points at some scratches in the stone. "Look," she says, "it's still here. Derek and I snuck in at night and did this. It took over 4 hours just to carve 2 letters into the stone. We covered it up so no one ever knew. We did it in a place that would last forever." Derek? That's a name I haven't heard before. Mom shrugs, tracing a carving in the stone that looks like a D. Then she pushes the sand back over the letter. "I dated him before your father." She stands up and brushes off. It's not like Mom couldn't have had other boyfriends before Dad. It's not that I even care. It's the way she ran up here, the way she uncovered the letters like they were the most important thing in the world to find. The way she said, "your father," instead of Mark. She always calls him Mark. Mom keeps walking, her head down, her hand dragging along the stone of the passageway. "I think if we did that today, we might spend a couple of days in Karchar," Gavin says. "Karchar?" I ask. "Jail," he says. We face each other in the middle of a castle corridor, the light streaming in behind him, his smile as easy and relaxed as I wish I could be. Cool to be immortalized like that. Fun to be able to come back here and find something she did 20 years ago. Yeah, I say. Probably not worth jail time, though. I glance back at the place Mom touched the etching. What would I do for a memory, one carved into rock that lasted forever? I turn back around as a large tour group pushes into the corridor. I step back to make room and Gavin follows. My heel catches on an uneven stone and he reaches out to help. My back hits the wall just as his hand reaches my waist. The group is large enough to need the entire width of the castle hallway. His body presses up against mine. He barely gets his other hand up, pressing against the wall to keep some of his weight off me. We're face to face, the crowd swarming past us, bumping me up against Gavin as he protects me. His mouth is so close that I can feel his warm breath on my cheek. This is awkward. He laughs into my ear. I'm not usually this forward on a first date. Our eyes meet. The light silhouettes his face, but I can still see the playful smile. It only takes another minute for the tour group to pass, and he pushes away from the wall, stepping back quickly. I'm sorry, he says, holding out his hand to help me. Are you okay? I meant to catch you, not squish you. I let him help me stand, trying not to show any weakness in my knees. It isn't from being crushed. His nearness did something strange to my balance. I take a breath to steady myself and shrug. Nonchalant. First date? I mean it for it to come out playful, but the catch at the end makes it sound a little desperate. I wish I could cut that scene from the movie of my life. Gavin raises an eyebrow. I did say that, didn't I? My heart flutters, and I want to squash the butterfly feeling under a rock. How can I be so dumb, so infatuated? This isn't a romantic holiday in Wales, not some cheesy romantic comedy. I'm here for Mom. 2 weeks. That's it. Mom. I turn as the tourists make their way out at the other end of the corridor. Mom isn't at the end of the hall where I expect to see her. She is not standing at the exit waiting for me. She's gone. Moved on without me. I stumble toward where I last saw her. Gavin calls out. I didn't mean we couldn't count this as our first date. I just thought we should do something a little more official. I pause, despite the pull I feel to find Mom. Official? Next Saturday, Gavin says. There's a dance at the inn. Would you be my date? Heat rushes up to my cheeks. Have I ever been officially asked out on a date? Do people even do that anymore? Most of the movies I watch, there's a meet cute and make-out session and then the breakup. Maybe things are different in Wales. I pause. Things are so complicated already. Maybe. Let's talk about it later. I have to find my mom. The flash of disappointment across Gavin's face is momentary, like a shadow of a bird flying overhead. Then his casual smile reappears. She didn't get trampled by those people, did she? No. I actually look around the floor of the corridor to make sure. Gavin's hand is on my shoulder. I'm joking. She stepped out before they came in. Let's look outside. We wander around the courtyard again, my eyes drawn to the large windows shaped like crosses, the door frames supported with stone arches. It is a castle of the ages. How dark and gloomy would it have been to live inside walls of stone? The castle was large, sometime in the past, but now it's mostly no roof and crumbling walls. Still, after 10 minutes, we've walked through most of the accessible areas and haven't found Mom. Maybe she's got another carving in a secret passage, Gavin says. Are there secret passages? I'm trying to stay calm, but Mom might still have some after effects from the surgery. What if she passes out or bumps her head on a low-hanging part of the ceiling? My heart starts to race, fast enough to hurt, and my throat clogs up. Hey, Gavin says. It's okay. She's gonna be fine. Maybe she went back to the car. I nod. We take one more circuit. The glamour of being in a real castle dimmed by the fact that Mom has disappeared. Where would she go? Why wouldn't she wait for me? Why does she keep leaving me behind? We step back onto the path, amid dozens of people going up and down the trail. I can see the car. No one stands next to it or close to it. I'm pretty sure no one is inside. She's not there, I say, feeling on the edge of panic. I'll head down to make sure, Gavin says. Maybe she took a walk around the outside. Wait here in case she comes round. I'll wave up at you if I find her." Gavin lopes off down the hill, his long legs eating up the ground between us and the car, other tourists glaring as he rushes past. I try to wait and make it about 3 seconds. Maybe she went around to see the outside of the castle. I don't see a path, and the area is mostly overgrown, but I step into the taller grass, the stiff tips of the stalks tickling my palms. I close my hands into fists. A spider chills on his web, attached to a blade of grass directly in front of me. Dark brown, markings I've never seen before. It's a Welsh spider. I have no idea if spiders are poisonous here, but Mom hates spiders, and she's somewhere, all alone. If she's around the outside of the castle, I will find her. I work my way along the wall, close enough so that the grass isn't as tall or thick, my shoulder brushing up against the crumbling stone. No one yells or stops me, so maybe it's fine to walk around the outside. Hope is a cruel thing. It rises in my chest at the same time I try to swallow the fear. Each time I see someone coming, thinking it might be Mom, both emotions tangle up inside me. They get stuck together in my throat, making it hard to breathe. The slope is steep, and my foot slips out from under me twice. I catch myself against the castle wall. Images of Mom flash through my mind, unbidden. Mom hitting her head against the wall. Mom tripping and rolling down into the green valley below. A tree falling straight out of the blue sky, and what is wrong with me? I can hardly see in front of me as tears blur my vision. I worry I may never see Mom again. And then I realize it's not impossible. Even if I find Mom around the next corner, it won't be her. Chapter 21. I make my way along the outside of the wall of Castle Carrigsenen. I can see for miles, over the tops of trees and green patchwork pastures, all the way to the edge of the horizon, where the blue sky meets the green ground in a perfect line, like an expert sweep of a paintbrush. The trail leads away from the wall, and some brush, taller than my head, blocks off the view and the castle, and leaves me feeling cold and alone. Despite the people pushing past me, headed the other way, I feel 1,000 miles from anything familiar, anyone that would recognize me. None of these people know who I am. None of them care that the most important person in my life doesn't remember me, that our history is lost, and our relationship is crumbling like the walls of the castle. When I come out of the bushes, the trail takes me along a steep drop-off, and I stop for a moment, taking in the scenery. The wind pulls softly at my hair, playing around me without a care in the world. I pull my camera out and spin in a slow circle. Film about all ages of history could be shot here. Films about love, war, deception, loss. Beautiful stories that tap into human nature, as ugly and beautiful as it gets. A family walks by and I overhear their conversation. Catch it for all time in my camera. "History is important to remember," the mother says to a kid, who nods as if his mother's words are good enough to eat. "Where would we be without our history?" As if trained like a monkey from birth, the boy recites the words. "We couldn't learn from our past. We'd make the same mistakes over and over again." What about when the past gets erased? What mistakes will I have to relive when our history, like this castle, has only one wall standing? That's what I am, a place with no foundation, a girl without a history. When the family disappears down the trail, I see Mom in my camera, the blue hat Kadira gave her, standing out like a single flower in a sea of dry grass. She's on her hands and knees, digging near a waist-high wall of stone. I follow the path all the way around to get to her. By the time I do, she's stopped. "Are you okay?" I ask. "I didn't know where you went." She stands, leaning against the stone wall, her breath still not under control. The gasps seem to be getting deeper, more ragged. I think of her breakdown in the bathroom. Please don't let that happen here. Mom puts a hand on her chest and looks out across the valley. Her gaze takes in the scenery I had just been filming. Slowly, her breath returns to normal, like she's squeezed some deep sadness back into a container it was never meant to fit into. I reach for her, needing her comfort as much as offering it, needing to feel her arm over my shoulder, a squeeze meant just for me. She puts up a hand, stopping me, keeping me at arm's length. I just need a minute, she says. This is something I need to work through on my own. But we've always worked through things together, I say. Never alone, not when we had each other. Mom drops her hand, but she turns her shoulders back toward the valley, not an invitation. I step up to the wall, so we are facing the same way, side by side, standing worlds apart. It's weird, Mom says. I feel like I remember everything, but it seems like so long ago, and there is nothing in between. I'm sorry, I say. What can I do? How can I help her fill the gap when I'm caught in the middle of it? Mom leans down and rubs her leg. Did you get hurt? I ask. No, she says, then lets out a sarcastic laugh, the bitterness making me cringe. Not that I remember. Climbing that hill made my knee hurt, ache deep down, and I don't know why. Her knee? Not her hip from the accident? I think for a moment and remember. Mom had hurt her knee. You tore your ACL when you were training for the Boston Marathon, I said. You were going to run with Mark. I didn't know it still bothered you. Guess I didn't cross that finish line either, she sighs. I'm not sure what she means. What other finish lines hasn't she crossed? I remember being happy, she says, looking into the distance as if there's miles beyond the horizon she can see that I can't. The last time I was here, I felt bubbly, bouncy, ready to take on the world. Now I don't understand why I feel so sad. I swallow. What can I say? She's been through a lot. She's forgotten a lot. That would make anyone sad. But she's making it sound deeper. Was the mom I knew bubbly and happy? I remember a mom who smiled when things were hard, who always knew the right thing to say, who tried to make people laugh, even in the hospitals. But was she happy? There were times when she would slip out into the hospital hallways to be alone. Times when I would wake up and see her sitting by my bed, head down, shoulders slumped. Happy. I can't quite find the meaning of the word in my head. We were survivors. That was always enough. I want to remember, she says. I really do. Before I can think what to say or get up the courage to put my hand on her shoulder, I hear Gavin call my name. He comes around the side of the castle, opposite of the way I came. She wasn't at the car. Oh, good. He sees Mom beside me, staring off into the wilds of Wales. She's here, but she's somewhere far away from me. Are you ready to go? I ask. She nods, tapping the top of the stone wall with the tips of her fingers before turning. She gives Gavin a blinding smile, the one she would use when telling me we would make it through this together, the one she would summon from somewhere deep inside, no matter how dark life was, and lift me out of a slump. I hate that I am in the shadow of that smile right now, none of its light landing on me, my own personal eclipse. She accepts Gavin's arm as he guides her back down the path, her right knee obviously giving her some trouble. I follow behind, wishing, searching for a solution. If I could trade my life for a miracle, sell my soul to the devil, I would give anything for her to have her memories back, to have my mom, my real mom, back for good. Chapter 22. I borrow the car, driving on the wrong side of the road for 3 miles to the pub Gavin said would have more reliable internet. Having the interview in a public restaurant isn't ideal, but it's better than worrying about the spotty internet cutting the interview short. It's hard to drive on one side of a road that's barely wide enough for a car. I only pass 2 cars, and both times I start to move right when I'm supposed to move left. I pull into a gravel parking lot and put the car in park. I'm an hour early. Sweat drips down my back, and I squeeze the steering wheel with both hands before getting out. Visualize. Mom taught me to visualize things the way I want them to go. I close my eyes and imagine the questions. my beautiful answers, and the impressed faces of the selection committee, my usually overfocused mind wanders to the last time I used Mom's visualization technique, the circle of chairs in the Department of Spiritual Care, imagining Mom awake. But it was nothing like I imagined. Someone taps on the window of my car. I flinch like I've been hit with an electric bolt. The woman's face is friendly as I roll down my window. "Are you okay in there?" Her Welsh accent is so strong, it takes my mind a minute to interpret the fact that she's still speaking English. "Yeah," I say, embarrassment heating up my already warm face. "I'm fine. Thank you." "Don't get your head boiled." She smiles and walks away. I get out of the car and go into the pub. The waitress seats me at a small back table. It isn't very private, but I'm relieved when I open my phone and find the free public Wi-Fi. I sat in the car for almost 45 minutes without realizing it, but the next 15 minutes crawl by as I wait for the right moment to join the meeting. With 3 minutes left, I press the link, waiting for the host to admit you. My blood pressure rises, and I think my brain might actually boil. Whatever that saying means in Welsh, I can literally feel the expression. Finally, the meeting starts, and I'm facing the square videos of the Sundance Film Festival Selection Committee. "Hi, we're glad you could make it." The sound cuts out once, and the woman's video freezes. My heart lurches. I have a connection, but it's not a good one. "Thank you. I'm so glad to be here." "Your sound is a little choppy," says the man in the top right video feed. "I'm so sorry. Let me see if I can find a better spot." I stand up and lift my phone like it's an old-fashioned antenna. The people at a nearby table glances at me. "Is that better?" I have my headphones in, but that doesn't stop them from hearing every word I say, especially when I feel like yelling, so the sound makes it through. "We'll see how far we get." The third interviewer is wearing a blue suit coat with a black shirt and white tie. He's wearing sunglasses. On a Zoom meeting. Somehow I feel like I've already lost the race with him. "What made you want to apply for the internship with the Sundance Film Festival?" And so it begins. Through randomly freezing screens and choppy sound bites, I tell them how much I love independent films. I talk about the power of expression through film and how much I want to communicate my love story through the medium of my camera. I say all the words, just the way I envisioned them. But I can tell from the looks on their sometimes frozen faces that they aren't hearing everything I'm saying. I fight back tears as they ask another question. "And what are your greatest skills you've learned as a videographer for a YouTube channel?" When I first applied for the internship, the YouTube channel was on the top of my resume. I was so proud. Now I swallow back a lump of shame and guilt. I've been developing my skills with lighting and different angles. I've learned the importance of timing and... "Bree," the woman interrupts me. "I'm sorry, Bree. The connection got really bad. I think you're frozen. Oh, wait, I can see you again. Let's try one last question. I see that you've had a recent viral video. What ethical responsibilities do you have as an influencer or filmmaker? And do you have any personal moral guidelines?" My brain cuts out like I have a bad connection. Even if the video hasn't frozen, my face has. I can't move or breathe for a full 3 seconds. Are they asking if I would post a video of Mom's accident to go viral? Did they see the video? The worst part is that I'm not sure about this answer. I take a deep breath and get ready to find the right words. The call cuts out. An error message appears on the screen. I run outside to see if I can get a better signal and try to reconnect, but the link has expired. The most important interview of my life, and it ended with a bad connection and an unanswered question. I don't know what my chances are now. A car honks. I stumble back. I had stopped in the middle of the gravel parking lot, right in the path of the cars. "Pardon me, miss?" I turn around. It's the waitress from the pub. "Your food is ready. Are you going to come eat?" My stomach is too full of rocks to think about eating a single bite, but I don't want to skip out on the bill, no matter how much I feel like running and hiding in a hole until the end of time. I follow the waitress back to my table self-conscious that most of the people around me heard one side of the interview, whether they wanted to or not. "You look familiar." A middle-aged guy, balding with a ring of curly hair above his ears, wearing a plaid shirt, Wranglers, and work boots, leans closer to me. "You live around here?" I shake my head. "I'm just visiting. My mom's from here." "What's your mom's name?" "Cordy." The man leans back and slaps his leg like I told a good joke. "Cordy Evans? I haven't seen Cordy since Derek Edwards disappeared." I'm about to hand the waitress my debit card when I realize I gave it to Mom. Disappeared? "Yep. One day he's playing drums on the stage at the festival, and the next, poof, he is gone. No one hears from him or sees him again. There was a search all over the town and the back hills and all the farms. Some people say he ran away. Others think he was murdered." Murdered? My hand searches the bottom of my bag, but I left the envelope of cash in the journal under the mattress at William's house. The waitress comes back. "Are you ready to pay?" I only ordered a coffee and bake stones to justify my use of the table and their Wi-Fi, but now I can't even pay for it. The 3 men at the table next to me are staring at me like I committed the murder 20 years ago, or Mom did. A secret I'll keep until my dying breath. Impossible. The waitress is starting to look at me suspiciously too. What do they do to you in Wales if you can't pay your ticket? Just then, my phone rings. "I'm so sorry, I have to take this. I'll be right back in to pay." She narrows her eyes, but doesn't say anything as I run out the door. My heart soars at the thought that it might be the selection committee calling back. Then I see the caller ID. Dad. Oh no. Don't answer. Just don't answer. That would be an option if I wanted Dad to get worried and call in the entire National Guard to show up at our house to check on us. That would make it much more difficult to explain the empty house. I press the green answer symbol. "Hello?" "Bree, it's Dad. How are things going?" A lump grows in my throat, like a tire being pumped full of air. I can barely get the words out of my mouth. "Great. We're getting settled, and Mom's agreed to look for things that could help trigger her memory." "Don't push her too hard." My airway cuts off completely. My military father telling me not to push Mom too hard? What about me? No one's asking if this has all pushed me too far. I close my eyes and squeeze the bridge of my nose. I force myself to breathe in like I'm smelling a flower, breathe out like I'm blowing out a candle. I swallow hard against the lump so I can squeeze words past, trying to make them sound casual, not screechy like a balloon squealing with its neck stretched tight. "Got it. I'll be nice."
"Can I talk to her? She's not picking up her phone."
"She's resting right now. Lots of rest. She's still really tired, and she just found out about her mom again."
"Oh, Lord. She saw the car."
Dad thinks we went home, opened up the garage, and saw the Leyland. I try to imagine Mom's reaction to that. Maybe it was better that I told her in the airport. I told her, and she took it pretty hard. Misleading truths. Again. There's a muffled sound, and I'm pretty sure Dad covered the phone so he could swear. I see him again, sitting by Mom's hospital bed, deflated in his black suit, hunched over her, squeezing her hand in his.
"I wish I could be there."
His voice is soft, but cuts into me like razors. "I know. We're going to be fine. I'm here for her, and she's strong. She's always been strong."
"I'll call again as soon as I can. Tell her I love her."
I will. I hang up. I get in the car and skip out on my bill. I wish I could solve my other problems by running. Chapter 23. I have trouble going to sleep that night. Not for one reason, but a million. The awkward silence between Mom and I, when we're both awake but both pretending to be asleep because we don't know what to say, makes sleep impossible. And then there's the nagging guilt I've had since the accident, plus the new guilt. I got in the car and drove away without paying at the pub. I imagined an international police chase on the way home, and was so distracted
I moved to the wrong side of the road when a car came the other direction. I couldn't go back in the pub after Dad called. Something about the way he said, "Tell her I love her," left a heavy weight in my stomach, and emotions on the edge of overflowing. I promised myself I wouldn't cry if Mom woke up after the surgery. She is here. She's alive. It's more than I deserve. I don't want my tears to make the universe think I'm ungrateful, but if I had walked in and tried to explain why I don't have my own debit card and my cash is hidden in my mom's secret journal, the scales would have tipped. I would have cried in front of all those strangers who remember my mom. Now I really am a criminal in Wales. Who knew that my story to Gavin on the plane would end up being true? I don't know how long I forced my eyes closed, pressing my head into my pillow, begging sleep to make this night go faster. All I know is Mom's breathing has evened out. The moon has moved across the window and out of sight, and even the creaking house has settled into silence. I'm alone in the dark with a never-ending night stretched in front of me. I pull out the journal, careful to keep the light of my phone under my blanket. I read a few entries. The letters to her mom aren't mind-blowing or deep, but they twist my heartstrings into a knot. Maybe I should try writing Mom some of my own letters, one she'll never read, where I can be honest and tell her everything and not worry that I'll ruin her opinion of me forever. Dear Ma'am, do you remember when Dad disappeared for 3 days? You were out of your mind with worry and paced the yard until we had a trail through the grass. He came home from a camping trip, whistling when he got out of the car. He thought he'd told you. He didn't even know you were sitting at home, sick with worry. That was the only time I remember Dad buying you flowers. He felt bad. I haven't heard from Mark in over 3 weeks. I know he's far away, and the internet doesn't always work. And he's probably okay, but it doesn't stop me from worrying. What if he never comes home? I understand the path through the grass now. I understand how you felt, not knowing what the future might look like. Dad disappeared for 3 days? No, it takes me a minute to adjust Mom's writing to her mom, so Da would be William. William went camping for 3 days without telling his wife, forgetting that he hadn't communicated. After meeting him, I believe it. I love these memories. I love that Mom is sharing her life with me, even though she doesn't know it. I close the book and put my head on my pillow. The tears that had been fighting to fall all day escape a few at a time, leaving a small damp spot. I will not cry. I cannot cry. I need to fight this, make a plan, find a way to bend the universe, make the impossible possible. There has to be a way to jog her memory. I want to heal the part of her brain that has been erased, like a school pencil pressed so hard against reality that it's burned a hole right through. I spend the rest of the night tossing and turning. I'm not sure when I fall asleep, but when I wake up, she has already left. I slip downstairs and get some oatmeal from a pot on the stove, still warm. Mom must have made it and left some for me. No one else is in the kitchen. I eat the oatmeal plain, not wanting to go through William's cupboards for some brown sugar or cream. The bland oatmeal congeals on my tongue, and I have a hard time swallowing. I chew the mush, staring out the window at the white clouds moving slowly across the sky. The silence magnifies, and my ears feel like they are going to pop. I hate this feeling. I'm not helpless. I drop my spoon into my bowl a little harder than necessary. This isn't me. This isn't who Mom raised me to be. I'm not giving up and sitting here moping over a bowl of plain oatmeal. I need to keep fighting. I run upstairs to our room and search the blankets and sheets for my phone. When I find it, I open up the texts and reach out to the 2 people left in my life who always seem to have the answers. Bree, how can I help her? Movies? Legends? Medical journals? Any ideas at all? I hear the front door, and voices from the kitchen float up the stairs, coming through the crack in my door. It's like they were waiting for me to leave. The voices are low at first, frustrated. It doesn't take long for the volume to rise as the anger does. Pretty soon I can hear every word they're saying. I don't know how, Mom says. It isn't that hard, Cordy. William says. You just have to put in some effort. Effort? Don't you think I'm giving everything I have? I can barely take care of myself. Just getting through one day is like wading through quicksand. I'm sinking, Dad. Can't you see that? I expect William's voice to soften, but if anything, his voice gets harder. You're her mother. You have to act like one. My heart twists and drops like a fireman on a pole, hitting the bottom of my stomach. They're arguing about me. That's a laugh, she says, a snide tone I've never heard her use before. You, lecturing about parenting. That's hilarious. It's been a long time, he says. Because of you. I can almost hear her arms fly up in her I give up because I won the argument gesture. But fine, here, I'll put her plate in the sink. That's what a mother would do, right? I hear the clattering of glass as she tosses my bowl in the sink, almost hard enough to break it. Then the front door slams, one of them gone. I'm guessing Mom. They were arguing because I forgot to clear my breakfast bowl. I had been in such a hurry to leave the room that I hadn't thought about it. And to be honest, when we were home, she did clear the table. Sometimes I would help, but more often she would send me off to catch up on my homework or work on a film project. The table was always clean, like magic. My mouth feels dry. I wish I had some water. There's a terrible taste on my tongue that has nothing to do with the oatmeal. My phone buzzes. Elijah. Electrotherapy. Of course. Only Elijah. Kadira. A memento or significant event. I love logical Kadira. The problem is, all our memories are on the other side of the ocean. I wonder if I could recreate an event or something similar that might help. Elijah. Jumping out from behind a door, like when you help someone get rid of the hiccups. That, of course, is followed by a gif of someone falling flat on their back after being surprised. I want to be frustrated that he can't take anything seriously, but a smile fights to come forward. Maybe it would be good to laugh, just for a minute. Kadira. That could be disastrous. I can hear her singing the words in her expressionless voice, sarcasm dripping. I miss being around people who remember me. Kadira. Maybe it will just take time. Elijah. Watch your favorite movies together. That could work if Mom loved movies the way I did. Movies weren't really her thing. They were mine. Whenever I watched an old classic, she would have a book. She fell asleep at the movie theater more than once, and even in the hospital, she would end up taking a nap halfway through a movie. I loved them, though. Ate them up, watched them over and over to see how the cinematography worked. She was always supportive of me, letting me talk her ear off about my next film idea. Camera angles, lighting, equipment, she always listened, but I can't think of a movie that she enjoyed enough to spark a memory. The texts keep coming, but my mind has started working again. A movie. Not one we watched, but what if it was one about her? I open my still-packed suitcase and pull out my hard drives. I have shots of her. Moments that exist in this digital format that are no longer in her brain drive. Maybe I could connect the two and ignite some memories. I organize my hard drives and set my laptop on the desk. The front door opens again, and I hear her footfalls on the stairs. The steps have an uneven cadence, a hesitation, a limp. She hasn't limped for over a year. Had she gotten so used to it that the pain didn't bother her anymore? Or had she been hiding the pain from me? Or maybe the hike today aggravated it. I hate to think that she's in pain, and I hadn't noticed. She opens the door. Gavin's looking for you. He said the two of you had a project to work on? Yeah, thanks. There's an awkward breath, a heavy silence. I hate this wall between us. She nods and shuts the door, staying on the outside of the room, leaving me on the inside. I finger the hard drives I brought. I have 10 small boxes that contain all my footage from the time I was 7. Mom bought me my first camera when my surgery date landed on my birthday. I didn't need to bring them all, but when I was packing, I couldn't leave any. It felt like I'd be leaving part of me behind. Now, I'm glad I have them. Mom was my first subject. I loved to catch her in unexpected moments. These moments might help her get her memory back. That might help her remember who she used to be. My phone buzzes, and instead of a text, it's an email from the Sundance Selection Committee. I had emailed after the interview, after my escape from the law for not paying for my meal, to apologize for the bad connection. I hadn't heard anything back. When I open my email, my heart stutters to a stop. Subject: Sundance Internship Application. Dear Bree, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. Even though the time was short and the connection something to be desired, we were impressed with your passion and understanding of the film industry. You have been chosen to move forward in the selection process. You are among the top 5 applicants, and we would like you to complete the final stage. Please create a film less than 5 minutes in length, which represents you as a cinematographer. You have 5 days for filming, cutting, and editing. No other rules or limitations. Be safe. Film projects are due May 9th at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Congratulations and good luck. Sundance Selection Committee. 5 days to make a 5-minute film. I'm glad I already have a plan. I want to work on Mom's project too, but I can do that in the evenings. If Gavin is ready to help me now, I need to take advantage of that. Despite my disastrous interview, I still have a shot, and I'm not about to miss it. Chapter 24. Do you care if I open the door and put the lamp on the work table? With camera in hand, I study the barn like it's a movie set, finding the best place to set up the tripod, checking angles I'll want to film freehand. I try to ignore the thrill I feel as Gavin watches me. Do you mind standing by the workbench? I want to make sure I can get your head from this angle. He raises an eyebrow. I thought we were filming the creation of a box. I didn't think you'd need any actors in the scene. His face is serious, but his voice is light. I definitely don't have a budget for acting talent, but I want to have a few shots of the craftsman, just in case. He smiles and moves to the spot I indicated. He's got a smear of sawdust on his forehead. I'm not even sure how it got there because we haven't started working yet, but I can't resist reaching up and wiping it away. Do you need a makeup artist too? He waves his hand in front of his face. For touch-ups. I laugh. No, we're good. This is simpler, more raw. A natural look will fit the scene better. I check the shot I just took. Yikes. Unless you look like a zombie. What? Give me that. Do I look that bad? He reaches for the camera, and I pull it away teasingly. Don't look. I can fix it later. My foot catches on a cord, and I almost fall as I back away, but his hand darts out, catching me. His other hand wraps around my waist to steady me. For an instant, we are caught in a strange kind of dip, his face close to mine, our eyes locked, and then he pulls me upright, our balance restored. Somehow, I feel like the world is still tipping when he lets me go. Careful with that equipment. He points to my camera. Those don't come cheap, and replacement parts are hard to find in a town like Trap. Thanks. I hope that I didn't sound breathless. That would be so embarrassing. What's the first step in building a wooden box? And try to make it look more interesting than it sounds. He laughs and starts setting up some tools, and places a drawing of a dovetail for a template. I step away and check the shot of him. I pause. He doesn't look like a zombie. The lighting is perfect, his face framed by an extra sunbeam from the window, something I couldn't have planned. His skin is tan and smooth, the corner of his mouth quirked with his eternal optimism. The shot catches the light in his eyes. I should delete the image since it was just a test, but I press save, capturing the moment forever. I lose track of time as he cuts pieces of wood on a table saw. I choose the wrong spot for filming at one point and get sprayed with sawdust from the back of the saw. He laughs and shows me a better place to stand. He cuts again, using a stick to push the wood through when his fingers get too close to the blade. He makes 3 pairs of different size rectangles, then uses the template to mark where the dovetails go. A pre-made press cuts the bow-shaped openings around each wood triangle. He hands me a piece of sandpaper and shows me how to round the edges, taking my hand and guiding my finger along an edge he sanded. The smooth wood is soft against my skin. I can hardly believe this is the same wood that gave me a sliver yesterday. I film Gavin for a while, but I end up picking up the sandpaper again and sitting on a couple of upside-down buckets next to him while we rub the edges of the wood until it almost shines. The imperfections and sharp edges become rounded and smooth. Gavin touches the wood gently, tenderly, almost like a lover. I may be feeling jealous of a piece of wood. I send a text to Elijah and Kadira later that evening, after I tell them about the box video I've started. Elijah, glad you're back to work. Are you going to have a video ready to post on Saturday? I've got the perfect intro ready. The joy of remembering. Kadira, it might be too soon. Elijah, I'm not talking about her mom. It works because we are using old shots, old clips that we filmed for past videos. Right, Bree? You're working on a composite? Bree, right. I'll have something ready. Elijah is a single-minded force of nature who likes to use big words. That's 3 projects this week. My video for Mom, a video for the selection committee, and a piece for the YouTube channel. I don't want to let Elijah and Kadira down, not after they donated the money, even though they should have remembered to take it down. Do I regret that they didn't? Is my anger at them a reflection of the guilt I feel for being excited to have a viral video? I set my phone down and plug in my first hard drive. As I go through the footage, I grab shots for both Mom's and Elijah's video. But this first hard drive is older and mostly has videos of Mom. I work for a couple of hours before realizing the light is dimming. The sun must have set a while ago. No one even called me for dinner. I hear footsteps on the stairs, so I shut the laptop and dive under the covers, feigning sleep before Mom pushes the door open. The lights flip on and then off quickly, like she forgot I was here. I keep my breathing even. She crosses the room, making shuffling sounds as she changes into pajamas and lays on her bed. The mattress squeaks for a moment as her weight settles. I wait, keeping my breath as quiet as possible, waiting for her to fall asleep. Instead, the silence is broken by stifled sobs, sniffing, short gasps of air. Mom cries like a lost child under her covers, just across the room from me. I'm frozen in place as she cries herself to sleep. Chapter 25. When the crying stops and her breathing evens out, I get the courage to peek out of my covers. Every second of listening to Mom cry feels like someone using a core drill on my chest. My heart is shredded, rubbed by a cheese grater with each of her shuddering sobs. I want to know more about her, about the person she is now, the person I barely recognize. Moving slowly and checking to make sure Mom doesn't wake up, I reach for my laptop, thinking I could sneak downstairs to work on the video. Instead, as I'm groping in the dark, my hand lands on the leather journal. I can't shake the curiosity as the man's words come back to me. Haven't seen Cordy since Derek Edwards disappeared. Something is making this trip hard for her. Is it the memory of this boy who disappeared? Is Derek the secret between William and my mom that makes them snap at each other every second? The answers might be in the pages of the journal. I use my phone as a light under the covers and read, ignoring the projects for a few minutes while I snoop into my mom's past. If I can help her remember, maybe she'll forgive me. If she doesn't get her memories back, this is just one more thing that I'll never be able to make her understand. I need to know her. I need to know the things she never told me, even when she did remember me. Dear ma'am, Mark has been home for over a month. I thought things would get better when he came back, but he is quiet, distant. He flinches when I touch him, and sometimes he even pushes me away. I'm lonelier now than ever. Then, something unexpected happened. I'd made a decision to come home. I bought a plane ticket. I don't know if I can face Dad. Not after everything he's done. I don't know if I can face the people. Not after what I did. But nothing can be worse than this. On the way home from buying the tickets, I realized there was another problem. I'm late. I hadn't noticed with Mark coming home, but I should have started last week. On the way back from getting the plane ticket, I bought a pregnancy test. Positive. Now I'm sitting alone in the bathroom. Pregnancy test in one hand, plane ticket in the other. A choice between something I need and something I'm not sure I even want. I snap the journal shut, the sound louder than I intended. I hold my breath, hoping I didn't wake her up. Mom didn't want a baby. She didn't want me. I squeeze the journal to my chest, trying to hold in the pressure that's threatening to explode out of me. I never knew I wasn't wanted. She never told me that. Is that why she was crying tonight? Does she feel that way again now that she doesn't remember me? Does she wish I had never been born? I thought I couldn't imagine anything hurting worse than listening to Mom cry herself to sleep, but knowing she didn't want me is 1,000 times worse. The covers feel like a mountain of dirt that has buried me alive. I shove them off so I can breathe. Sleeping is no longer an option. I can't stay in here listening to her breathe. I grab my laptop and a couple hard drives and slip out into the hall, pulling the door almost shut so it doesn't click. I expect the hall to be dark. It's after midnight, but there's a soft light coming up the stairs from the living room. My heart jumps at the thought that Gavin might be a late-night reader. I run my fingers through my hair and make sure the blanket is wrapped around me enough to cover my pajama shorts and tank top. I walk casually down the stairs, wanting to look like this was an intentional trip to get a drink if he asks any questions. The living room comes into view, and I stop, grabbing the railing to keep myself from taking another step. William rocks in the wooden chair, the floor creaking as he moves back and forth, back and forth. There's no book in his hand, no TV on the wall. He's facing the bookshelf, his back to me. I try to retreat. Hopefully the old man is sleeping. A middle-of-the-night conversation with Mom's grumpy father, who couldn't even write a note about his wife's death, who gets worked up about not clearing a stupid plate, isn't my idea of a good time. My foot finds the step behind me, and I push backward on the railing, trying to move as quietly as possible up the stairs. "Trouble sleeping?" His voice comes from the rocking chair. No movement. He doesn't turn and look. Does he know it's me? Or does he think he's talking to someone else creeping down the stairs in the middle of the night? No, the evidence is against me. Well, a little. I need a drink. He cocks his head to the side. A question and an accusation at the same time. "Of water?" I say, with as much emphatic sarcasm as I can manage. "I heard you talking earlier today," William says, finally turning and placing one elbow on the armrest of the rocking chair, setting the other hand, with the missing fingers, on top of his arm. I can almost see his ghost fingers tapping with impatience. So, talking's not a crime. I don't know why I take the defensive. The way he looks at me, staring down at me past his round nose, even though I'm on the stairs above him, makes me feel like I'm on trial. Depends what's said. William seems like a man who likes to have the last word. I don't give him any more words. A silent scowl will do. The single lamp in the living room casts shadows across his face, showing wrinkles as deep as bottomless canyons, making him look older, sadder. William shifts slightly, using his 2 remaining fingers on his right hand to scratch an itch on his forehead. "From what I heard," he continues, "you're planning on trying to force her memories back." My fingers tighten on the laptop under the blanket. He makes it sound like I'm holding a gun to her head or something. I'm not forcing her to do anything. I'm doing everything I can to help her. I don't sound very convincing. I wish I could say it again, louder, but that would make me sound even weaker. She wants to remember. She needs to remember. I can't go on. William drops his gaze, but says, "It may not be the best way to go about things." Who is this guy? A lonely old man with no family left of his own, except us. I try to push that thought away. First, he gives Mom advice about mothering, and now he wants to tell me how to be a better daughter? I step down the last few steps, pulling my hand into my blanket so I can effectively place one hand on my hip, the other holding the computer and pinching my covering at my neck to keep it from falling off me. I probably look like a poorly made tent. But I'm angry. How dare he pretend to know what's best for us after being an ocean away for my whole life? Not the best way? I ask. You talk about the best way to do things, but you're worse than me. What about the car? You told your daughter her mother had died by sending a car? Without a note? Was that the best way? He looks up, surprise lighting up his eyes, despite the shadows cast by the lamp. The car? The Leyland, I say. Why didn't you even write a note to tell her about her mom? She cried for days. He gets up out of his rocking chair. Despite being hunched from age and bending over his precious wood projects, he's a full head taller than me. The stubbornness on his face is mirrored on my own. There may be things I inherited from this man, other than height. I'm not much of a rider, he says. I sent the car as a gift. I knew she'd get the message. I'm shocked into silence. A gift? He sent the car as a gift? I thought it might smooth things over between us. What with my angel gone. William says these words with a tenderness I never imagined him capable of. Guess it didn't go over that way. He steps past me and heads up the stairs, pausing right before he disappears into the stairwell, and looks back at me. Sometimes you find happiness in accepting things the way they are, he says. It's a lesson that's been hard coming over the years, but in the end, it's the greatest wisdom. And sometimes you have to fight for what you want, I say. Don't give up. Mom taught me that. William nods and continues up the stairs. His silence worse than the last word. He doesn't even bother with a response. My grandpa. For the first time, I think of this grumpy old man as a relative. Stubborn, bossy, his own quotes to share, even if they are completely wrong. My legs shake. I collapse into the rocking chair. He's so wrong. I can't accept things the way they are. That would mean I wouldn't know who I was. I have no idea who I am if Mom doesn't remember me. All of those memories of just her and I would be gone. I would be the only one who remembers them. And what is the point of that? Having memories alone? It would be almost like they didn't exist at all. I wait until I hear the click of William's door shut, and then I set the laptop on the table. He's wrong. I can't just accept this. I will do everything I can to bring Mom back to me. Chapter 26. I spend the next 3 days between working in the barn with Gavin and the rest of the time in the room on my laptop. I come down for meals. He makes the first 2 meals of the day bearable with his casual stories and friendly teasing. William even loosens up when he's around. But for some reason I haven't figured out, Gavin is never there for dinner, and dinners are pure torture. Mom's been wandering aimlessly about the property, so I'm giving her a little space while I work on the video. Sometimes I hear them fighting. It only takes a tiny spark to set them off. One morning, it was the fact that Mom grabbed some of her mam's old shoes to wear. William roared like a bear, but Mom said she needed a piece of her mother and didn't back down. This afternoon, he parked behind the rental car, blocking it in. You haven't gone anywhere in days, he said, loud enough to reach my room through the floorboards. That doesn't matter, Mom said. You can park anywhere else. What if I want to leave quickly? Like last time, he said. I couldn't hear the fight after that. And every night, Mom cries herself to sleep. My eyes stay dry as I edit the videos of her. Videos I filmed early on. She was the light of my life, my rock, my inspiration. I put the clips together, find some music, and make it fall with the perfect timing to tell a message, to inspire a memory. Elijah, I sent the sound bites for our next video. Can you get that over to me by tonight? Bree, sure thing. Texts leave out so much information. That text is what the old Bree would say. The YouTube channel was our top priority. We had dreams and plans and worked hard. I was always the one who said yes, I can do it. Yes, I can make that happen. Sending that text is a habit. But I realize for the first time, I may not be able to keep my promise. No, that's not me. I can do it. I pull up the sound bites Elijah sent and listen while scrolling through old shots. There is one moment, a melody that Elijah wrote himself and recorded on his electric piano that makes me think of a very specific clip, not of Elijah and Kadira, but of Gavin, focused on the wood, working the piece through the saw with concentration, the light bouncing off a lock of hair that had fallen onto his forehead. I rearranged the clips in the video, editing quickly, but that moment seems too perfect. I slip it in right before Elijah talks about strength and focus in reaching a goal. It's beautiful. I set the computer down and go knock on Gavin's door, but there's no answer. I let myself in and head up the stairs. His room is empty, the way it was the first time I'd come here. It smells of sawdust and his shampoo, but he's not here. He's left for his strange afternoon disappearances. My phone buzzes again, and I'm about to tell Elijah to give me a break when I see that it's from my dad. Dad, forced a platoon of soldiers to watch a training video today. Sure could have used some of your filming skills. Ever think about working for the military? How's Cordy? Bree. Fine. Dad, that bad? I'm thinking about cutting the job short. Coming home. I almost tripped down Gavin's stairs while reading the text. Panic grips me. If he comes home, no one will be there. Bree. No, don't do that. I need some more time with her. I promise I'll have everything worked out and things back to normal by the end of your assignment. 4 weeks, right? You can do anything for 4 weeks. Dad, you sure? Cordy said the same thing. Almost. I wonder what she told him. Bree, I'm sure we've got this. We'll hold it together until you get back. Dad, thanks, soldier. My heart is racing when I get back in the room. It feels like a brush with death. Again, Dad coming home to an empty apartment in D.C. is not how I want to end our trip to Wales. Bree, dinner. Mom's voice calls from downstairs. My mind is spinning with all the things I'm juggling. The video for Elijah is close enough. I save and start uploading to our shared drive. With William's internet, it could take almost an hour. I'll get that started while I eat dinner and try to pretend things are okay with Mom. When I get back upstairs, I'll focus on Mom's video. If one moment can trigger her memories, then this video of 100 memories could be the thing that brings her back to me. On Sunday afternoon, I'm ready to show what I've been working on. We finish dinner, the silence as deafening as usual. Can I help with the dishes? I ask. Both William and Mom look up. I have something to show you after dinner, I say. I've been working on a film to see if it will help you remember. He huffs, shaking his head. Can't force something that isn't meant to be. He stands up and walks out of the kitchen without waiting for anyone to argue. Mom and I do dishes side by side. She rinses and I dry. Since William hasn't bothered installing a dishwasher, for a moment we're comfortable. Things feel almost normal. I pull Mom into the living room with both hands, my laptop open and waiting on the large chest. The rocking chair faces the screen. I wanted to set Mom in the chair, but William is already there, rocking slowly, his eyes on my laptop. I wasn't planning on sharing this moment with him, but maybe, if she gets a spark of recollection, if even a small memory returns, he'll realize how wrong he's been. Mom and I sit on the floor in front of William. I lean forward to push play. The music starts, and I wish I had better speakers. I want this moment to fill the room. For the next 30 minutes, I watch my film pieced together with scraps of Mom moments. Our surprise party for the girl in the hospital room next to mine. Mom throwing streamers in the air and clapping her hands with a smile on her face. A clip where she hides behind the door and jumps out to startle a doctor as he comes in. I remember how badly I needed that laugh. He hadn't brought good news. A clip of my 6th grade birthday party with Mom singing. We had just moved, so there hadn't been any friends to invite. Mom helping Dad take his first few steps on his prosthetic leg. Mom eating a spaghetti dinner, slurping the noodle up until it snapped against her face, laughing as she wiped the sauce from her cheek. Each shot, each memory, plays across the screen like they've been playing in my mind. Mom, the center of each scene. Each minute shows the fun, beautiful, kind, thoughtful, supportive mother I remember, just the way I remember her. I turn to look at Mom as the last shot finishes up to the tune of Finding Tomorrow. Mom coming over the hill on my birthday, white scarf trailing out behind her, coming for me. I push stop and turn toward Mom, expecting I don't know what. Happiness, tears of joy, recognition as the small tingling of memories fight to emerge. None of that plays on Mom's face. She looks horrified. Her forehead has wrinkles. The hand over her mouth catches small gasps of air in a sign of panic. Mom? I reach for her. She flinches away. She swallows. I don't know what happened to me. What do you mean? I ask, looking between her and the screen. She got hit on the head. She lost her memories. She knows what happened to her. Mom stands and paces back and forth in the small room. William's head is down, almost like he's asleep. My movie wasn't that boring. She stops and takes a deep breath, 2 fingers on her nose, like she's trying to find patience. Patience for what? I know you worked hard on this. She breathes in again, her nose pinched so hard the air whistles. You're good with a camera. The compliment is halting, forced, like she can't think of another positive thing to say. This is not what I want to hear, not empty compliments that any stranger could give. I want to hear how beautiful it was. I need to hear how much it means to her, the way it means so much to me. But, she points at the laptop, her finger shaking, that is not me. I don't know how you made me seem so perfect, so amazing, but that isn't me. That's what I've been trying to tell you, I say, jumping to my feet. You are amazing. You are an amazing mom. Perfect. That's who you've always been. I can't. She says the words coming out in 2 huffs. I'm not the person you remember. I'm not the person you keep describing. Can't you understand? Now her voice is rising, yelling at me. I don't remember those things. I'm not that perfect person that you have pictured up in that brain of yours. I don't care how many years you knew me. I can't live up to these impossible expectations you have of a person I don't know. Expectations? I ask, dumbfounded. You don't know what it's like, she says, her voice almost dropping off to nothing, having you turn your head in disgust every time I talk. You scowl each time I disappoint you. I can't be the person you want me to be. I can't do it this way anymore. I can't try to be someone I'm not. I can't do this. She turns and walks up the stairs. I couldn't be colder if someone had hollowed me out and filled me with ice. I'm afraid if I move, my limbs will shatter. How can she not be the person I remember? How can she not want to see that the woman I remember is in her? Isn't that what she wants to become? Again? Tears of confusion blur the stairs in my vision. No tears. Not yet. Not now. William shifts beside me. Great. Just what I need. I steel myself, blinking back tears, preparing for his gloating. He told me not to force the memories. I had no idea it would backlash like this, though. I turn to face him. If I don't fight, if I don't try to bring Mom back, no one else will. He looks up at the ceiling above my head and rubs his chin with the stubs of his missing fingers. Finally, he meets my gaze. He doesn't have an I told you so look on his face. I didn't realize before, he says, how much you lost. I didn't understand what you were missing. I think I see now. He nods, like his wisdom has been shared, and pushes himself out of the rocking chair. For an instant, I think he's going to put his hand on my shoulder. His arm hovers awkwardly, but then he leans past me and uses the railing to balance himself. He steps up the stairs, following Mom's path before him. I realize that I need something. Anything, even gloating, would be better than nothing, because at least then I'd have something to argue against. If I have nothing to fight, my strength will drip away like cornstarch and water without the pressure. What did I do wrong? I need to know how to fix this. Things seemed bad before, but I made them worse. William pauses on the stairs, his head cocked to one side, thinking, or perhaps surprised that I asked for advice. It's a first for me. He turns enough to place his elbows on the railing, leaning into his answer, like he'll talk about this all night if I want. It sounds like the 2 of you remember things differently, he says. She doesn't remember them at all, I say. That's the problem. Maybe, he says, but he doesn't sound like he believes it. But even 2 people in the same room at the same time can have 2 very different experiences. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out as his words sink in. I think you made a fancy film of experiences, perfectly recreating how you remember things. He looks at the screen of the laptop. There was a lot of emotion in what you showed me. I felt it. Mom didn't, I say. She felt something completely different. It wasn't what I meant to share at all. He pushes off the banister and stretches, cracking his back as his arms reach up into the air. I'm not so sure. It may have been the right emotion, but the wrong message. I turn away and study the throw rug I'm standing on. The calm, swirling patterns of white and peach. Could the same emotion send two different messages? I hadn't stopped to think about that while I was making the film. Not when I had made any film. Every one of us wants to be accepted the way we are. William moves up the stairs, the way we are right now. Alone in the living room, I can't get myself to move, to go upstairs. I can't listen to Mom cry herself to sleep. Not tonight. I replay the video, sound off, and try to watch the scenes with new eyes, with Mom's eyes, with a stranger's eyes. I fall asleep on the floor, flashes of the video playing through my dreams. Mom's face pinched and tired. Mom reading a book at the side of my bed. Nothing else to do. Nowhere else to go. What would she have wanted to do if I hadn't been in the hospital? What would she have done if she hadn't decided to keep me and had come home to Wales? She had dreams. She never acted sad about it when I was young, but now I know she dreamed of being a singer. I only knew the mom who sat by me, strengthened me, gave up everything for me. She never acted like she regretted it, never sounded sorry, but maybe she did. Maybe she always had, and just never let me see. Maybe she was the greatest actress of all time and had me fooled my entire life. I could be her greatest regret. Chapter 27. I wake up to sizzling bacon, the whiz of an egg whip, and the smell of maple syrup. My entire body aches from sleeping on the floor. There's a tender spot on my hip, and my right ear is asleep where I slept with it folded against my head. The living room is bright, the sun spilling in from the window. The curtains have been pinned back, and the tree branches sway outside the glass. I sit up and try to push my back into place with a cat stretch. Good morning! Mom's voice makes me freeze mid-stretch. How are you this lovely day? Fine, I say, scrambling up to my feet, ignoring the dizzy sensation of standing up too fast. I grab the back of the rocking chair for support. How are you? Mom smiles. Her eyes are puffy, swollen underneath from another night of crying. Her blonde hair is still prickly and spiky all over her head, but the smile seems genuine, if not shy. The casual words are safe ground, and I want to tread carefully after my epic fail last night. Honestly, she says, dropping her eyes to steady her own hand as she whips the eggs in a bowl, I've been better. The honesty strikes home. A mix of sorrow and hope swirl inside me, like the eggs in the bowl. I know, I say. I'm sorry. I can't even begin to quantify how many things I'm sorry for the secrets I don't have the courage to tell her, for looking disappointed when she doesn't act like the mom I remember, for making that video, for hoping she remembers me. Nope, I'm not sorry for that. That hope is still there, burning inside me like a trick candle that's impossible to blow out. Look, she says, setting down the bowl on the table and wiping her hands on a definitely not her style apron, flowers and lace. Homemade. I wonder if it was her mom's. I'm sorry too. I know you want to help me. I know that. I know. She repeats it 3 times, almost like she needs to convince herself. But I need to do something different. This way? She waves her hand around the room, but mostly toward me. Of trying to trip some wire that will magically bring everything back is painful. I nod, though my shoulders bunch up and a knot tightens in my neck. It's mostly from sleeping on the floor, but a part of Mom's words sound like she wants to give up. I'm going to try to... The pause is long, and her lips are pursed, her eyes looking directly into mine, almost begging, live. I try to keep my face completely blank. I don't want to look disappointed or irritated. I must not succeed in keeping my emotions from my face, because she lowers her gaze and picks up the bowl with one hand. With the other, she dabs at the corner of her eyes with her apron. She wanted comfort. Confirmation. I couldn't give it. I wish I could, but a part of me is dying, shriveling up into a dried prune, sucking all the moisture from my mouth. I've reached out to an old friend, she says. I found out she still lives here. I'm going to go visit her today. Catch up with her. I swallow to try and wet my tongue. Make it work. I push my pain aside. I won't look at this as giving up. It's a new approach. Let her do the thing she wants to do while we're here. We have a week before we return to the U.S. I only have 2 days left before the Sundance internship video is due, but I've been working on it, and the box is almost done. If she's willing to try, I want to be by her side. I've been working day and night. I have time for a small break. That's great, I say, putting my last ounce of happiness into my words. I would love to meet some of your old friends. Mom looks up, startled, and I realize she hadn't included me in her plans. She covers her surprise quickly, and I raise my eyebrows on purpose to keep them from crunching together. Sure, she says. Sure, let's eat breakfast and then head over. Minnie owns a hair salon, only 4 kilometers down the road. After breakfast, we take the rental car through Trap, past the 6 houses and 1 inn that make up a town. I study my feet as Mom drives, wishing things could be natural between us again, wishing that she could still like me, even though she doesn't remember me. Last night took us 100 steps backward. I just wanted to help. I didn't stop to think that the video might push her over an edge. I don't look up until the car comes to a stop. We're in front of a home, not a hair salon. We aren't even in a 6-house town anymore. As far as I can see in both directions, the road is lined with the old stone wall, and further on, the trimmed bushes. There aren't sidewalks or buildings that press up over the greenery. It's just nature, interrupted by this single farmhouse. Mom gets out of the car, and I follow. We walk around the back of the house, another flat-faced building made of a new red stone and stucco. There are a few small sheds, or ancient outdoor toilets made of gray stone. The windows and doors are rotted away or fallen out of the old buildings, but the main house and the area around it are clean and cared for. At the back of the house, we find a door with a sign hanging on the doorknob. Minnie's Creations. Come in. If I were with my old mom, I would have joked about the title of the salon. Who would call hairstyles creations? It makes it sound like she's a mad scientist more than a hairstylist. Of course, I have no idea how this mom would take a joke like that, especially since Minnie is her friend. I keep quiet, and Mom opens the door and steps in. I take a deep breath and follow. I have one goal for today. Don't look disappointed or annoyed. That's it. All I have to do is spend a little time this morning with Mom the way she is now, and let her know I'm enjoying it. Easy as pie. The whole room, probably a basement of the main house, is styled like a salon from the 50s. Black and white tile floor, red leather hair-cutting stools, neon lights around the 2 mirrored hair-cutting stations. There's even a boombox on the counter, blasting music from some long-gone decade. I don't recognize the song, but the style is for a sock hop in a Grease remake. A woman with her hair clipped close to her head, except for a 6-inch comb-over dyed purple and green, stands when we come in. "What can I do you today?" she asks, straightening her outfit. A bright yellow shirt with a black vest and checkered pants. I blink 3 times for my eyes to adjust. Did she just say, "do to you," and not "for you"? I want to back out quietly. I feel like I'm in a warped room in Wonderland, and if I don't escape quickly, I'll come out looking like a twisted version of me, a bulging and deformed reflection. "Minnie!" Mom says, her voice completely unrecognizable at 3 octaves higher than I've ever heard it before. Minnie looks up, squints like she needs bifocals, and covers her mouth. Even without the hair, and with the years that must have changed Mom's face, there's recognition in Minnie's eyes. The jealousy burns like a curling iron against my heart. "Cordy?" Minnie asks. "Cordy Evans?" Mom nods, not even bothering to correct her last name. "It's so amazing to see you." Minnie comes over around the counter and wraps Mom up in a real hug. Strong. I take a step back, trying to find somewhere else to look. It's been forever. Minnie says forever, the way I would say it when Mom was on the phone too long or ran in to grab something from the store, not forever, like it's been over 17 years. I know, Mom says. I look to make sure she hasn't suddenly regressed. She sounds 12. I missed you so much. I can't believe this. She waves her hand at the horrid style of the salon. It's exactly what you always wanted. Minnie turns, keeping one arm around Mom's shoulder, and waves a hand, taking in the entire room with a proud gesture. We were able to remodel 2 years ago. Minnie blinks, almost like she's holding back tears of happiness. I'm pretty sure I've got a confused, maybe judgmental scowl on my face. I can't help it. At least it's not targeted at Mom. Mom sighs like she's walked through the gates of Disneyland for the first time. It must be amazing to be living your dream like this. Okay, I want to step forward and push them apart. Tap on their head with my knuckles. Hello, there are no customers. We are in the middle of nowhere. How could this be anyone's dream? Mom turns back toward me, and I wipe all emotion from my face, opening my eyes wide and pinching my lips together. It's probably the opposite of innocent. I can tell by the way she flinches that I failed in covering my disapproval. She forces a smile anyway. Minnie, this is my daughter from the United States. Like we're not from the same place. Keeping my face neutral is going to be a lot harder than I thought. Minnie practically dances over to me, pulls me up, and twirls me around. Just what this world needs. More mini Cordies. Is that what I am? My mom in miniature? Which one? The mom I remember? Or this one? Come in and sit, she says. I want to hear about everything since you left. Are you still with Soldier Boy? Mark? Mom says, unsure. Yes, I remember when we first saw him. She gushes, not waiting for Mom to finish. He was dreamy. She settles in one of the red salon chairs, Mom in the other one. The room is small enough so that when they turn their chairs toward each other, they are only a few feet away. The only other chair in the room is a low-riding futon couch, stiff and hard, against the wall by the door. I settle into it, feeling 100 miles away from the conversation. Minnie asks about the States and weird Americans. Mom doesn't remember much of that, so the conversation steers very quickly to what they both remember, their childhood. I sit up straight on the futon, hands intertwined over my crossed knee. I smile when they glance at me and nod. I will not show disappointment. I will not show the sorrow as it creeps up my fingers, tingles my arms, pulls at my shoulders, tightens around my heart. I'm not a part of the life they remember. I don't even feel a part of the life she's living right now. Do you remember our club? Minnie asks, reaching out to put her hands on Mom's knees. Save the Welsh language? We studied for hours. Minnie turns, like she does every 5 minutes or so, to shoot an aside at me. A lot of native Welsh don't speak the language well, but Cordy and I love to practice. Cofio? She directs the last word at Mom. Wrth Mom says some random words. The words spark an overflow of giggles and continued conversation in a completely different language. My determination wilts, as does my posture. I slouch back into the futon, my body sore from the night on the floor, the futon adding an extra bruise to my tailbone. How long can they possibly continue? I have my submission to edit, the YouTube post I need to finalize, and I haven't even glanced at my homework over the last week. I promised some time with Mom this morning, and I'm not going to spoil it, no matter how pointless this seems. I spend a while on my phone, searching a few of the Welsh words I hear and can figure out how to spell. Cofio, it turns out, means remember, a word that's starting to leave a sour taste in my mouth. At one point, they slip back into English, but then Minnie asks about him, the boy they mentioned at the pub. And what about Derek? Did you ever find out what happened? Mom's smile leaves, for the first time since we walked in. I see her swallow before she talks, like she has to be very careful about the words she lets come out. I know that feeling. I recognize it. No, I never heard from him. I'm curious, but the conversation steers away and flows back into Welsh. I watch the clock as an hour creeps by. Then, too, I can't waste much more of the day. Their conversation hasn't even slowed down, and they don't even bother looking at me anymore. At one point, they toss names back and forth, eyes going wide that so-and-so ended up with so-and-so. At least that's what I gather between the Welsh random names and their giggles and gasps behind their hands. Minnie starts trying wigs on Mom, changing her a little more, each style a little more extreme than the last. I force my eyes shut. I don't know why I can't watch the attempted makeover. I don't want her to look any different, only the way she did before. I accidentally fall asleep, and when I snap awake and glance at the clock, it takes my brain a minute to catch up. It's almost 3 o'clock. My patience is shot. My brain is numb. My legs are asleep, and I've lost almost an entire day of work. There can't be any shame in asking to leave. I gave her the entire day. I stand up and stretch. It's getting late. Mom's reclined back in the salon chair, relaxed, comfortable. Minnie is giving her stubble a shampoo and massaging her scalp. She says something in Welsh, and Mom laughs. The sound would be beautiful if it were directed at me, but the noise sounds more like shattering glass, leaving splinters in my soul. "Don't leave," Minnie says, adding more shampoo to her palm. "Let me make you some dinner, some traditional sausage and mash." Dinner? With the two of them? Tie me up in a lion's den. At least the torture would end faster. "Oh, I love your sausage and mash," Mom says, like she can taste the cuisine on her tongue. "We'd love to stay." What about Grandpa? I haven't referred to William as Grandpa before, and I see the twitch in Mom's nose, like she smells something funny. I know I'm showing disappointment on my face. I can't help it. I'm pretty sure the disappointment is radiating off me in waves. Can't she see how awful this is for me? Haven't I been sitting here long enough, supporting her, fake smiling for her? I just want to go home. "He'll be fine," she says. "He'll probably enjoy a peaceful dinner without us." Mom shares a look with Minnie. An eye roll. An inside joke. Loneliness hits me like a snapped rubber band. "I think I'll go," I say. She gives me a stern look. "We've been invited for dinner. I'm going to stay. It would be rude not to." Now she sounds like a mom. Now she wants to lecture me after giggling and gossiping like a 12-year-old at a sleepover. I can't even look at her. Okay, I'm just going to get some air. I step outside the suffocating salon. I'm so grateful to be away from the two of them. Instead of relief, though, I feel like I'm sinking. I can't go back in there. Ever. And I have so much to do. Mom said it was 4 kilometers. What's that, like 3 miles? I can walk that far. I don't need a lecture about politeness. So I start walking without telling her. I can send her a text when I get home. She won't even notice I'm gone. My feet move down the road, away from the salon, away from the memories I don't share. The further away from the house I get, the more control seeps away. Instead of taking full breaths of the fresh air, my lungs constrict, and I'm gasping like I'm running in a full sprint. The tears follow. I've tried not to cry. I've tried to be strong, but I can't hold back the tears anymore. I don't know how long I stumble down the road, my eyes completely blurred, my sobbing loud enough to scare some birds from the trees overhead. The tall hedges on either side of the road keep me from staggering into the fields. The tears come from a bottomless lake inside of me. No matter how long I cry, there are more tears inside, fighting for their turn to fall. Chapter 28. A car drives past, startling me out of my fog. The roads here are barely wide enough for a single car, and I squeeze against the stone wall as another car passes. My fingers bite into the stone barrier behind me. Realization hits. The last thing I remember was walking along bushy hedges. The roads are almost always lined here with either hedges or stone walls, but I don't know how long ago it changed. I don't know how long I've been walking. I take a deep breath and rub my eyes dry. I try to justify my breakdown. It has been a long day, with a sleepless night. Mom was just hanging out with a friend. I'm fine. I'm just fine. I don't remember her having a lot of friends while she was taking care of me. She was always friendly with people in the hospital, but people come and go. If we needed someone, we always had each other. I always had her. A few drops of rain splash down on my cheeks. It feels good, cool against the place where my hot tears had burned. I look up into the sky. The clouds are dark, the whole world a dull gray. The wind picks up and cuts through my sweater. My rain poncho is at the house. I reach for my phone. My back pocket is empty. My phone is on the futon at Minnie's house. The rain comes down a little harder. Cool splashes now turning into a constant drizzle. I try to find a landmark or sign I recognize. I've been walking for a while. Did I pass the road to trap? Is it still ahead? I keep walking, wrapping my arms around myself to try and block some of the wind. The stone walls on either side of me are too short to provide a windshield. Instead, it almost feels like they create a wind tunnel. I pick up the pace a little, a calm jog to hide the panic inside. I'm lost in Wales, without Mom, without even a stupid phone. The sadness that blinded me on my walk hardens and cools, and a spark of anger ignites inside of me. This is so stupid. All of it. A vacation with a mom who doesn't remember me, who can't even find it in her heart to be nice to me, because of me. The words extinguish the anger as quickly as this wind would put out a match. This is still my fault. I still have to fix it. I keep jogging, my shoes squelching with each step, splashing in the puddles that are already collecting on the road. I've got to see something familiar soon. Another hedge, another square stucco house, another field full of sheep. Nothing looks familiar, nothing looks different. A honk from behind me makes me jump almost as high as the stone wall beside me. My heart nearly stops as I try to step as far to the side of the road as possible. The car slows instead of passing, flashing the lights as it gets closer. I recognize the car, and I want to sink into the stones to disappear. Gavin rolls down the window close to me. Since European cars are backward, the driver on the right side, it still feels weird, even after a week here. I lean against the wall, casually, completely geeky, acting like this is exactly where I'm meant to be. "Hey," he says out the window, blinking as the rain pelts his face. "Hey," I reply. Yep, that's all I can think to say. Gavin looks up and down the road. "Are you out for a run?" He looks at my feet. "In your sandals? Is that an American thing?" "Sometimes." I can't help smiling. His accent is warm, softer than Mom's now that she's forgotten me. I wasn't expecting the rain, though. "This is Wales," he says, keeping his face straight. "We don't expect anything but rain." I shrug, looking up. The rain comes down in a steady rhythm of heavy, fat raindrops. "Makes sense." Gavin cracks, letting out a laugh and shaking his head. "Want a ride?" "I'll get your car wet," I say. "There's a towel on the back seat," he says. "Just in case it, rains." It's only a two-door car, so I walk around to the passenger side, open the door, and push the seat forward. I climb in, tripping over myself and ending up sprawled on the floor, squished in the small space. It takes an act of contortion to turn around and shut the door. Finally, I'm able to sit up and wrap the towel around my legs. "Thanks," I say. Gavin watches me in the rearview mirror with a perfectly straight face. "I'm sorry," I mumble, letting my head fall into my hands. What a terrible day. I hear the sound of an engine as another car approaches and Gavin's car moves forward again. "Where were you running to?" he asks. "Back to the house," I say. "Are we close?" His eyes catch me in the rearview mirror again. "Seriously? You overshot a bit." "We're almost to Landibai," I groan. I am a little lost. Does that mean I rescued you? Your own personal knight in shining armor? I wouldn't say this car is exactly shining, I say. It might need a wax. Gavin laughs. At me. With me. Despite my wet clothes. A warmth spreads from the inside. Are you okay with a bit of a detour? He asks. I know you are headed to the house, but I'm on a way to an appointment, and I'm running a bit late. I always try to be on time. He bites his lip, raising his eyebrow in question as he studies me through the mirror. I want to go home so bad, but at the same time, I want to keep driving away forever. I can't stand the thought of facing Mom again, of having to explain where I went, why I was rude, and the terrible time I had with Minnie. I nod. Sure, I can wait in the car for a little longer. I press down my anxiety about the submission deadline. I can make up the time. Thanks, he says. His relieved smile is gorgeous, heart-stopping. I wonder what girl gets that smile all to herself. She's lucky. We drive through smaller groups of houses, and then one that could almost pass through a town. After 20 minutes in the car, with a towel, I'm only slightly damp. Gavin pulls up to a building and jumps out. I settle back in the seat, but the trunk slams and he opens the door, pulling the seat forward. He tosses me a sweatshirt that smells of honey and sawdust, sweet and manly at the same time. Throw this on. It'll keep you warm. I can wait out here, I say. Nah, he says. We've got a dinner appointment. I hope you don't mind the food. Confused, I step out and pull on the sweater. When my head pops out, my gaze falls on the sign in front of me. I pause, my hands still stuck over my head. Where are we? I ask, a chill running through me that has nothing to do with my damp clothes pressed up against my body. The building is white, almost Victorian style, 3 stories with columns on either side of the double front doors. Despite the look of a traditional building, it has the feel of a hospital. We're in Landelli, Gavin says. Not the name of the city, I say. What is this place? He glances at me, then down at his toes. This is Killamanford, a home for senior citizens with dementia or Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's. A building full of people who have forgotten or are in the middle of forgetting. I don't expect the blinding fear that grips me by the throat. I'm being choked. I hide my face as I finish pulling my sweater down. Is this some kind of joke? A cruel prank? I feel like shoving Gavin and running as far away as I can. Why? I try to sound casual and cover the quaver in my voice. Gavin shakes his head. I come here weekday evenings to eat with my mamga, the Welsh word for grandma. I didn't know he had a family. I think of his blank room. Maybe more of who he is will be found behind these walls. But if that's true, is someone forgetting Gavin's past? Like mine has already been forgotten? I should have warned you. Do you have a hard time with hospitals or older people? His question is sincere, not judgmental, but it brings a wave of shame. No, I say, bracing myself. I'm fine. I've never been scared of older people. Maybe a little unsure how to act, especially if their memory is bad, but I've had a little practice over the last few weeks. Let's go. I nod reassuringly, and Gavin visibly relaxes. He didn't plan on taking me here, or even telling me about it. I was the one who was running like a crazy person through the rain. I duck my head in embarrassment as we step onto the front porch, and Gavin opens the door for me to go in first. We step into a reception area with clean finishes and a slight odor that comes with bleach and medical facilities. There's a flowery scent from air fresheners plugged into the walls. The secretary behind the desk looks up. I expect her to ask who we are here to see. Instead, she stands up, arms wide, as she comes around. Gavin! She wraps him up, her head barely coming to his chest. Her name tag identifies her as Anwin. We were getting worried. They're ready for you in the dining room. She steps back. And you've brought a friend. A girl. I can't help blushing as she waggles her eyebrows at me. Anwin looks to be a little older than Mom, a little rounder in the hips, but with an infectious smile and a childish voice. "Sorry I'm late," he says, grabbing my hand and pulling me toward a hallway. "They get a bit antsy." "Who?" He looks at me, but doesn't stop walking. "I didn't prep you for this very well. I didn't really know what to say. You're the first person I've brought here." That warm feeling inside burns through some of the fear. I want Gavin to be glad he brought me. The warm feeling disappears when we enter the dining room. 20 elderly people sit at round dining tables arranged in a circle with a small square table in the middle. The woman at the square table doesn't react to our entrance, but a few of the others do. "About time," mumbles a man with several missing teeth and wrinkles to rival an elephant. "I got my money on Adelaide's this time," says an elderly woman, waving a handkerchief in the air like a flag at the start of a race. Gavin weaves us through the tables, his fingers intertwined with mine, like it's the most natural thing in the world. He introduces me to each person: Hank, the old man without teeth, and Glenda, the woman with the handkerchief, are the only two I remember, except for Adelaide's. Gavin pulls up another chair across from the woman at the rectangular table in the middle and introduces me. "Mamge, this is Bree. Bree, Adelaide." Once I sit down, he lets go of my hand. I immediately miss the comfort of the familiar pressure of his fingers. I squeeze my own hands in my lap to try and cover the cold loneliness inside. Adelaide still hasn't stopped staring out the window on the side of the room. Her arms stay folded, and she doesn't nod when Gavin speaks to her. "Boreda." "Good day," he says gently, not touching her yet, leaving a comfortable space between them, but moving between her gaze and the window. "I've brought a friend, Bree. It's her first time here. You've never met her before." She blinks and turns toward me. Her eyes have dulled, but I can tell they were once a deep brown. The wrinkles around her mouth and eyes show the years spent smiling and laughing. Her skin hangs loose, no joy pulling her face up into the familiar lines. "I don't know you?" she asks with a papery voice that makes me want to clear my throat. "No," I say. I'm surprised when she relaxes, more surprised when I realize I understand. Relief. She isn't expected to remember who I am. She's safe. Gavin comes around to my side of the table and sits down. "Are you ready for your game of Sazani before dinner?" "What's Sazani?" I whisper, even though we are the center of attention. "A traditional Welsh game," he says, "one that is sometimes used to place wagers." Adelaide hasn't acknowledged him, not with a look or a word. She moves methodically, though, placing pieces on a strange board in front of me. The other patrons shift, some moving closer, others leaning to the side to watch. After a few minutes, I understand the attraction. Even while I have no idea what is going on, Gavin creates an exciting tension with each move, just with his reactions: a sharp hiss of fear, an exclamation of triumph, a groan of disappointment. It's a quick game, and she plays adeptly, studying the board and moving her pieces. Adelaide sits up straighter with each move, reacting to Gavin's emotions. The intensity is infectious. With one final move, the crowd around me lets out a cheer. He sags in defeat. "You win again. I don't know how you do it." Adelaide shares her first smile. Gavin clears the table, and the kitchen staff brings out leek and potato soup. I slurp quietly as Gavin continues to entertain. He tells a story about a stubborn sheep blocking the road on his way here. I hope he's not referring to me. He even gets her to talk, opening up about her childhood on the northern coast of Wales. I'm sure he has heard the story 100 times, but he listens as intently as if it were his first. As we clear our plates and get up to leave, Adelaide reaches out and covers Gavin's hand with her own. Her bent fingers and wrinkled skin exposes the bumps in her knuckles and brown spots on the back of her hand. "I know you?" she asks. It's a question, and for the first time, Gavin's smile slips from his face. "Yes," he says, kneeling so he is face to face with her. "You know me." She reaches out and touches his face. Her eyes narrowed in concentration. After a moment, she shakes her head. Her efforts to remember seem to have exhausted her, and she pats his cheek, slumping back as her hand falls. "You're nice," she says. "Tell your mother she raised a good boy." Gavin stands and nods. He wipes his cheek with one hand, a quick swipe that almost hides the drip of moisture. His casual cheerfulness has been a lifesaver since I came to Wales, but maybe he understands pain better than I think. I look at him with new understanding. This boy, who I assumed had lived a life free of suffering, may understand my own personal pain better than I could have imagined. Chapter 29. The ride home is quiet and comfortable. The rain has stopped, and Gavin drives with his window down, his hair windblown, his face calm. After a few minutes, I roll down my window too, and take in the scent of a world washed clean with rain. He swerves a little and hits a puddle, splashing water up on my side of the car. I laugh as the rooster tail of water sprays up beside us. I want to talk, but I don't know how to break the silence without destroying the moment. I list off the things I know about Gavin in my head. He lives with William. He recently traveled to the U.S. to look at schools. He has a grandmother with Alzheimer that he visits 4 nights a week. He cries when she almost remembers him. He's tall and steals my breath every time he glances at me with that half smile. That's it. That's all I know about the boy sitting less than a foot from me in a tiny European car. I could slide my hand only a few inches and touch his thigh. Gavin has a pull I've never felt before, almost like I need to be near him. He's like a cooling salve on my sunburned soul. I want more than anything for him to open up to me, to tell me his story. When I take a breath to ask, the words catch in my throat, and I turn away. I only have a week, 1 week more, and then I'm taking Mom home. I don't have time for boys and distractions and romance. By the time we return to William's house, it's dark and chilly. We roll our window up to keep the heat inside. Gavin parks and turns the car off, but neither of us move. The sight of William's house brings the events of the morning crashing back down on me. Hopefully, she's still chatting with Minnie in Welsh, and I can sneak up the stairs and hide under my covers. I really can't imagine facing her right now. Gavin's hand brushes against my shoulder. "Hey," he says, turning his movement into a playful shove. "Looks like you dried out okay?" "Yeah," I say, realizing I'm still wearing his sweater. I slip it off quickly and offer it to him. He takes it from me slowly, then tosses it onto the back seat with the wet towel. "Thanks for the ride home." "Finally." I throw in sarcasm. The air is getting too thick. Maybe some humor will thin it out, help me think straight. He chuckles. "You know, it was nice to have you there. Thanks for coming." I sit up a little straighter, letting myself lean toward him a fraction of an inch. I loved it. My sincerity surprises me. How could I love being around a woman who'd forgotten her grandson? "You're close to your grandma?" Gavin leans his head back, looking at the ceiling. "She's everything. All I have left. She told me to tell my mother she did a good job, but I can't. Mamge is the one who raised me. Everything I am is because of her." My throat burns, and tears prick my eyes, like someone flicked a switch inside me. I push closer and touch the hand he has on the steering wheel. His words resonate through me. Heat blooms as he turns his hand over and squeezes. "Everything I am is because of her. The same is true for my mother. My gorgeous mother, who called me beautiful no matter what time of day I woke up or in what condition, who faced her fears for her daughter's birthday, who taught me everything I know." My anger at Mom trickles away as I hold his hand. He stops looking at the ceiling of his car and turns his face toward mine. We are close, the small space pushing us closer. The porch light shines across his eyes, pulling me toward him like a bug to a lantern. He doesn't pull away. Right when I think he's leaning toward me, too, the porch screen screeches open, followed by the thunder of angry voices. Gavin looks away, and the spell is broken. I pull back quickly, releasing his hand and fumbling for my seatbelt. I open my door and see William pulling on his coat, Mom standing in the doorway, backlit by the living room lamp. "I told you, I don't know where she would go," she yells, a note of panic cracking the last word. "Well, we can't just sit here and wait." William matches her volume. "You've lost your daughter. Your job is to go out and find her." Oh no. I pull the door back toward me, not shutting it, but holding it closed. I've started another fight between Mom and William. I didn't call. I couldn't call. I'd left my phone at the salon. I could have used Gavin's. A familiar feeling of guilt twists around my gut, cutting off my air like a noose. Why can't I do anything right? Sure, I was angry, but I should have let her know I was all right. The old Mom would have had a fit if she didn't know where I was. Why didn't I think to let this Mom know I was okay? Guilt shoves me from behind, and I grudgingly climb from the car and walk toward them. William stops short, only one arm through the sleeve of his coat. Gavin's car door opens and shuts. His footsteps crunch on the dry grass as he walks up behind me. "Hey," I say, folding my arms, both to keep out the chill of the night and to give them something to do after the ridiculous wave I just gave my grandpa. "I'm here." "Bree," William says, blinking like he's checking the state of his vision. "You're safe." It's a statement, not warm or full of relief, factual. I wonder if he got along with my precision-loving father. A hitch of pain tightens in my chest when I think of him. I've missed him before, but never like this. I would give anything for him to be here helping me right now. At least one person who remembers I existed before. Mom steps out onto the front step. "Where were you? Why didn't you come home?" I stare at a stranger, a woman who doesn't sound anything like Mom. Sure, the questions are Mom questions, but the tone is angry, resentful, frustrated. I feel the same emotions rise in me. "Why do you want to know?" I ask, the pressure in my throat making me force the words out to push the tears down. "You didn't care when I left Minnie's." "I'm trying to care," she says. "I'm trying to figure out how to do this." I can't take breath into my lungs. She didn't deny that she doesn't care. She makes caring for me sound like a chore or a math problem. "Cordy," William breaks in. It's the worst possible thing he could do. "I told you." "Stop telling me things I already know," she says. "You don't know what this is like. What any of this is like. Neither of you understand. Look." She waves a hand at me, like I'm a visual in a science project. "She's fine. She's just fine. I had a great day. Felt happy for the first time in I don't even know how long." There it is again. Was Mom happy before? With me in the hospital? Helping me catch up in school? Taking care of the house? Taking on part-time work to help pay the bills? I thought so. If someone would have asked me if my mother was happy 3 weeks ago, I would have said yes. My beautiful, happy, loving, kind mother. But was she? Mom turns around and faces the house, a hand over her eyes like the dim light from the living room is too bright for her. She takes 3 deep breaths. I can almost hear her counting to 10. Gavin sets a hand on my back. The pressure feels condemning. "Don't worry, Bree. Everything you do makes things so much worse. Don't worry, Bree. By the time you're done here, your mom will be an emotional wreck. Don't worry, Bree. It was a terrible, horrible, no good mistake, one you will never live down for as long as you live." I step away from his hand. He lets it fall to his side. Mom turns around, a calm mask plastered on her skin, as professional as any makeup artist could do. "I'm glad you're safe," she says. The words couldn't sound colder if they came from her mouth with a fog of frozen breath. "Next time, tell me where you are so I can keep track of you." Her voice cracks, and she steps off the porch, walking around the house to her usual path around the property. I watch her disappear into the dark, her white sweater the last thing I can see, until even that is swallowed up. She didn't even grab a coat. When I blink, I can still see the white image burned into my eyes. I remember another flash of white, her scarf as she came over the hill for my birthday, Her smile when she saw me. I remember that mom, but it feels like a lifetime ago. A mother who once thought I was beautiful can now barely stand to look at me. Both William and Gavin turned toward me, their mouths hanging open slightly, hopeful that the right words of wisdom will spill out. There is no wisdom for me. Thanks for the ride, I say, and dash into the house, not even stopping to tell William good night or grab a toast from the kitchen. I go straight to my bed and pull the covers over my head. She's my mom. A wave of anger. That's not right. I try again. She's my mom. She's your mom, Bree. Your mom. And for an instant, I see her smile, feel her lips on my forehead, smell her scent of fabric softener. What is wrong with me? I want her to take care of me like she always has, but maybe I need to grow up and try and take care of her. That's what she needs. She sounded like a frustrated little kid when she yelled at William, and maybe that's how she feels. Tomorrow, I will do better. Tomorrow, I will be the daughter she needs me to be. Despite how tired I feel, I climb back out of bed, take a quick shower, and pull out my laptop and camera. I work on my Sundance submission until the stars twinkle through the window. The house falls silent, and my screen starts to blur. Mom doesn't come up the stairs until the early morning hours, like she was avoiding me for as long as possible. I close my laptop and roll under the covers. The door squeaks with her steps. Her covers rustle as she crawls underneath. I wait for the quiet sobs that have accompanied us each night before she falls asleep. They don't come. Perhaps she's decided I'm not worth crying over anymore. Instead, the heated tears stream down my own cheeks. She'll never know. I spend the night perfecting the art of crying silently. Chapter 30. I planned on getting up early, making Mom a nice breakfast and asking if we can start again. Crying into the morning took more out of me than I thought, and when I wake up, her bed is made, and her pillow fluffed. There's a weight on top of me that makes it hard to push the blankets off. Somehow, they carry the pressure of another dreary day. Today has to be better than yesterday. I take a deep breath and roll out of bed and pull on my slippers and a robe. I avoid rubbing my eyes because they are already puffy from last night. Twice in one day. The last time I cried was when Dad came home from Afghanistan. I was so frightened of him. Mom took me aside, wiped my tears, and told me we would be brave together, brave enough to bend the universe. I promised her I would be strong and brave and believe in the impossible with her. I want to be strong and brave again, but most of all, I want to be with her. When I get to the kitchen, there's an empty bowl with a spoon in it. A note lying underneath my phone I had left at Minnie's. Went to breakfast with Minnie. Cereal is in the cupboard. Milk in the fridge. Text me if you go anywhere. It isn't even signed. No love, Mom. Only directions a 3-year-old could follow. I wrinkle the note in my fist and throw it against the wall. I can't fix my mistakes if she doesn't give me a chance. I put the bowl and spoon back in the cupboard and drawer. I'm not very hungry. My battery is at 3%. I've missed 10 texts from Elijah and Kadira, but the calendar notification makes my heart drop all the way to my toes. Sundance Film Festival submission deadline. It's this afternoon. I lower myself to the old chest next to the rocking chair. The lace doily on the top of the trunk digs into my palms as I lean to the side, feeling off balance to my core. I need to reset my priorities, put things in order. Mom taught me that when I was balancing speech therapy and school and starting up the YouTube channel. One thing at a time. Finish the box. I have all of the other shots edited and put together. I just need a closing scene. That's not such a bad thing. A morning with Gavin in the barn. I put on a sweater and follow the worn path through the grass to the door of the barn. My heart sinks as I notice his car isn't in the driveway. I don't have a lot of time left. When I step inside the barn, the roar of the table saw greets me. Good, he's here. I'll get my box done after all. But it isn't Gavin working in the shop. It's William. He cuts power to the saw and turns, stopping when he sees me. Morning. Can I help you with something? Do you know where Gavin is? He ran down to Landelli. His memge took a turn for the worse. It's the softest I've ever heard William speak, almost like he cares. What do you need him for? The hard edge is back. He really must be made of prickles, and the only person he lays his quills down for is Gavin. He was supposed to help me finish my box this morning. I really need to get it done. It's important. The deadline is almost here, but I can't fault Gavin for taking off to see his mamge. It looks like it's almost done. He walks across the shop and examines the box on the table. We need to add the hinges and give it a nice stain. Hope rises in me like a camera angle that is righted, so the shot shows the return to balance. Can you show me? No one will ever accuse William of having too much patience. He grumbles at how I hold the small drill and the angle of the tiny golden screws, but when I explain I need to film him doing it, I catch a side of him I've never seen before. He is an artist. He stays quiet as I hold the camera to catch the addition of the final hinge, the lid opening and closing, and then I let my camera do the work as he takes a small sponge and a dark liquid and changes the box from a light wood to a dark masterpiece. His hands move with confidence and knowledge, steady hands, just like mine when I'm holding the camera. The silence is comfortable and fulfilling. I take some final shots of the box in different lighting while it dries. 4 hours to deadline. I have 45 seconds of the film I need to add and edit. I feel like a rag that has been twisted to wring out all the water. Pull yourself together, Bree. You've got this. As we step out of the barn, I wonder if I can learn more about Mom's past. What was Cordy like when she was my age? I expect gruff, angry words of how she was headstrong, difficult. William surprises me. She was Trap's shining star. You couldn't go anywhere without people stopping to give her hugs, or tell her she was amazing, or just take a minute to shake her hand. She was talented and ambitious and could see 10 years down the road. What happened? I hate that those words come out of my mouth. He described her so beautifully, and I respond like that no longer describes my mom. But really, his words don't even describe the mom that I knew. I wouldn't have described my mom as ambitious. She was a survivor. We were survivors. We took the future one day at a time. I don't know exactly. He rubs the gray fluff of hair that clings to the back of his head. Not sure she ever told anybody what really happened. One day, she was on top of the world, and the next, she changed her plans. Left without an explanation. I thought she'd run off with Derek. It wasn't until she started sending letters that we found out she'd married that soldier boy from America. Those months when we didn't know where she was were hard on her mother, nearly killed her with worry. He takes a deep breath and leaves me standing in the driveway as he heads off in another direction to do his never-ending chores. I head into the house and pull up my laptop, time ticking away like a countdown on a bomb. Mom had dreams, and they collapsed. I have dreams too, but I'm not going to give up so easily, except that I can't focus. There are only a few entries left to read. It won't hurt to finish the journal while Mom is out of the house and the videos upload to my computer. Dear Ma'am, I told Mark about the baby. It slipped out. I didn't plan it out or do anything cute like a pink t-shirt. I guess I haven't written that here. It's a girl. I found out last week. I wish I could describe Mark's face. It's the first real smile I've seen since he got back from his tour. He stood up from the table and wrapped me up in his arms. For the last few nights, instead of turning away from me, he snuggles up close and talks to my stomach. This girl, whoever she is, has brought Mark back to me, almost like she's given him a reason to live. It's still hard. I miss my friends. I haven't been able to find a single gig. I'm lost here. I don't know who I am. But I can't lose the baby now, not with the way Mark looks when he talks about being a father. And so I lay here, Mark asleep beside me, one hand on the baby, the other under my pillow. The plane ticket is still there. Home. Mark. The baby. How can I possibly decide what to do? I expect more. I want more. I know what she decides, but I don't know why or how. What made her stay in America? What made her choose to be my mom when she was so unsure? I turn the page. It's blank. That was the final entry in her journal. I may never know the rest of the story. Chapter 31. I pressed submit 6 minutes and 40 seconds before the deadline. I did it. I should be elated. I should be celebrating. But all I can do is flop back on my bed and close my eyes. I'll be here for the next week until it's time to go home. My phone buzzes. I pick it up. Dad, can't get a hold of Cordy. Does she still have her phone? Bree, I think she still needs some time. Dad, what happened? Bree, we got in our first fight. I don't think she likes me anymore. Dad, don't say that. She loves you. She always will. She has some things to figure out. Bree, I miss her. I want things to go back the way they were. Dad, life is always changing. We mourn the losses, but look for the good in the change. You may find things are better in a way you never imagined. Bree, I can't imagine this being better. Ever. Dad, hang in there, soldier. She needs you. Bree, she doesn't want me. Did you know she didn't want me? I type that last text, but I don't send it. I backspace. Bree, thanks, Dad. I set my phone down, but it immediately buzzes again. I thought Dad would have caught the hint that the conversation was over, but it isn't a text from Dad. It's a text from Elijah. Elijah, I emailed the intro to the video. Can you post it tomorrow? I squeeze my phone in my hands to keep from throwing it against the wall. How can he ask so casually? Doesn't he know I'm dying over here? Doesn't he know that I never want to look at that YouTube channel again? No. He doesn't know any of that because I didn't have the courage to tell them. I let them think I was fine with it, that I didn't blame them for not noticing the numbers. I was in the hospital with my mom. I wasn't checking our YouTube channel. I wasn't thinking about the video that streamed live, and I benefited from the money. I am two different people, like Two-Face. One side good, one side dark and evil. I pull my pillow to my face, wanting to scream into it, but that requires too much energy. Really, covering my face and focusing on the hot air coming in and out helps me forget about the nausea rolling inside me. Why do some things have to be so final? Why isn't there a way to start again and do things differently? I take 3 more deep breaths, then I text him back. Bree, I'll have it up by midnight. The text sends, and I stare at it for a few minutes. There is so much more I want to say, so much I can never say. It's so easy to hide myself behind a few written words. I can be the person I want people to think I am. Like our videos, Elijah can show people his amazing side and leave the rest of himself off screen. I don't want to view life like that anymore. I want the walls to come down, the lens to expand, pull back, and expose the secrets behind the scenes, even if that means exposing my own. Do I have the courage for that? Not yet. I need answers first. I want to know more about what happened with Mom before she left Wales. I want to know about her, and if she's not around to tell me, there are other people who knew her 20 years ago. I want to talk to all of them. I slip out to the barn and catch Gavin examining the box. You finished it. I can't tell if it's disappointment in his voice or jealousy. I did finish it without him. My video was due. That's all the explanation I can muster. How's your momgi? Gavin sets the box down, but he keeps his fingers on the lid. She had a fall, but she's recovering. A fall. I hold the corner of the work table as the world tilts. My mom had a fall. My mom is recovering, and she isn't. I'm sorry. Nothing you can control. I'm glad you were able to finish the box. It looks great. You look great. I don't let the words come out, but I think them and hope the blush doesn't show on my face. I was wondering if you could take me around today, introduce me to some of the locals, maybe some people who used to know my mom before she left. Gavin opens the lid on the box, almost like he's looking for hidden secrets inside. I can take you around. There are some older people around here that would love a visit. He looks back up at me, a light dancing in his eyes. Best know what you're getting into. When you ask about the past, you may get far more information than you're expecting. That would be a pleasant change. I say the words to myself, but he hears them. His eyes lock on mine, and I can see his pain, and I believe he touches mine. But the truth is, He doesn't know. I look down first. Let's go. The rest of the day he takes me to one house after another. We visit 6 homes, and each person agrees to let me film their interview. I ask them about my mom. I loved her music. She could sing like an angel, but she had a temper off the stage. Once, after a concert, I heard her arguing with the drummer. Didn't hear what she said, but she knew how she wanted things, and she didn't give any ground. Cordy Evans was a dreamer and a planner. I never thought anything in this world could stop that girl from reaching her dreams. But when Derek disappeared, everything changed. She changed. We all know she was the last one to see him, but she never talked about it. We never knew what happened. I was best friends with her mother all these years. Cordy and her mother had a great relationship. Not so much with her father. They were like 2 rams fighting for an ewe, both of them as hard-headed as a couple of goats. Cordy's mother was the peacemaker between them, but she couldn't keep Cordy from leaving. Not after the town turned against her. The visits leave me with a bad taste in my mouth. It was as if there was a general disappointment, the consistent agreement that the star of Trap had someone let every single one of them down. I remember Mom's face after the movie I made. The pain, her flinch at the disappointment in my face. She wasn't just feeling my disappointment. She was reliving the disappointment she had somehow caused an entire town. Chapter 32. The next morning is the same. No Mom. A simple note. An empty house. My knees feel shaky, so I lower myself onto the old trunk. The wood creaks beneath me, protesting the weight and pressure. My soul echoes the groan. The picture of a younger Cordy smiles out from a simple wooden frame on the bookshelf. Mom has her arm over a much younger William, all his fingers intact, and another woman with wisdom in her face and a light in her eyes. She has dark hair like me, and a strong jaw, and a determined look that reminds me of Mom. I wish I had known her. I wish she had known me. Mom, I whisper to no one. I need you. I can't do this alone. I let my head drop. My hands grip together in my lap. Morning prayers? Gavin's voice shocks me, and I jump up, looking around to see if there's a way to cover my embarrassment and moment of weakness. He stands awkwardly in the entryway between the kitchen and living room, like he's prepared to turn and leave, or come to my side. He laughs, shakes his head, and looks down like he's walked in on me naked. I didn't mean to startle you, he says, backing up. You can finish praying. I wasn't praying, I say, but his words bring back the image of the dry erase board in the non-denominational chapel in the hospital. All things are possible. I broke the universe once. It can't hurt to ask one more time. I can't make things worse than they already are. Now I feel like the smile in Mom's old photograph is for me. She wouldn't give up. She'd try everything. Timbinium hasib, I whisper under my breath, reaching out to touch the face between my grandparents. Things may be weird now, but all she has to do is remember even a few memories of me, of being a mom. Things would be so much easier if she knew me. Wait, I lift my hand like I can catch Gavin before he decides to leave. Would you do it with me? What? He pokes his head back in. The wrinkles on his forehead make me want to touch his face, smooth the lines with my thumb. I mean, my mom taught me this visualization technique, kind of like prayer, but different. Would you do it with me? Of course. Gavin commits to closing the distance between us. His smile is hesitant. He reaches up and rubs the back of his neck. Mom Gabe believes in prayer. Maybe that's something similar. I don't know. Where do you want to do the visualizing? Here? He indicates the small living room. I shake my head. I want to make it more official. Somewhere that's significant. I don't let my voice drop off to a whisper. Somewhere with history. He shrugs, a rising excitement behind the movement. There's an old church on Winchester. It's an ancient building. Probably only a couple 100 years younger than the castle. Want me to take you? The words are innocent, yet hopeful. An old church, a historical place with the memories of Wales. I can't think of a better place to petition the universe to return Mom's memories. Yes, I say too eagerly. I pull myself back, trying to calm down. I would love that. Do you have time? He glances out the door like he's a cat burglar checking his getaway route. As long as we're back before the old man notices, I'm gone. He holds his hand out, and I take it. I laugh as he pulls me across the front yard at a run, the wind blowing my hair back. I'm escaping the prison on a mission to save the world. We jump into the car, just as I see William step out of the shop door. Go, 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 I say, buckling my seatbelt and pressing my feet against his dashboard like I can propel the small car forward. Gavin shifts the car into gear and literally peels out, gravel flying as the wheels spin, but the car crawls slowly out of the yard, the tires failing to get any traction on the loose driveway. We're both laughing hysterically. I can see William in the rearview mirror, hands on his hips, his head shaking like we are the most ridiculous creatures he's ever seen. It takes us several minutes to catch our breath. Once we are out on the road, the craze of the moment wears off, but I don't want it to. I want to feel crazy, brave, free. I hate the feeling of helplessness that has been growing up my legs like vines ever since we came to Wales. Doing something is like cutting the vines that are trying to pull me down, make me give up. Not yet. We drive out of trap in the opposite direction of the salon. I'm glad. I imagine Mom sitting across from her best friend at a cute Welsh restaurant, drinking tea and eating crumpets, or whatever best friends do here, never once mentioning her daughter, only talking of familiar things, things she remembers. Some of the heaviness comes back, but I try to push it aside. It doesn't matter that she doesn't want to be with me now. Once she remembers, truly remembers how much she loved me, she'll take me out to breakfast and sit for hours talking to me about all the things we used to do together. I grip the leather of my seat, trying to ground myself in today, in the mission. Thanks, I say, focusing on the present, and Gavin, for taking me. I hope I didn't get you in trouble for skipping work. He glances at me, his eyebrows raised in apology. I won't get in trouble. I recognize guilt like it's my own reflection. What do you mean? William sent me in to see how you were doing, he says. I wasn't really sneaking out. He'd already given me permission. My mouth drops open, shock worming its way in. William cared enough to check on me, while my own mother left a note directing me how to pour cereal? It was a pretty smooth getaway, he says, smiling, leaning close enough to bump me with his shoulder. He swerves a little, and I point at the road. Watch where you're going, I say. And that was a terrible getaway. An old woman with a walker could have caught us trying to get out of the driveway. I cringe inside. I wish I hadn't used the image of an old woman. It feels too close to his mamge. Gavin's words echo in my mind. All that I am is because of her. Gavin raises one eyebrow, keeping a straight face. It's playful, not angry. We were a regular Bonnie and Clyde, like in the old American movie. My heart jumps a little at talk of something so familiar. Movies, film, at least it covers my clumsy joke about the old woman. I nod and sit back in my seat, crossing my arms. What's the job today? Bank robbery? A train holdup? I like that. A train, he says, tapping the steering wheel with one finger and lowering his eyebrows in concentration. Sure. We'll set up a blockade on the tracks. Then I'll drive right up beside the train, and you'll jump on. With this classic? I can't help screeching the last word. His muscles twitch as he fights a smile. I can see it now. He waves a hand in front of his face, like we're watching the train cross the road. We'll drive alongside, my foot on the gas, as you climb on the roof, jumping a moment too late, because we run out of gas. Again, this guy makes everything disappear with a laugh. He drops his hand and it lands on mine in the center of the seat. I'm leaning forward, sharing his vision. I sit back slowly, letting my hand stay beneath his. I watch his profile as he drives, the words coming up again, like a bad flavor after eating at an unfamiliar restaurant. Everything that I am. I would say the same thing about Mom. Everything I am is because of her. But who am I without her? Who am I without the person who made me who I am? When I look inside, all I can see is the dark black hole. I have no idea. Mom is everything, every part of me. Desperate for distraction, I sputter words before I stop to think if they should come out or not. Using American movies, eh? I thought you said Welsh movies were way better. You've got a few good ones. A few? I say. We have more than a few. I'm sure it's different compared to here. Wales has a rich history of film, Gavin says. Cardiff has a great film community. It's where I'd like to go someday, to test my skills as an actor. His words are casual, without sarcasm. Really? I say, wishing I didn't sound so disbelieving. I believe he could. I would watch him. I mean, that would be amazing. What's stopping you? I've got those delicious free dinners 4 times a week, he says, and a job that pays. Acting doesn't always have a steady income. He's not wrong. He's holding back to be near his grandma. After meeting her, I'm unsure if his excuse is a good one. Would it matter if he left to pursue his dream when his grandma doesn't even remember his visits? I bite my tongue. At least I didn't say those words out loud. You could do it. You can do anything, even when it sounds impossible. Gavin takes his eyes off the road and almost stops my heart with his smile. Thanks, Bree. That means a lot. He squeezes my hand and I scoot a little closer. Grateful the tiny car has a bench seat. He puts his arm around my shoulder and we drive, comfortable with each other's closeness, until he pulls off to the side of the road. There's a small area for parking, maybe large enough for 3 cars, but no buildings close by. Where are we? I ask. He gets out of the car. I follow, wishing the ride had been just a bit longer. The church, remember? Right, the church. I feel like an echo. I look around, but there's no church. The parking lot is in a forested area, taller trees than I've seen before. Most of Wales has been pasture lands, flowing hills, the cliffs by the Castle Senan. This is a small forest, almost the size of a mirage in the desert. He shrugs and drops his act, pulling me up a small trail. After a few yards, when the trees close in on all sides and I feel like we've entered an enchanted wood, I see it up ahead and gasp. You wanted a place with history, right? He asks. The old stone building has moss and vines growing up the walls. Headstones peek up out of the grass, mostly covered, but tall enough to add to the atmosphere. There are 3 crosses on the eaves of the roof and small pointed windows, glassless and empty. It's perfect. A place forgotten by time, rich in history, and full of the hope of people from centuries ago. Yes, is the only word I get out as we approach the abandoned church. The door rotted away a long time ago. Gavin goes in first, offering me his hand, and steps over some fallen stones. We enter into the empty 1-room chapel. There are no pews, only the rough stone floor. At the back end of the room is a simple square altar, raised above the floor. Now what? He asks. I look around. There aren't any folding chairs to make a circle like I did at the hospital. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. I'm here to use the energy of this church, its history, to bend the universe one more time. Let's draw a circle and sit inside of it, I say. That's what Mom did in the hospital room when we needed a place to visualize our future. She'd use whatever materials were available. Then we'll hold hands and imagine a world where my mom has her memory back. Like in The Secret Garden, Gavin says. Another movie reference. Or he might be talking about the book. Either way, I picture the children around the fire they built, chanting, bringing alive a garden that was dead, calling home a father who had forgotten how to be happy. Yes, I say, just like that. Chapter 33. Gavin draws a circle in the dirt collected on the floor. He uses a stick, pulling up some grass sprouting straight out of the stone. Eventually we enter the circle and sit down. He takes my hand and we stare at each other. Then I close my eyes and imagine Mom walking into our DC apartment, calling my name, dropping her bag on the corner table. She's found a job after her months of searching, and she loves it. Her eyes light up when I come out of my bedroom. The hug, the smell of flowers and chocolate from her office lingering on her clothes. Sitting down to dinner. Small talk. Forks scraping on the plate. I imagine every detail of what it would be like when Mom remembers me. My forehead leans against his. He doesn't pull away, but I'm pulled out of the daydream for a moment. The pressure of his head, the tickle of his hair, the smell of moss and stone around us. "I'm not sure I'm helping," he says, his voice thick. He sniffs. I open my eyes to peek, and though his face is so close that it's blurry, I see a tear slipping down his face. "You're helping more than you know," I say, wishing I could tell him how much he has done, how I don't even know how I would be able to handle this without a friend. "What do you mean?" He pulls back and rolls his shoulders, turning his face away. "I'm supposed to be picturing your mom remembering." "That's really my job," I say, trying to lighten the mood. "Your role was more the chauffeur." His slight nod and half-smile pinch my heart, and for a moment, I would bend the universe for someone else. "What were you imagining?" Gavin lets go of my hands and rubs his face, wiping the tears away with a casual brush. He lays down, keeping his knees bent to stay in the circle, staring up at the ceiling above us. I lay the opposite way, so our heads are side by side, my feet nearly touching the other edge of the circle. I see his profile in my peripheral vision, his proud nose, his long eyelashes. He shifts slightly, so we rest on our backs, our cheeks touching, his shoulder brushing the top of my head. I rest my hands on my stomach, my breath lifting them up and down, giving him time to answer. I don't know if he will. Then he does. We stare at the rotten rafters, small holes letting glimmers of sunlight through, like small stars in the sky. "I wasn't really imagining, just remembering," he starts. "The most original thought I've ever had is pretending there was a real live fairy beneath the waves of Lenny Fanfak. I even talked to her once." "You talked to the lady in the lake?" I ask, fighting an impulse to turn my head and let my lips brush along his cheek. I can smell his aftershave.
"More accurately, I talked to the lake."
I can feel the pressure of his muscles as he smiles, his nose lifting a fraction.
"I wanted to learn the healing arts of the Midfai. I wanted to help my mamge, who was starting to get sick. I thought the Lady of the Lake might have more sympathy for an orphan who missed his mother and desperately needed his grandmother to stay well."
"What happened?" I whisper.
"Instead of a woman, an old man came across the lake in a fishing boat, which destroyed the magic of the moment. I've never let him live it down. I told him he should have jumped out of the boat and come up out of the water like a proper nymph."
His voice is light and teasing, and I'm in awe at his ability to find humor in pain, to have fun after losing so much. "An old man?" I ask, pretty sure I've heard him use that term before.
"You've met him,"
he says, playfully, pushing my head with his.
"Grouchy old guy missing a couple of digits, who couldn't handle a boy talking to himself."
"What did he do?" I ask. I picture William rowing out of the thick fog, the waves splashing up against the knees of a younger Gavin, kneeling on the shore of a magical lake.
"He offered me a job. I said no at first, totally embarrassed and knowing Mamge needed me at home, but her sickness progressed so slowly that for a while, it felt like she was getting better. William didn't give up. He asked me every day. I started building furniture and fishing with him on the weekends."
I tried to stay focused, but his words flip something over inside me, like a chef turning a pancake. "She got better?" I ask. The words sound so selfish, so inconsiderate, so desperate. His face brushes my cheek as he nods. A tiny bit of stubble catches strands of my hair.
"For a while, things seemed better, but it might have been that I wasn't around as much to see all the signs. It was nice to work with William. Sometimes it was nice to be away."
There's an undercurrent of guilt, but I ignore it. "How far is the lake?" I ask, trying to sound casual, interested, not psychotic. I know this wasn't the point of his story. I know I should be mourning for that boy who is being forgotten even now, but I can't brush my hope aside. I can't ignore the most far-fetched ideas. If calling out to a fairy in a lake has any chance of helping, I want to know more.
"It must have been so hard," he says, pulling away slightly so he can look at me, "to have it happen all at once. I had a couple of years. Some were spent in denial, but in the end, I had time to get used to the idea of being forgotten. You didn't have that."
I sit up, brushing the bits of sticks and grass from my hair. His words are sincere, but the taste of pity is as sour as a fresh lemon, almost enough to make me pucker. "Sure, but the difference is, Mom's memory loss isn't permanent." I slap my hand over my mouth. The thought behind the words and the sound of them when they came out were exactly the opposite. I did not mean to steal his hope in order to feed mine. I'm sorry, I say, wishing I could suck the words back in and banish them to another dimension. I didn't mean that the way it came out. Gavin pushes up on one elbow, cocking his head. No, you're right. That's why we're here, right? To ask for the memories back. Did you ever pray for your mom, Gay, other than the day at the lake? I ask. He pulls a few strands of grass that have grown up in the accumulated dirt on the floor. I never did. The old man always said life would be easier if we accepted our circumstances and made the best of them. I pushed to my feet. He told me that too, but he's wrong. If we accept things the way they are, how can we change them? How can we make things better? Gavin nods, continuing his grass pulling. Grass that has grown straight out of the stone floor. It didn't give up. I understand the arguments better than you know. How do we find peace if we are never satisfied? How do we find success if we are at peace with failure? Now you sound like Gandhi, I say, unable to bear the agelessness that has covered Gavin like an old cloak. His wisdom is intimidating. His calmness? Aggravating. He throws the collection of grass in my direction. Only a few pieces cling to my pants. The others flutter harmlessly to the center of the circle. Okay, fine, he says, pushing up to stand beside me. I had my therapy session. Now it's your turn. My turn? I step back, not just because he's taller than me, but now I'm scared he'll ask about Mom. His eyes roam around the interior of the church, examining it, like a director when he steps into the scene. Wales has an amazing atmosphere for film. We are surrounded by castles, knights, battles, heroes, history, and ancestry. You're right, I say. It's more than beautiful. It's powerful. Gavin steps closer to me, hesitant as he puts one hand on my hip. He waits, but I don't push him away. I let my camera drop and put my arms up around his neck. Pulling his head down, his other hand settles on the small of my back. There is no space between us, no air, only a vacuum pulling us closer, sucking us in. Can I kiss you? He asks. I've never been asked, never been this close to any boy. I want it, and my feet are already pushing up on my toes to get closer to his lips. My arms wrap more firmly around his neck. His face comes closer, his lips soft and gentle as they press against mine. Heat flashes through me, white light behind my eyes, and an image of Mom in the hospital bed. What am I doing? I pull back and shake my head, letting my arms unwind and slide down his chest. Gavin steps back, giving me some much-needed air. Not so great? The question is fragile. I don't want to shatter him. No, I say, holding back a sudden urge to cry, the tears already on the brink of falling. Where did they come from? It was great. I'm just confused. I wanted to come here to help my mom, not be weak. I shouldn't get distracted. He brushes a finger along my lips, pausing on the scar that runs up toward my nose. You're not weak. I could tell from the first time I saw you that you were one of the strongest people I had ever met. He doesn't know about the crying at night, or the frustration growing inside me like an ugly weed. I want to be strong, especially in front of him. I want to be the person he thinks I am, the person he sees, and yet I know I'm not. I know I can't be the person he sees because he doesn't see all of me. He doesn't see the parts of me that I've kept hidden. Mom must feel the same when I tell her I see her, but she knows there are parts she'll never let me see. I take another step back. I've only got a few days left in Wales. We're flying home Saturday. I hate to kiss and run. You're not a one-week fling kind of gal? He says, laughing before stepping back and leaning against the stone windowsill. I mean, I say, missing his nearness already. When you say it like that, I might be that kind of girl. And you still owe me that date, he says. You're still planning on coming to the festival with me Friday night? Yeah? I had completely forgotten about the date. Official and awkward as it was, a warmth of excitement grows inside me. After we go home, Mom and I will have time to work on getting her memory back. Friday night with Gavin could be fun, a night for me. Of course, I say. It would be an honor. I curtsy like an old-fashioned lady. He bows, his face serious and beautiful. My heart flutters. I can be this person for now. Chapter 34. I've got one last person who said they'd talk to you about your mom, Gavin says Wednesday morning. I'm sick of interviews and hearing people talk about my mom like some washed-up disappointment, but Mom's already left, and I don't want to mope around the house. I also don't want to make a video for the YouTube channel. Although Elijah has sent me 3 texts about it already, Kadira wants an update on Mom, but I haven't been able to write the words. She's not great, no memories, and she doesn't even like me. Sure, I say cheerfully, even though I feel anything but. Thanks for helping with this. We arrive at the house, whitewashed stone, with dark brown wood framing the windows and roofline. It's a single-story rectangle building that looks like it could have been built in the Dark Ages. The roof is thatched and reminds me of Madame Mim's house from The Sword in the Stone, but the woman who answers the knock is the opposite of Madame Mim. She's tall and ageless, leathered skin on a gaunt body from years of hard labor. Knobby hands grip a cane. Come in. Thank you, Mrs. Liddell. I appreciate you letting us come by. Gavin has the manners of a true gentleman. I situate a smile on my face. I used to be polite, didn't I? This frustration with Mom is starting to infiltrate my defenses, like thick vines growing through castle walls. Do you mind if I record you? I ask once we've sat down. She has a tray with 3 cups of tea and a plate of flat biscuits on a small table in the middle of the room. She settles in an old rocking chair, similar to the one in William's house. In fact, it might be a twin, probably something he made when he was young and had 10 fingers. I don't mind at all. Mrs. Liddell motions to a short couch that takes up most of the rest of the living space. Gavin and I sit next to each other, his knees almost up to his chin. He looks very uncomfortable. What can you tell me about Cordy Evans? I ask after I've started the camera. I take a sip of tea to be polite. I knew Margaret, Cordy's mother, the best. We grew up together just over the hill. We went to school in a 1-room building with 17 children, all different ages. Even then, Margaret knew she wanted to be a mother. It took her a long time to have Cordy. There were some struggles, and when Cordy was finally born, Margaret was so happy. The 2 of them were inseparable, her only daughter. It nearly broke her heart when she left. My cup pauses on its way to my mouth. I reach out to take a biscuit, but my hand is shaking too much. Her mom wanted her from the beginning. Mine hadn't wanted me. Do you know why she left? Gavin takes over the questions, like he senses my need for help. Why she left Wales? Sure, that handsome soldier from America. At least, that was one of the reasons. And the other reasons? He takes a biscuit and dips it in his tea. I would copy his actions, but I have to set my cup back on the tray to keep from spilling. She'd had enough of her old man. Never could do enough to please him, even after the concert and raising nearly $6,000 and winning the county talent contest. He couldn't abide the thought of her moving to London to be a singer. She wanted to go to London? I asked. That's what the money was for, to take the band to London. Give them a start. But the band broke up after the drummer, Derek, disappeared. The band never played together again, and Cordy took that money and left for America. Most people were too upset about the missing boy. A lot of people blamed Cordy, but a few of us remember the money. A lot of people donated to help her with the band, not for her to run off to America and leave us, not to run off and break her mother's heart. What happened to Derek? Did he die? I asked. Derek was a bit of a vagabond. Moved to town long enough to get the band off the ground, but no one knew where he came from, and no one knew where he went when he left. Did my mom have something to do with him disappearing? There are a lot of theories, all gushy and over-romanticized. Some said Cordy broke his heart by telling him she was choosing the soldier boy over him. Others said they fought because Cordy wanted the money, and Derek wouldn't give it to her. The only person who knows what really happened to Derek is Cordy herself. Derek didn't have any connections in trap. He drifted in as a young kid without a family. William took him in as a worker, and Cordy and him started the band. Derek worked for William? I hadn't heard that fact before. Sure, if he hadn't had such talent, he might have been the son William always wanted. He wanted a son? He wasn't happy with my mom? I asked. Oh, William is a pickle bush, frozen on ice, that's for sure, but he loved his daughter. She just inherited his rock-hard head. They battled it out from the time she could talk. But if you ask me, he loved the challenge of his daughter as much as he loved his daughter. The interview wraps up, and I put my camera away. I thank Mrs. Liddell, and Gavin leads me outside. I guess if we want any more answers about what really happened, we'll have to ask your mom. He opens the car door, and I climb inside. She won't talk to me. Maybe you can open up to her first, he says, as he folds himself into the car and starts the engine. I wonder if there's something you could share with her that leaves you exposed. Lets her see a part of you that you keep hidden. What are you talking about? I don't know. Sometimes, from the way you talk, I feel like there's this secret. Something your mom needs to know, but you can't tell her until her memories come back. Maybe it's something you'll have to trust her with the way she is now. The way she is now. The same words William used. The way she is now. I've been so focused on getting my old mom back. I haven't spent a lot of time getting to know her the way she is now. The way she might always be. I look out the window to hide the tear that slips down my cheek. I need to talk to Mom. I need to open up and give her the chance to accept me, mistakes and all, and then maybe she'll feel safe enough to tell me what really happened. What if I tell you first? I look at him, at his kind face, at the friend that had saved me here in Wales. I haven't been honest with him either. Okay, my mom isn't a cancer patient. That's not how she lost her memories. Gavin keeps his eyes on the road. I kind of knew that, but I figured you'd talk to me when you were ready. Stop being perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm not strong in the way you think. My mom lost her memory in a ziplining accident. What? That's awful. She didn't even want to go ziplining. She did it for me. Bree, that doesn't make it your fault. I was filming it. Gavin lets his eyes leave the road for a minute to look at me, his eyebrows disappearing into his hair. What? I have a YouTube channel with 2 friends, and we were using ziplining as an example of living life. I was filming my mom when she had the accident. You didn't post it? I cover my face with my hands. It was streaming live. Oh no. I hate that his reaction reflects the horror of the moment, of my secret. The worst part is, it went viral. We had an automatic transition on our YouTube channel, and the live feed posted. I had over 1 million views, and people started donating to our charity. You have a charity? It's like he's fishing for the positive specks in my story. It's more Elijah and Kadira's charity, to help kids who are underprivileged and don't have as many opportunities, but it's attached to our YouTube account, and when people started following and watching the accident, they started donating, and that's how I paid for our trip to Wales. There's a pause. I hold my breath even though I'd said the last 3 sentences in one breath. It was out. The secret was outside of me. You took money from a charity for kids to pay for your trip to Wales? I wish I could take the secret back in. It sounds so much worse coming from his mouth. I'm going to pay it back. And this is the secret you've kept from your mom. How would you explain it? Gavin shakes his head as he pulls into the driveway at William's house. Just the way you did now. Maybe she'll understand better than you think. Chapter 35. I have a ticking countdown in my heart until the day we can get on the plane, head back home, and start again. Here in Wales, not only has Mom forgotten me, she's forgotten about me. I walk the path that she took when she first got here, a quiet and peaceful trail around the property. My insides swirl like a tornado that has touched down. What if she never remembers? Who am I? Who will I be? I don't want to let those feelings stay. I want to believe that I can bend the universe. That belief alone will return me to the reality I need. But the twister of emotions brings the doubts around and around, revisiting each time I send them away, hitting me with such force that sometimes I lean against the stone wall or sit down on the prickly grass. What if I never get to tell her the truth? And if I do tell her, what if she never loves me again? Instead of staying for dinner in the silence of William and Mom's grudge match, I go with Gavin to see his mamge. She takes my hand and introduces herself 3 times. Gavin does some impressions of famous people for the other patrons. His accent changes each time, and his emotions are vivid. He's good. He really could be an actor. There's no acting when we get up to leave, and he places a tender kiss on her forehead, smiling as she pats his cheeks goodbye. She may not remember him, but I can tell she loves being with him. She enjoys his visits despite thinking he's just a kind, strange boy. When I get home, Mom's sitting on the side of her bed, almost like she's waiting for me, except she doesn't make eye contact. She turns away from me as I walk in, and it might as well have created a frigid wind, for how it freezes me all the way to my center. Her fidgety, shaky fingers trace the edge of her blanket. She's afraid. It's the same movement she did with her white scarf as she agreed to zip line, the same twitches she made with her button at the airport. She makes the same nervous touches as she gets ready to talk to me. Am I that scary to her? I haven't even told her the whole truth yet. I want to be the first to talk, to tell her everything's going to be okay, that I'm going to fix this, fix us, by starting with the truth. Mom beats me to it, finding her voice, but not the courage to look me in the face. I wanted to talk to you. The words should be music to my ears, but they fall flat and discordant. That spark of discontent and anger ignites inside me. I shouldn't be angry or disappointed, but I can't smother it. Okay, I say, trying to cover the hurt that is strangling my words, squeezing them until they burst out sour and sarcastic. I'm here. Let's talk. Mom sighs, like she's changed her mind. I just want to know why. Why what? My mind is blank as a green screen. She turns back toward me, her eyes rising to my knees. Did you really film it? Did you film my accident? The floor drops out from beneath me. I'm floating in a void of disbelief and surprise. She found out before I could tell her. My stomach rises up, making me feel queasy and motion sick. Did Gavin tell her? My image of him as a friend and good person shatters like a mirror dropped on the floor. I had my camera. I don't know why the word yes refuses to fall from my lips, dangling there like a drop of dew on a Venus flytrap. We were working on a video. Mom taps the front of her phone and watches the screen. She squeezes it between her now still fingers, white from the pressure. Then she turns the screen toward me. I saw this today. Minnie said it was a GIF. The word is a question, not a sentence. I can't respond as I watch a clip, shortened and looped from my video, play across her phone, the exact moment the branch hits her, her body flying backward from the impact. Words flash across the screen. Feels like a Monday. It is a GIF. Someone made a GIF from my video. We pulled it down, but it had been up for 3 days, long enough to be too late. For 3 days, I let my mom's accident circle the internet, our worst moment shared with strangers who could never care. Did you make it a joke? She asks, the pain in her words tearing through me. I'm so confused. I thought you and I were close or something, but this is cruel. Minnie said it was typical teenage behavior, but I don't understand why anyone would do this to someone. Minnie said there is social media that lets everyone see it. The whole world is laughing at me. If I wasn't drowning in my own horror, I would have told Mom to never say Minnie said again. I don't know her friend that well, but I hate her for saying things wrong, for explaining things she doesn't understand. I shake my head, but I don't know where to start. She doesn't wait for me to stop reeling. It's like she's planned the whole conversation without me in it. Why did I even get up there? She asked. I'm terrified of heights. I can't imagine what possessed me to even get into that harness. Did I change that much? Did I become a completely different person? Tears drop down the sides of her cheeks as she turns away from me again. What can I say? You went up there for me? You were the same person, terrified, reluctant, except for one variable. You loved me. Please, I start, unable to handle the silence. My silence. It's not what you think. I didn't make the GIF. I didn't film it. Yes, I did. Make her go? Yes, I did that too. Guilt and frustration bubble up, making my brain short-circuit. I can't think clearly. Can't explain why she shouldn't be mad. Why my real mom wouldn't be mad. She'd forgive me with a hug, with a shake of her head, a plan to work through this together. Minnie said, she starts, but even though my head has stopped thinking, my mouth has a motor of its own. She doesn't know anything, I blurt. Why do you listen to her when she doesn't know me? Neither of you understand. You don't understand anything. She stands, practically stomping her foot. The only thing I don't understand is you. My anger flares. And what about you? Nobody understands you either. How you made a boy disappear and took all the money to go to America. How do you explain that? Who told you that? Her eyes are shining, but completely dry, not a glimmer of a tear. Don't pretend to understand me after a few days in my house. He didn't disappear. He left me. He didn't have any connections in this town except for William. When he decided to leave, he didn't tell anyone. He almost didn't tell me. I did steal the money. She pauses, and I recognize the regret like I'm looking in a mirror. But not for me. I took the money for the band and gave it to Derek before he left town. He had no one to help him, and we weren't a band without him. It's something I never told anyone, and I regret taking people's money. I've regretted it every second of my life, at least every second of my life that I can remember. She explains everything away so easily, but I can't do the same. I borrowed money that I regret. Will I regret it for the rest of my life? You can't understand what it feels like to regret your decisions. Actually, I do. The words reach her, but she doesn't want to hear them. I feel like I've been given a second chance here to try again, but you keep pulling me back into a life I don't remember. I just want to move forward, not backward. Even if it means moving forward without me? I can't help yelling. You may not remember me before the accident. But what about after? I've done everything you've asked. I brought you here without telling Dad. I planned the trip to Wales. I did all those things, and you can't even be bothered to give me the time of day. It's like I don't even exist anymore. And it's like I never existed. She walks out the door, slamming it behind her. I want to call after her, start from the beginning, work through the conversation differently. No words come to my open mouth. I sit on the bed out of habit. Mom and I haven't had a lot of fights, but the ones we did have, she'd come back in, talk it out, make sure we understood each other. She'll come back. Of course, she'll come back and apologize. She doesn't come. I pull out my phone and text my father. Bree, I messed things up. I tried to be honest with her, but it backfired. I don't know who she is anymore. Dad, things will get better. I'm going to come home tomorrow. Bree, no, that isn't a good time. Can you wait until Monday? I'm about to get caught in another lie. I'm going to lose another person's trust. Dad, I have a small break Friday and Saturday. It won't be long, but at least I can come help. Bree, I have to tell you something. Dad, anything. You can always talk to me. Bree, we aren't home. I took Mom to Wales. Dad, please tell me you're joking. Bree, not a joke. Dad, why? Why wouldn't you tell me? I have no answer for that. Not that could be summarized in a text. I have a million answers for that question. I hate myself for every single one. I don't bother to answer. I put my phone under my pillow. Once again, I cry myself to sleep, yearning for a mother's arms to wrap around me and tell me everything is going to be all right. Chapter 36. Elijah, what is the plan for our next video? Our reboot didn't get a lot of hits. We need a new strategy. Kadira, strategy is your forte. We're just here to help. Elijah, what do you think about doing something exciting over there in Wales? Maybe we could throw an international twist into Live It Up. Kadira, how are you doing over there? Haven't heard a lot from you. Is your mom okay? Elijah, does she want to be in another video? Elijah, sorry, too soon. Kadira, we can figure things out when you come home. You need a ride home from the airport on Monday? I can't answer all Thursday. I know this YouTube channel has been their life, their focus, and mine too, but I can't get myself to care after the fight with Mom. If I could blame my problem on one thing, it would be that stupid YouTube channel. Thursday night, I finally forced myself to at least answer. Bree, no plans for next video. I'll text if we need a ride from the airport. That's when I notice an email notification. I open my email, ready to delete some advertising newsletter I need to unsubscribe from, when I see the subject line, Sundance Film Festival Selection Announcement. My heart stops. After all that has happened, and all that has distracted me, I can't imagine them choosing me. Still, my finger shakes as I poke at my screen. Might as well get this bad news out of the way. Things can't get much worse. I pause, my finger a few millimeters from the email icon. No, I'm not going to open this email full of doubt and discouragement. That is not how the universe bends. That is not how dreams are achieved. I set my phone down and sit cross-legged in the middle of the room. I close my eyes and picture myself at the Sundance Film Festival. I imagine the smell of the crowds, the brush of shoulders as people walk past, the flashes as the lights go down and the film comes up on the screen. I don't know exactly what I would be doing for the internship, but I've wanted this. I want this so bad that I can taste the desire on my tongue, salivating like I'm sucking on a lemon drop. Now I can open the email. I pick up my phone again, buzzing with hope and expectation. Dear Bree Harrison, the selection committee was very impressed with your video of the transformation from raw materials to a beautiful, functional item. We loved the metaphor and the exceptional skills you used from camera angle to still shots to the lighting. You are our #1 choice for the Sundance internship. To accept the position, please reply by Sunday evening at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. The internship does require a heavy time commitment, including 15 hours a week and attendance for the full 10 days of the festival. This is a unique opportunity, and we'd love to have you. Respectfully, Janice Goodhound, Sundance Film Festival President. I did it. I bent the universe. I saw what I wanted, worked for it, believed in it, and made it happen. Mom would be so proud of me. At least, my old mom would have been. Bending the universe is not as fun when you don't have someone to share it with. I text Elijah and Kadira the good news. They both send their congratulations with confetti and dancing cats. This is my moment. I should feel like I'm on top of the world, but all I want right now is to go home with Mom and start again where things are familiar. There are only 2 days left. Things will be different once we get away from this place. Mom can go back to her job. We can have some time with just the two of us. Even if she doesn't remember, at least I'll get a chance to be different, to change her opinion of me. Friday morning, when I get downstairs, there's a large, bright, layered, traditional Welsh dress on the chair in the kitchen. "What's this?" I ask William as he hand washes his plate in the sink. "Your costume," he says. He rubs the nubs of his missing fingers against his cheek. I'm beginning to recognize it as his nervous twitch. "Gavin said he's taking you to the festival." He failed to mention the required attire. My emotions teeter on a tightrope of control. William's facade cracks just a little. His eyes twinkle, and his cheek twitches. Must have slipped his mind. Is he joking? My brain struggles to remember the concept, but he doesn't smile, and he keeps looking at the dress expectantly. I pick up the dress and hold it up to me. It looks like it's the right size if I were part elephant, It's a plain dark blue with a few stripes on an apron-looking thing. Underneath the dress on the chair is a matching bonnet. Gavin walks in through the kitchen door. The date is off, I say. There is no way I'm going anywhere dressed like this. I don't care if it is a traditional festival. The shock on his face makes me pause as I'm about to make a grand exit from the kitchen. William lets out a noise. At first, I think he's choked on his water, or a large lamb chop is caught in his throat. But when I look at him, his eyes watering and nose wheezing, I realize he's laughing. I've never seen him smile before. Now he's laughing deep in his gut, and I'm the brunt of the joke. Gavin takes in the dress, the chortling William, and my furious face, and starts laughing too. You guys are hopeless, I say, looking at the dress one more time. Where do you even get a dress like this?
It's your great-grandmother's,
William says, wiping his eyes and blowing his nose in a handkerchief he pulls from his front pocket.
We kept it around for a good joke or two. It was worth it. Nothing beats that expression on your face.
I'm too shocked to be upset. I never imagined the old grumpy grandpa was a prankster. I somehow forgot that people could still be happy. I'd been so focused on feeling sorry for myself, wallowing in my regret, and hating myself for taking the money that his humor feels weird and out of place.
Are you feeling okay?
Gavin asks me. He's recovered from the joke and is studying my face carefully. Too carefully. I don't want him to treat me like a china doll. Mom and I have overcome the impossible. I stand up straighter, holding up the dress. I prefer jokes to the pity. I've changed my mind, I say. I think this would be the perfect outfit for tonight. Gavin's eyes go wide as he feels my forehead.
It must be a fever.
Why? I say. Wouldn't you love to be seen dancing with me in this?
There is no safe answer to that question.
He points his finger at William.
I blame this on you. You wouldn't be wrong,
William says, pulling the dress from my hands and rolling it up around his arm.
Have a good time.
Even as we walk out to Gavin's classic tiny car, I catch myself checking the driveway, hoping to hear a car's engine or a flash of headlights as Mom comes careening up to us, ready to apologize to me, or at least accept my apology. I slam the car door a little too hard. He glances over at me, but doesn't say anything. My emotions rock with the movement of the car. I want to feel elated about going on a date with Gavin and earning the internship spot, but the sorrow of the fight sloshes back and forth inside me, making me slightly nauseous. I have no strength to hold back the lake of sorrow inside me, like the dam is cracking. Small tears leak through, a sign of the wave that is certain to come. I close my eyes to push back the flood, but a tear squeezes out, dripping down my nose. Hold it together, Bree, I tell myself. Enjoy your last night here. Tomorrow we get to go home. I stare at the transparent reflection of myself in the window and touch the pane, almost expecting my hand to swish through me like I don't even exist. Gavin reaches out and puts his warm hand on my shoulder. His touch and his silence give me a chance to fortify the dam with weak boards. It's enough for now. I push the sorrow back, focusing on the moment, grounding myself in the car. We park in a field with hundreds of other vehicles. Gavin comes around to open my door and offer me his hand.
"M'lady,"
he says, sounding like an ancient knight. This is my date. A date with a boy from Wales. I don't have to be buried in guilt and regret the whole time. I made some bad choices. I admit my mistake, but I want to enjoy this night. Anger is easier than guilt, so I focus on how Mom left the room, didn't come back to finish our conversation. I'm shocked at how angry I am at her, but I feed it because it buries the sorrow. Thank you, kind sir, I say, pulling out invisible skirts in a curtsy. Gavin laughs, his smile making his eyes glow. Yes, if anger lets me enjoy tonight, I won't push it away. He buys me Welsh cakes at a stand. Then we watch several competitions, including log throwing and a sack race. We play a few games like tossing rings at milk bottles, his hand on my back as I throw. It thrills me. Mom would want me to have fun. The old Mom. And that's who I care about right now. At the duck shooting station, Gavin's body is close to mine. He shows me how to use the BB gun. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I don't complain. He takes me to the largest event tent, which is set up like a fancy restaurant, complete with white tablecloths, servers wearing black suit coats with dozens of silver buttons, and kilts instead of pants. They have long white socks and black, shiny shoes. At an open table, we face a large platform at the front of the tent. For dinner, we have rarebit, Glamorgan sausage, or lamb caul, a server says, holding a notebook and looking at me expectantly. I look to Gavin for help. We'll take all three, he says, nodding ahead in my direction. We've got a tourist. The server bobs his head with a smile and walks away. A woman tries to push between our table and the next, but the chairs are too close. Gavin stands and pushes in his chair so she can get through. My heart pinches. I'm going home tomorrow. It's all I've been looking forward to since the day with Minnie, but he has put a kink in my perfect world. I'll miss him. When he sits back down, I reach out and take his hand. He looks surprised, but smiles big and goofy. That was mighty forward for a lady, he says. It's the 21st century, I say. Feminism is cool. He laughs. It's catching on all over the world. Do they appreciate a gentleman, or have I made you feel helpless? I lean forward. I think a lady can be spoiled and independent, depending on her mood. You definitely sound American, he says, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. Have you decided about coming to America? I ask. He pulls back, surprise on his face. What? When we first talked, on the plane, I say, you said you were looking at schools in the United States. Maybe if you come, we could see each other again. Gavin's eyes drop to my hands, and he plays with my fingers with his thumb. I scoot my chair closer until our thighs touch. He turns apologetic eyes on me, gorgeous eyes that make me want to move into his lap, wrap my arms around his neck, and lose myself in a kiss. William sent me to D.C., he says, shaking his head. He's always trying to push me away, find something other than woodworking. He pauses, his gaze far away over my head. I swallow the panic as I start to feel like he's looking through me. I'm already invisible to Mom. I don't want to feel that way with Gavin, too. He continues. He's got a funny way of trying to push other people to chase their dreams when he's perfectly happy right where he is. What do you mean? I ask. The old man paid for the trip, but he knows I can't leave, not with Mamge. I'm the last person she's got. My eyebrows crunch together, but I look away so he doesn't see. His grandmother doesn't even remember him. Should he really give up other things? His dreams? Me? For a woman who doesn't even know his name?
Chapter 37. The microphone squeals. An announcer steps onto the stage and adjusts the stand. "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen," says the man, not wearing a kilt, but a full gray suit, well cut. "Due to a recent cancellation, we will not be hearing from Gravity, but we are lucky enough to have a local band with amazing talent who will be performing for you tonight. Let me introduce Only for Yesterday." I'm about to turn to Gavin and joke about the name of the band when they come up the steps of the platform. The woman with a guitar has short, stubby hair, barely long enough to grease down to one side, the bruise under her eye covered by makeup. Her lips are highlighted with bright red lipstick. My mom on stage, performing? It looks nothing like her, not the one I remember. I never imagined such a thing when she was perfect and beautiful. But now, with her hair gone, how does she have the courage to stand in front of everyone? The server brings our 3 plates, while another man comes up on stage and settles behind a drum set. I lean forward, squeezing my napkin in my hands. I don't even have the stomach to take a bite of the food. On a signal from the drummer, Mom grabs the microphone. No busy fingers, no licking her lips, no evidence of fear. She's a stranger, and I am no one to her. Why didn't she tell me? Why didn't she ask me to come watch? The drummer starts a slow, calm beat. Minnie and Mom lean in and start to hum. I recognize the tune, and it strips me of every defense I have left. She's singing our song. It's our song. The Welsh lullaby. As the humming turns into words,
I close my eyes to try and block the memories. Mom tucking me into bed, pushing my hair behind my ear. Mom standing outside my door, a smile on her face, singing to me every night. Humming to Mom on the airport bathroom floor. This is my song, and she's sharing it with the world like it's worth nothing to her, offering it to 1,000 strangers, making it worthless, meaningless. Like with the video of the accident, I am frozen, my back straight, desperately trying not to cry in anger, in sorrow, in absolute rage. Even Gavin's fingers on my back can't melt the ice that has crept through me from my core to the tips of my fingers. As the final note ends, Mom's voice the last, beautiful, perfect, and devastating sound. I jolt from my chair, winding through the tables, needing to escape, to be as far from her as possible. I finally make it to the entrance and start to run through the crowd, but someone grabs my hand and pulls me around. My momentum slams me into Gavin's chest, his arms circling me, his touch bursting the dam that has been holding everything back. The water washes me away in a torrent as the tears break free, and I sob into his shirt. That was our song, I say, gasping between each word. That was our song. I'm sorry, he says. I'm so sorry. He doesn't try to make me move or find a private spot. I'm glad, because I'm not sure my knees would hold me up for a single step. He lets me cry while Mom's voice floats out of the tent entrance as the band goes through a few more songs. After a while, I run out of tears. The valley inside me a mess of destruction. Gavin doesn't let go. He keeps his arms around me, keeping me warm, holding me together. I don't want to push him away, because then I would have to look him in the eyes. I can't bear it. He knows now. He knows I'm not strong. He knows I am weak and broken. I don't know how long we stand there, the two of us, rocking slightly to music coming from the tent, but by the time I finally try to stand on my own 2 feet, the music has stopped. The only sound is the clicking of forks to plates and some laughter from groups in smaller tents around the festival. "Can I take you home?" he asks. I nod, wiping my eyes and taking a deep breath, trying to find something I will recognize inside me. We turn to go just as the band comes out of the tent. I almost bump into Minnie. The guy who played the drums has his arm over Mom's shoulder. "Oh," she says when she sees us. "Hey, did you get to see the performance?" The heat of success radiates off her, burning me into ash. "Yeah," Gavin says, casual, friendly, like he wasn't just standing out here watching me cry my soul out. "It sounded good." There's that awkward pause of 2 groups of people who aren't sure if they can walk away from each other yet. Mom seems to be wilting a little. "Minnie?" she says, standing straighter, like she just remembered her manners. "You remember my daughter. And Greg, this is, She squeezes, her eyes closed, searching for a memory. My name. She's forgotten my name. Free, right? Minnie covers for Mom, remembering my name while my own mother basks in the glory of her performance. All other important facts flee her mind, like the name of her daughter. "Yeah," I say, "yeah." I shake Greg's hand, wishing I could jerk him forward to make him get his arm off Mom. Minnie gives me a half hug, fake and quick. Mom doesn't. I expect more tears, more sorrow, but that's gone. I'm surprised by the emptiness inside me, a small ember of heat left right in the center of my heart. I turn and walk away. Gavin follows. As I walk, the spark starts to smolder, and the heat turns into a flame of anger. How dare she forget my name? Am I no one to her? She may not remember my whole life, but the last 4 weeks she does, and I have been here for her. I have done everything I could think of. I like the taste of anger. It feels so much better than the blue heaviness I've been drowning beneath for the last few days. This heat inside me lifts me up, helps me breathe. I want to kick something, smash my fist down over and over, carve my name into the side of Mom's car. Not the rental, but the Leyland that's back home in America. Gavin slips his hand into mine as we walk. The anger steams off me in invisible waves. He drives me home, but when we pull up to William's house, I don't get out. "Last night here," he says.
You get to go home tomorrow.
I nod, wishing that this still felt like good news somehow. Things will be better when we get home, when we can get away from this place.
Bree, I'm sorry.
He starts, but I put my hand up. Can we talk about something else? Anything else? I ask.
A subtle subject change.
He smiles.
Fine. Do you have a boyfriend back home?
It's so sudden and unexpected. I laugh, but it feels good. I playfully lean toward him. Not that I remember. It's Gavin's turn to look surprised. Am I evil for making a joke about memory? I'm so tired of its weight, its heaviness. I just want to fill it up and make it go away like a balloon.
That's convenient,
he says, matching my movement, leaning toward me.
Because I know a guy here that likes you.
Really? I say. Does he know this is my last night? That he is running out of time?
Yeah, but this guy wouldn't complain about a girl who kisses and runs. He gets it.
Gavin comes closer. The old Bree would have pulled away, terrified, but I'm filled with a strange desperation, a need to stop being jerked around on strings like a puppet. I'm my own person, whether she remembers me or not. I look up and press my lips against his and close my eyes. The tingling spreads through my body. Excitement, desire, hope, all pulling me toward him. His hand presses against my cheek and moves behind my head, pulling me harder into him. I love it. I wish we had gotten out of the car before the kiss, because it's too small to get any closer. Gavin pulls away. His deep and beautiful eyes reflect the porch light as he looks into me.
Was it the wrong time?
It's the only time, I say, reaching up so I can pull his face back to mine. I'm not sure how long we hold each other, mouths pressed together, perfect, except for the seatbelt digging into my hip. Every second is worth the pain I deserve for everything that has happened. I kiss him harder, scooting into the middle of the car, wanting to disappear into this moment, wanting this to never end. The sound of tires on the gravel pulls us apart, and we both look into headlights coming toward Gavin's car. The lights pass us as a truck I've never seen before pulls closer to the house. I can see the back of the driver's head, and someone sitting next to him with short, spiky hair. Mom. My eyes lock on them as the man turns off the motor, puts his hand on the back of the seat, and moves closer to Mom. She doesn't get out of the truck. She doesn't pull away. She actually turns toward him, closing some of the distance. Are they going to kiss the way I was just kissing Gavin? Gross. Wrong. No! Every ounce of anger that had drained away comes back full force. I throw the door of Gavin's car open and jump out, running toward the truck. I slam both my hands against Mom's window, banging with flat palms against the glass. She jerks around to look at me, horror and disgust written across her face. Let her hate me. I hate her right now. Words come, and I don't stop pounding. You're married. You're a mother. What is wrong with you? Why are you acting like this? I feel hands grip my shoulders, but not Gavin's large hands, but smaller, rough ones. William pulls me back, away from the truck. Mom gets out. I want her to look sorry, sheepish, like she should. Instead, she mirrors my anger. The guy I now recognize as the drummer, Greg, gets out of the truck.
Go home, Greg,
William says, like a father ready to sick his dogs on his daughter's date. Greg pauses for a moment, then jumps back in his truck and peels out as he backs down the driveway.
Gavin?
William turns, softening like chocolate in a microwave.
Silman Delwood called. I know it's late, but...
Gavin doesn't wait for him to finish his sentence. He turns and runs to his car, not even sparing a backward glance for me. That's fine. We'll be gone tomorrow anyway. It was just a stupid kiss. Even as I think it, a coldness fills me inside, an emptiness I've never felt before.
What are you doing with Greg?
William asks.
He's a drunk, a drummer without a band.
Don't do this again, she says. You tried to control me once, and that didn't work out too well for you. What about Mark, your husband? I ask. You're already married. I know, she almost howls. I know. I wasn't going to do anything. We were just talking. He helped me have a chance at my dream again. I just needed something to feel right.
Find someone else, William says,
as firm as a stone wall.
He's no good for you.
What are you going to do? Mom asks. Send him away like Derek? Derek, the guy who disappeared. He worked for William and was in Mom's band. If William sent him away, why did she give Derek the money?
He had potential to do more with his life,
William says softly, but his voice has no weakness.
I wanted to see him succeed.
Because music wasn't good enough for you? She says. Because you didn't believe we could do it? You didn't believe in me.
He had a choice,
He says.
just like you. All I did was give him an opportunity, and he chose to take it.
They face each other, Mom breathing hard, like she sprinted around the house a few times. What about me? You were always pushing your boys to do better, giving them connections and opportunities, but what about me? You never wanted to see me succeed.
You wanted to go to college?
William appears to be thrown off balance for the first time. I wanted to play music in London, Mom says, her voice matching his, with my band. And you convinced him to go off to Cardiff with nothing but an acceptance letter. No support, no money. What choice did I have? I couldn't go to London without him. And he needed the money. William steps back, realization pulling his eyes wide.
You gave the money to Derek?
He seems to deflate, like the past had caught up to him and left a huge hole in his argument.
I thought you took it to get married.
You always thought the worst of me, and you wanted me to be miserable, she says, her voice stoking higher. Both of you. She drags me back into the conversation with a fiery dart of accusation. Why do you keep trying to make me into something I'm not? Do things I don't want to do, act like someone I never remember being, taking away every single thing that makes me happy, even for a moment. Mom has never seemed so young, like a kid throwing a temper tantrum. I should feel guilt and sorrow, but anger and disgust have replaced both of those emotions. I am dull and red-hot and empty, all at the same time. After one glance at my face, she turns to march inside. William reaches out and catches her arm, not roughly, but with a tender pressure that stops her in her tracks. He's holding her forearm with a hand that has only 2 digits, so his grip can't be that strong. She looks like she's been caught in a bear trap, like she's out of words and doesn't know how to escape, or if escape is even what she wants.
Cordy.
He says her name like a musical note.
I did believe in you, but I was afraid to let you go. I wanted you to stay my little girl forever. I've made mistakes. I've had good intentions turn on their head and hurt those closest to me. I never meant to chase you away. As much as I wish I could, I can't walk backward through time. Can't do things differently. All I can do is move forward from this moment. Try to make up for the past by my choices tomorrow. Will you give me that chance?
Mom lifts her other hand, hovering over William's, like she could touch the missing fingers, hold them. Then she turns and walks into the house, slamming the screen door. Both William and I flinch. The story pieces start coming together in my head. William helps his boys that work in the shop, gives them chances at education, the way he sent Gavin to America for a week. But his daughter wants to go straight into performing her music, and he doesn't approve. The beginning of the grudge. Then there's Derek, who must have been one of William's woodworking boys, who played in Mom's band on the side. When William gave Derek a chance outside music, he took it, breaking her heart. She gives him the money and has to escape trap, escape the judgment of all those people she disappointed. That means my father is nothing but a rebound, an escape. My life began out of an act of revenge and guilt. A grudge act that has lasted nearly 20 years. My belief in being born and created out of love dissipates into the wind. I lift my hands to see if they are turning into sand and blowing away. I don't feel real. I don't know who I am. Tomorrow I will be flying home with 2 complete strangers, my own mother and myself. Chapter 38. I stare at the ceiling most of the night, resting on top of my covers, as Mom sleeps curled up and buried in the bed across the room from me. As soon as the sky turns from black to a lighter gray, I get up and start packing. I refold the clothes in my suitcase I get the laundry from downstairs. I'm just starting to put my hard drives in my suitcase when Mom shifts under her covers. The mattress rustles as she sits up. Her bare feet shift against the carpet as she puts her leg over the side of the bed. I can feel her eyes on my back. My neck muscles cramp with anger. This woman who should love me and care for me betrayed me last night. She forgot my name. Came home with a man who wasn't my father, admitted to never wanting to be with Dad in the first place. She wanted some guy called Derek. I should never have been born. Bree, Mom says. Careful. Soft. Now she remembers my name. I shove another hard drive into my suitcase. Bree. She tries again. She sounds fragile. I hate it. Your suitcase is under the bed, I say. I bend over and pull her suitcase out, opening it and sliding it toward her. It almost hits her toes, but she doesn't bend over and grab it. She doesn't stand up and head toward the closet for her clothes. I put the clean laundry on the end of the bed, I say. The least she can do is start folding that. Bree. It's a statement, not a question, a pleading command. What? I say, snappy, frustrated. We have no more business here. There is nothing left for this place to destroy. Mom's toes lift the handle of her suitcase and then let it drop. She has my full attention, but she's lost the ability to speak. Maybe that would have been better. If she'd woken up without the ability to tell me she didn't love me, that she wished I was never born. Our plane leaves at 3 today, I say. We need to go. I sound like the mother I've lost. She takes a breath and lets all the words out in one explosion of air. I'm staying here. I don't want to go. I'm not ready to leave. I shouldn't be surprised. But the words leave me in a cold shock. No emotions can break through the ice, just the facts. What about the doctor's appointment? I ask. I feel fine. What about Dad? Shrug. I'll let him know. What about... My lips press together. I can't do anything more than make the M sound. Me, your daughter. Look. Mom stands up and steps over her suitcase. You go ahead. I'm sure you've got school and lots of friends. I'm holding you back over here. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming, following me here to make sure I was okay. That was fantastic, but I'm sure you'd be happier without... She drops the same word. Me. Happier without me. Mom's voice comes out dry and cracked as a desert in a midsummer drought. I need more time. I'm sorry. She slips out the door with just enough decency to keep her head lowered in shame. I can't move for several seconds. My arms feel like they're floating up and away from me. The room spins, spinning around me, spinning away from me. This can't be happening. The only hope I had left was that things would get better when we went home, together. Now there's nothing. Her here, me there, the two of us apart. I grab my phone. Bree. She's not going to leave. She wants to send me home, alone. I've messed everything up. Everything. I wait, but Dad doesn't respond. No thinking dots. No answer. No help. Bree. I need help. Bree. Please come home. I wait for the tears, the sorrow, but the water is gone. I creep down the stairs, far enough to see William sitting at the table. Mom's hands rest affectionately on his shoulders, their heads bowed almost as if in prayer, in relief. 20 years of holding on to a grudge. It would be beautiful if it wasn't ugly and wrong, if I wasn't on the outside of the picture, being ripped out of the frame, shoved onto a plane, going nowhere, alone. I run down and grab Mom's keys off the large trunk in the living room without stopping. I jump in the rental car. The screen door opens behind me. I push on the gas pedal and skid out onto the street. I don't know where I'm going. I just need to get away. A car comes toward me head-on, swerving at the last second. European drivers always on the wrong side of the road, with the steering wheel on the wrong side of the car, and my brain swirling in confusion. I can't even remember which side of the road I'm supposed to be on. The car that swerved honks several times. I don't stop, don't feel sorry. I'm numb everywhere from my fingers down into my chest cavity. I keep driving, grateful that the road is mostly one lane, so I don't have to choose a side. My cell phone rings for the first time since I've come to Wales. I grab my phone. hoping my father already got the messages. Instead, it's Elijah's name on my screen. I haven't answered his or Kadira's texts in 3 days. I was too busy staring out the window, waiting for acceptance from someone who doesn't even exist anymore. I accept the call, anger coursing through me. If only he hadn't posted the video. If only he hadn't pushed me to get Mom to zipline. Only I'd never met them. And it could have been Mom and I like it used to be. "Bree," Elijah says, in a cheerful voice that makes my nose wrinkle. "How's it going in the grand country of Wales? We have some good news." I hear Kadira jump in the call, on speaker. "We were getting worried when we didn't hear from you. Are you okay?" "Okay? Of course she's okay," Elijah answers for me. "The last video you uploaded to the drive last week worked great. 60,000 views." I am as far from okay as I can get, and I barely remember the half-edited film I uploaded last week. I don't remember what I was doing. Too many cut scenes in my life. I have to take a deep breath, the anger inside me stretching, threatening to rip me apart from the inside. "We can't wait for you to get back," Elijah says. "We have some great ideas." "She's not coming back." I say the words, meaning for them to be an explanation, a cry for help, but instead, the words come out sharp and red, the anger inside me leaking out and infecting the air in the car. "What?" Elijah asks. "Oh no. Why?" Kadira echoes. I shake my head and close my eyes, letting the truth sink in. I swerve when I open my eyes and see a turn ahead. "Because of us," I say, "because of what we made her do." And just like that, I blame them. It's their fault too, making her zipline, letting the live video go viral, sending us to Wales. True to his ways, Elijah argues. "Bree, this isn't your fault. This isn't anyone's fault. Accidents happen, and we can't take the blame." "I know this must be hard," Kadira says, hesitant, but unable to resist adding her 2 cents. I pound the steering wheel with my palms. "No," I yell at the phone sitting next to me. "No, you don't know. You have no idea. None. And we should take the blame, all of us. This is our fault. Everything happened because of us. Because of your stupid message. Seize the moment without worrying about the consequences? What kind of message is that? Seize the moment without thinking about how you might hurt someone else? Are you encouraging people to think only about themselves and not other people? What about the ones who get left behind? What about the ones who get forgotten?" I can't take in a breath. I gasp for a minute, but neither Elijah nor Kadira seem to be able to find their voice either. I try to calm down, but my anger just shifts around, like a storm gathering together before releasing its fury. "Who do you think we're kidding?" I say, the anger like a blob in my vision. "We're not trying to help people, just fulfill our own selfish need to be important, to be heard. We do all of this for our own glory, to immortalize ourselves and be important to people who don't even know us." I hear a sound through the phone. It could be my name, or a sob, or a breath, but I don't wait. I slap the phone and cut off the call, tears of anger stinging my eyes, my soul burning from what I just said. I wait for the guilt I'm so familiar with to pull me down, but the anger is too strong. They deserved it, I tell myself. None of this would have happened if it weren't for them. I wish I had never met them. Wish Elijah and Kadira had never walked into my life. Then it would have been Mom and me, the way we used to be, forever. I don't know how long I drive, or in which direction, until I see a sign with familiar words on them. Linny Fanvac, the Lady of the Lake. I remember the story Mom told, and how Gavin called out to a fairy. I take a sharp turn down the road next to the sign. Maybe I can still change things. If anyone needs a fairy, a healer, or a Lady of the Lake, I do. Chapter 39. The road ends at a small circular pullout. Barely enough room for 3 cars. Mine is the only one. I have the lake to myself. I don't see the water yet, but I can see the start of a footpath where it disappears ahead of me into a thick morning fog. The wind picks up, but doesn't lift the bank of fog that sits low to the ground. The anger and desperation are so built up in me that walking doesn't seem fast enough. I try to run, but the limited visibility and the uneven trail slows me to a stumbling trot to avoid twisting an ankle. The wet air seeps right through the tiny holes of my sweater, cold and bitter when the wind bites through. At least it isn't raining. Something about the fog makes this place feel magical, like anything is possible, like a fairy tale that can heal exists, or a mother could suddenly remember her daughter. My breath comes short as exhaustion fills me. The trail is getting steeper, heading up a hill. I don't know how far it is to the lake. It could be a 10-mile hike or 3 feet in front of me. I keep running, pushing. I can do hard things for Mom. Not this Mom, the one who hates me, who forgets my name, who wants to stay here while I go back to DC alone. Not that mother. I'm doing this for Mom. The one who would scoop me up and wrap her arms around me, touch my face and tell me I'm beautiful, climb a ladder and zipline across the sky. Just for me. I would do anything for that Mom. My footsteps echo and bounce around me in the fog. My ragged breath tears at my ears. I can do this. I will do this. Talk to the same woman in the lake that helped Gavin's grandmother get better for a while. She has to hear me. She's my last hope. Another 10 minutes and my determination begins to wane. My foot hits a stone in the middle of the path and I stumble, barely keeping my feet under me and saving my nose from a road rash. I try to pick up the pace again, but my feet feel as if they've grown cement shoes. A huge shadow looms up in front of me. It's a boulder, twice my height and as thick as a redwood tree. I rub my fingers along the rough rock as I walk forward, trying to make out any other features through the fog. I hear a splash. A second later, the cold wet seeps through my shoe. I found the lake, almost walked right into the water. Unsure how to begin, I step back. How do I bargain with a fairy when losing isn't an option? I hear another echo of footsteps in the fog. I've stopped walking, so the footsteps aren't mine. I turn, but the wind whips the sound away. No shadows. I'm alone, more alone than I've ever been in my life. Another gust of wind presses my shirt against my back, so cold it freezes my small beads of sweat into drops of ice. I make my way around the huge boulder, hoping for some shelter from the wind. On the other side, I can just make out a small sandy beach. There's only a foot or so from where the sand starts at the rough grass beneath my feet to where it disappears into the water, hungry waves lapping at it like a tongue. This feels like the right place. I take my shoes off and step into the sand, my toes sinking down into the coarse grains. Lady of the lake, I call out, my voice swallowed up, sucked into the fog like hair into a vacuum cleaner. I yell louder, not to be outdone by weather and space, the infinite space of the universe. Well, if I can break the universe, maybe I can put it back together again. Lady of the lake, I need your help. My voice is stronger this time, carrying itself out onto the waters, searching for a listening ear. I need you to give Mom her memories back. She needs to remember. I need you to heal her. Why? The word strikes my mind like someone spoke them. Because I pause, my confidence receding like the tides of the ocean. Why? I think the word again. Because if she doesn't remember me, I don't know what I'll do. That's not right. I think of Mom, the real Mom, every memory of us together, holding hands in the hospital, strengthening me, teaching me, making me who I am. I take a deep breath. Because if she doesn't remember me, I don't know who I am. If she's not the Mom I've always known, how can I be the daughter she raised? I might as well not exist. If she doesn't get her memory back, everything I know, everything she taught me is wrong. My new Mom doesn't believe the same things. It doesn't make any sense. I pause, imagining this forever. Mom never remembering me. Instead of seeing the future, though, I see my past. All the memories of her shifting, changing to the current version of Mom. The Mom I've always known, dissolving to ash and drifting away. This Mom turns away from me when I need her most, folds her arm when I reach for her hand, shakes her head in disappointment. I'm changing in my memories too. I'm no longer the strong sidekick, the child who overcame so much, who faced the impossible. I can see myself at other times, crying because it was hard, complaining because I couldn't go to school, staring out the hospital room window, wondering what was happening in the world beyond. Those were the moments when Mom would lean forward, touch me on the shoulder, and sound the war cry. Dim binyan impossib. She doesn't say them in my new memories. Not this version. It's like everything's changing, and there's nothing left of me. Maybe I never was strong, the way she made me believe. Maybe I've always been weak and helpless. It's a possibility I've never considered before. The sound around me bounces off the fog, echoing in a chamber of hopelessness. There's a crunch of feet on sand, the splashing of the water against the shore, the buzz of a fly right next to my ear. In all of the sounds, I hear the same two words. If only. If only she hadn't ziplined. If only she hadn't been hurt. If only she hadn't forgotten me. If only she hadn't woken up. The words burn through my mind like acid on a roll of film, warping and eating away the life I've always believed in. Even if Mom gets her memories back, I will never be the same again. I will never be able to pretend that I'm a strong person. Anger boils up inside me. I grab a stone from the shore and throw it as hard as I can. The fog eats up the rock in the air, the splash echoing seconds later. I throw another rock, and another. The truth presses against me, the chance of failure squeezing my stomach until it cramps tight. I fall to one knee. The sobs come again. I thought I was dried up like a prune from so much crying, but I feel like I'm being squeezed in a press, the last hope crushed out of me. There is no lady of the lake. I'm making my throat sore, yelling to deaf fish and a careless wind. I look up. A shadow in the fog walks toward me. A phantom. Could it be the lady of the lake? Maybe she is real. Maybe it's too late. Too late for me. I'm broken, forgotten. A black slug of worthlessness. I drop my head, embarrassed by who I am. There's a touch on my shoulder, a soft pressure. Will you heal her? I ask, the pressure on my shoulder increasing, pulling, trying to get me to stand up. I have no strength. No. The word is a desperate whisper, the breath of it warm against my ear. I shake my head, sagging, trying to sink into the sand. Then maybe it would have been better if she had died. There, I said it. The horrible, terrible thought that has been building inside of me as things got worse and worse. I never thought I'd speak them, never thought the words would be so real. I wish I didn't feel that way, but I can't take the words back. Can't deny their black truth rotting my heart. Bree. The voice does not belong to a woman, not the lady of the lake. My head comes up slowly, the horror of what I've just said, and who I said it to, soaking into me. I shrivel, curling in like paper on fire. Gavin, the last person in the world who I haven't pushed away, just heard my darkest desire. His eyes are hurt, his face confused. You don't mean that. I shift sideways, pulling out of his grip. His fingers slip off my shoulder and I land on my rear near the edge of the water. I can't lie anymore. No more secrets. No more faking, even if it means losing everyone. I really do. If she had died, I would know who I am. I would know who she was. She would have stayed my mom, not become some whiny teen wannabe rock star who thinks I am scum on her shoes. I spit out the last words, the anger and tears creating stream like lava meeting an ocean. A ray of sun breaks through the fog, burning off some of the damp cold, the morning dawning with burning determination. I can see across the lake now, into the shadows of cliffs on the far side, and I see Gavin, standing in the sun, glowing like an angel of retribution. How did you get here? I ask. Because he's real. He's not a figment of my imagination, and I just let him see how black my soul really is. You almost ran me off the road with your car, he says. The car that honked at me when I pulled out of William's driveway. That was him. I followed you. He shrugs, like that was the only option in the world. You drive fast and run even faster. He tries to smile, and if it was real, I'm sure his smile would burn away the darkness inside me, the same way the sun is burning the fog from the lake. But it isn't. His lips are tight, his eyes tired, the spark of joy snuffed out. He takes a breath, reaches for me, and then pulls back. It's better this way, for him to know, for him to hate me as much as I hate myself right now. Gavin looks out over the lake, intently enough that I believe he's looking for the lady or an old man in a rowboat. Mamge passed away last night. The sharp gasp that escapes me cuts down my throat. No, I whisper. Oh no. How could I just say what I did to the boy who just lost the last piece of his family? If Thanos snapped right now, I would want to cease existing, just turn to ash and blow away in the wind. Even as I think it, my fingers twitch for the camera around my neck. It isn't there. I ran out the door, too angry and blind to even think of grabbing it. Gavin stands over me, his eyes focused out over the lake, tears dripping down his face, meshing with the short stubble on his chin. The sun shines brighter, winning its battle with the fog. He is the hero, about to make the final speech at the climax of a great cinematic film. I am the villain, defeated and turned into a slimy troll. I believe you feel that way now, he says gallantly, like the warrior pulling the sword away from his enemy's neck, allowing him to live in his misery. I would rather he stab me through the heart. Make it quick. Gavin takes a deep breath, and I brace myself for the but, for the torture of having him tell me I'm a fool. I deserve it. My dad died when I was small. I barely remember him, he says. Mom turned to narcotics to help with the pain and depression. I used to put flowers by her bed, or wash the dishes to make her smile. It only ever made her cry. When she took her life, and I was sent to live with Mamge, I used to feel so guilty that I was happier, that things were better. Gavin closes his eyes, the sun shining down on him like his very own spotlight. Is it possible he really understands? Things were happy with Mamge before she got sick. Now that I can look back and remember my mom, I would wish for a second chance for her to have that moment of happiness that I could never give her, but I wouldn't change the time I had with Mamge. The tears fall freely, dripping off his chin and leaving dark spots on his t-shirt. He does understand exactly how awful I am. Did I ever stop and hope for Mom's happiness? Was I ever concerned about anything except being remembered? Chapter 40. I want to lay on that beach until the sun bleaches me like a whale carcass when it is washed up on the shore, trapped by its own body weight. But Gavin doesn't leave. He doesn't talk or lecture or even glance at me. We are two objects in space, rotating around the same sun, but in completely different orbits. As the sun climbs and burns off the last of the fog, the world becomes crystal clear. I've ruined my friendship with my two best friends, my mother, her father, and now the boy sitting next to me. This is the scene in a movie where all the noise and the fighting fade away into the background, where the hero is left in a bubble of silence and slow motion and realizes the true battle is the war raging within. While the sun reaches its zenith, I have reached the abyss, fallen to the lowest point in my pit, onto spikes of self-pity. I take in a breath, and it feels as painful as pulling myself off spears sticking out of the ground, pulling and tearing at things I've always wanted, always believed. And now I must rebuild myself from fragments of belief left from the people I've pushed away from me. Dimbinyam Hasib, Mom. Seize the moment. Elijah. Accept today the way it is. William. I'm no longer strong, but I don't want to give up. I'm sorry, I say, face toward the lake, words stolen from my mouth by a wisp of wind. Gavin stirs, lifting his head from where he was resting it against the boulder. I'm so sorry about your Mamge. His face is sad, tired, and a little sunburned across his forehead from where we've been sitting in the sun. I bite my lip and remember my first impression of him, the happy kid who could make a shy girl talk on a plane for hours, smile and joke with a grumpy old man, and light up a world with his easy smile. I'd assumed it was because he had it easy. It was nothing like that. I'm so sorry. He nods, his smile small. Thanks, me too. He sits up straighter, stretching his back. Me too. And I'm sorry about your mom staying here. That would be hard. What are you going to do? I'll give her a chance to be happy, and I'll be happy for her. I can do that. If she wants to stay, I can get on a plane, knowing she's where she wants to be. Gavin checks his phone. You still have time. I can take you to the airport, but we're taking my car. Your American driving is criminal. You'd come to the airport with me? I visualize walking into the airport alone, head held high, appearing brave and strong, but terrified on the inside, the way Mom would be. Both versions of her. I like adding a farewell scene with Gavin in my imagination, a final kiss goodbye. It would help to have him there. It's easier to be strong when you're not alone. Thank you, I say, bumping him with my shoulder. You would be making Wales a safer place. I prepare my apologies as I drive back in the rental car. I have one for Elijah and Kadira. It's worthless and stupid, so I haven't called them yet. Not ready to face them after what I said. I think maybe just a salute or a chin nod at William will be enough. He wouldn't appreciate a long, sentimental apology. But Mom, what do I say to her? I feel so angry that it's hard for me to set it aside. I'm sorry you lost your memory, but... Terrible. No true apology can be followed by an excuse. I know that. I'm sorry I tried to help you get better. Sarcastic. Even in my head, what is wrong with me? I pull into William's driveway, behind Gavin's small blue Classic. He gets out of the car, glances at me, and goes inside, giving me space. I take a deep breath. I don't know what I'm going to say. I need to say goodbye. I need to say I love you. That's all. She needs to know I will love her, even if she is here and I am home. I get out of the car and step onto the porch. I'm more terrified to take the next step into the house than I would be to get strapped into a zipline harness. I think of what Mom would say. Be strong. You can do anything you put your mind to. She will always be with me. I open the door and step inside. It's a disaster area. I don't know what happened while I was gone, but the old trunk in the living room is open and letters are strewn around the floor. Piled on the kitchen table, stacked on the bookshelf. Mom's sitting in the rocking chair. William stands in the kitchen, his hand on Gavin's shoulder. They both look up when I come in. Glad you made it home, William says. We'll be in the shop. Give you two some time. Home, 1,000 miles from the country I was born in. But somehow his words feel true. Gavin and William leave through the back door, their voices fading as they head for the barn, leaving me with Mom. At least the mess gives me a starting place. My apology isn't baked all the way through, doughy on the inside and crumbly on the outside. What happened? Did that come out rude? I don't know what to do with my hands. I cross my arms, let them fall to my side, and then cross them again. Mom sniffs, her shaky hands holding a letter. I don't know how she can read the words. She touches beneath her nose, something she used to do when she was trying to prepare to tell me something, when the news was really bad. My progress out of my pit is small and precious. I don't know if I can take more bad news. Mom sits up straight and turns toward me, like a small girl trying to be brave. I know exactly how she feels. I'm sorry I want to stay. I know I should be selfless and generous and understanding. All those things, all the ways you describe me. I wish I was those things for you, right now. But going back... She puts a hand to her chest, like she is rubbing out a physical pain in her heart. Leaving again feels wrong. I want to stay and try to fix the things I broke, to face the things I ran away from. I don't expect you to understand, but I need to discover who I am and fight to be the kind of person I want to be. I kneel down in front of the rocking chair, a few papers beneath me crinkling as I settle in front of her. I put my hands around her shaking fingers and squeeze, steadying hers. I do understand, and it's okay. I love you, and I want you to be happy. My soul rings with a glorious note, a bell to announce the truth to myself. I love her. I want her to be happy. Mom looks into my eyes. maybe checking for evidence of a truth or a lie. She must see something she likes, because her smile grows slowly. Would you want to? She shrugs, like she's shifting an uncomfortable weight. I want you to stay. She tries again. I know you've already given up so much, and you have friends and school and a life, but I do want you here with me. I want to see who we both could be, together. She's asking me to stay. In Wales. Permanently. That would mean giving up my chance at the internship, changing schools my senior year, starting over without my old mom. I can't help the disappointment that pulls the corners of my mouth down, my eyebrows crinkling together. The look of hurt that appears on her face leaves a chasm of guilt in my heart. We've both disappointed each other again, and possibly for the last time. Chapter 41. I'm sorry. Those words sound way too familiar. I don't mean to be ungrateful. I'm so glad you want me to stay, and there's a part of me that wants to stay. But I didn't tell you. I got an email about the internship. I've been accepted, but it does require that I live in the United States. I can't be a resident of Wales and accept the internship. The universe doesn't bend that far. She wants me to stay here. I want her to come with me, spend the summer in Utah, both of us with a dream at risk. My mind whirls with the possibility of staying with a mom who doesn't remember me, but still wants me with her, trying to do 15 hours a week on Grandpa's spotty internet and school and the YouTube channel. I'd never be able to do it all and do a good job. Don't answer yet, she says. She's wiped away the hurt look on her face and replaced it with determination. I want to show you something first, and then you can decide. I mean, that's a big decision, and you only have about 15 minutes because the drive back to Cardiff is a couple hours to get to the airport, so you'd have to think fast. I can't breathe. She's not offering to come with me. She's asking me to choose. Before you decide, let me explain this. She motions to the papers around the room. As I look, I realize they are not strewn around, but set in neat piles, like someone organized them by subject. There are so many that most of the surface of the table and floor are covered. What are these? I ask, trying not to look embarrassed, or disappointed, or angry. I'm so nervous about what my face is doing that I don't realize she's smiling. Huge, beautiful, real. How many different kinds of smiles are there? Mom's is the most beautiful of all. Okay, she says, sitting forward like she used to when she had a story, when she was about to make my worries disappear. After you'd left, Gavin called and said he was following you, to wait, and he'd bring you home. He did? I ask. Of course, Mom says. Otherwise, we would have driven all the way to Cardiff to try to catch you before you got on the plane. Oh, anyway, she says, waving to get back to the story. We got bored waiting. Neither of us are good at that. I told Dad I wished I could have told Mom I loved her one last time, that I wish she hadn't died before we could make up from the fight. Dad said he had something to show me, and he opened the trunk. She points to the trunk that I'm sitting on. I had assumed it was here for that purpose only. I'd never stopped to think what might be in it. I wrote home. She sounds shocked at herself. I wrote letters once or twice a week for years. She claps her hands, almost ripping the paper she's holding. He kept every one, even though I only addressed them to Ma'am. She touches the pile on the bookshelf tenderly. He sent the car because Ma'am wanted me to have it, not because he blamed me for leaving her. I don't understand, but then I pick up one of the letters she set out open on the floor. I recognize Mom's handwriting. Her words, Dearest Ma'am, Bree took her first steps this week. She has your chin and Dad's stubborn streak. I stop reading and look up. You wrote about our life? They are stories, letters about me, and she's been reading them. Surely, of all the things in the world, this would trigger her memory. I slip down to the bottom of the pit, unable to keep the words inside. Did it help? I ask. Do you remember? She looks at me sadly. I can see how bad she wishes she did, and curse myself for forgetting. William is right. Accept things the way they are, and you will find happiness in every moment. Or you can just keep ruining good moments, wishing they were different. I'm sorry, she says. Another apology I should give her, not the other way around. There's still nothing. She takes a deep breath, and the smile returns. I know what happened, though. What? I ask, fear jumping into my throat. I found out what made me a better person, she says. I never imagined that someone could change from one experience in one instant, but I did. Let me read this. Mom picks up a letter she had balanced on the arm of the rocking chair. Dear Ma'am, my baby girl was born yesterday morning at 6 a.m. An early riser, like me. Do you remember all those times we got up before the sun to work in the shop? It didn't matter if it was a holiday, school day, or Saturday. First thing in the morning. I never told you how important those mornings were to me. There were a lot of things I never told you or Dad. Even some things I forgot as I got older. But today I watched a baby, barely the size of a puppy, with a cleft palate as deep as a canyon, fight for her life. The doctors said they would do their best, but they didn't think she would live through the night. She did. She is as strong and stubborn as Dad. She makes me want to be a better person, to help her fight the battle she's fighting. Life may not have turned out the way I dreamed, but you used to tell me I couldn't always choose the outcome, just my attitude. And today I'm choosing to be with Ispidolye. She stops, her voice cracking as she says my full name. She holds up the other paper. It's a copy of my birth certificate. Ispidolye, Mom says, looking at me with a glimmer of the love I remember. My inspiration, the meaning of my name, my inspiration.
Don't let that go to your head.
William's voice makes both Mom and I jump.
You might have been a pretty inspiring baby, but you've got some work to do now that you're not cute and innocent anymore.
Dad, she complains, sounding like a teenager again. It makes me smile. You ruined the moment.
They just get awkward after that,
he says.
It's best to end things while they still taste sweet.
I stand. My turn to be brave. My turn to earn that reputation. William, no, Grandpa, just challenged. The challenge tastes good. The chance to prove what is possible. I understand better now how you felt when we first got here, when I kept trying to compare you to a perfect version of yourself. I take a breath. I'm not as good a person as I've tried to pretend to be. As you made me sound in that letter, bravery is hard to come by when you're actually facing the dragon, or just trying to tell the truth. I didn't tell you the whole truth earlier. I filmed the video live. It was streaming when you got in the accident, but I didn't stop it from posting automatically. Things were busy, and I forgot. But then when we did see, when I noticed it was one of our featured videos, Mom, I didn't take it down right away. It was going viral, and people were paying attention and commenting and watching our other videos, and it was changing everything. What does that mean? It means I was selfish. I profited from your pain and used the money to get us to Wales. I hated that it got posted, but I hated myself more for being excited at the attention it brought to our channel. I chose myself over considering you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it is impossible to take back. Mom hesitates, some of the light draining from her eyes, wrinkles appearing as a scowl forms. You used money from your YouTube channel to pay for this trip? I wish I didn't have to explain how bad it really was. Actually, I used money from a charity account attached to our YouTube channel to go on this trip. It's a charity account to help kids have life experiences, but I'm going to pay it back. A charity connected to your YouTube account? But it was still money made from posting my video? The video of my accident? People started donating like crazy after we posted your video. Because of the exposure, we had made less than $500 in the last year. And suddenly we had thousands, and I needed it. I needed you. Mom sets the birth certificate down carefully. She closes her eyes for a full minute, taking a breath like she's steeling herself. You took that money for me? I expect more anger, more confusion, but she sounds like she's found the missing piece of the puzzle. That must have been so hard for you. I didn't realize how hard it was for you to get me here. She's grateful I did what I did. I never imagined she would recognize my selfishness as a sacrifice. Mom shrugs and pulls up the video on her phone again. I spent my youth imagining what it would be like to have fans. Not just in this town, but all over the world. I had a moment of fame, probably bigger than I ever imagined. My heart squeezes. She's joking with me, though I can see the pain in her face, the pain of knowing that the world saw her at her worst, at her lowest moment, and they laughed. Gavin comes back, the keys in his hand. If you want to make your flight, we need to leave now. Mom looks at me and nods. I understand a dream. Go get your internship, and don't let anyone stop you on your way. She squeezes my hand. I turn and walk slowly up the stairs. My bag is already packed. All I have to do is zip it up. My phone buzzes. The text is from Kadira with a link to a YouTube video. I click on it, wiping my eyes, stuffing the disappointment back inside. I wish Mom would come home with me. I wish I didn't have to choose. The video comes up, and I turn my phone sideways, letting Elijah and Kadira's faces fill the screen. Elijah and Kadira look at each other. I imagine their hands linked below the camera, giving each other strength. My stomach turns over, flipping like the image on an upside-down phone. What did I say to them? I can't even remember all I said when I was angry. Maybe they are going to call me out for the horrible person I am, use me as an example of how not to be a friend. Maybe Elijah is going to post my phone rant, and that will be our next viral moment. I deserve worse. We wanted to thank all of our subscribers, Kadira says. We couldn't have made as many videos as we did without you. I check the subscription numbers, reaching 20,000. Not millionaire YouTube stars by any right, but not too shabby. How many people had they inspired to do something unexpected, to seize an opportunity? And we want to apologize to a friend, Elijah says. I almost choke. A public apology when they should be raking me across the coals? Are they even talking about me? We never meant for anyone to get hurt, Elijah says. Sometimes, when we take the leap, seize the moment, we don't take time to consider the consequences of our actions. Elijah pauses. Kadira lifts their hands up, enough for me to see her squeeze, lending strength like I thought she would. Elijah has never suffered from stage fright before. We are reconsidering our messaging, he says, pushing people to do things they don't want to do, advertising it like every risk is worth stepping on people, ignoring what other people need over what we want to do. Is a dream more important than a friend? Kadira shakes her head in answer, then joins in. Is success more important than your integrity? What are they talking about? Did I really say those things? Didn't they know I was just ranting? I need to call them, fix this somehow, but the video has me hooked. So, with these questions in mind, Kadira continues, we are closing our YouTube channel. We've said things we regret. Posted videos without thinking, he says, all in the name of seizing the moment. Don't let one moment overshadow a lifetime. Think things through. Do your best. Forgive each other, she says. Forgive us. They share a look one more time, and then Kadira leans forward, the clip ending. Their angle and lighting were all wrong. Their editing of the clip was all wrong. What I said to them was all wrong, and I would have to fix that. But at least I can see that they desperately need me, both to keep their channel going and give their YouTube videos a professional quality. Another reason to go home. I have friends. I have an opportunity. All I would be losing, but not forever, would be Mom. Chapter 42. There's only a minute for hugs. Mom's hug is warm and real, soft but confident. Grandpa's isn't a hug. He pats my back, but it's as close to a snuggle as I can expect from him. I climb in the car after putting my suitcase in the back seat. Gavin climbs in the front, reaches over to grab the gear shift, misses, and grabs my hand instead. Don't get into any more trouble, okay? No more international crime. Promise? I can't change who I am. I lean over and kiss him. He kisses me back. I would never want you to, he says when he pulls back. You're going to kill it over there in Utah. We pull out onto the street, the hedge shielding my view of Mom and Grandpa before they have time to properly fade into the background. Stop. Gavin hits the brakes and my seatbelt tightens against my chest as I jerk forward with the momentum. Did you forget something? Yes. He puts the car in reverse and looks at me. I checked your room and the bathroom. Did you leave your charger in the kitchen or something? I forgot what I wanted. I forgot how to get there. He raises an eyebrow. What room would I look for that in? I smile at him. Take me back. The slow motion Gavin uses to reach for the stick and put the car into reverse is intended to taunt me, but I can see the growing excitement on his face. He pulls back into the driveway, just as Mom and Grandpa open the screen door to go back into the house. I jump out of the car. Mom, I forgot. I forgot to tell you that the most important lesson you've taught me is one I've learned since you woke up. Do you remember the saying, Jim bin impossib? Nothing is impossible. She interprets the words, tentative, thoughtful. That doesn't mean I will always get exactly what I want, when I want it, in the way I want it, no matter how hard I visualize, believe, or fight for it. That's what you taught me. She raises an eyebrow and puts a hand on my arm. That doesn't feel like the best life lesson. Sounds right to me. Grandpa huffs. He shrugs when we both shoot him matching scowls. Like mother, like daughter. He almost cracks a smile as he steps into the house. I'm not done yet, I say, looking her right in the eyes. Nothing is impossible means there are 1,000 paths, 100 outcomes, dozens of different destinations, all that will either help you reach your goal in a way you hadn't planned or discover a new goal you never knew you wanted. That's a little better, she says. I can reach my goal another way. Staying here doesn't mean giving up on my dream, but it does mean looking for another path, one we can walk together. Mom looks away, and I can see the tears pool in her eyes as she tries to blink them back. You have your internship. I don't want you to miss that for me. I wrap her up in my arms, the biggest, most real hug we've shared since the accident. I do. I want to miss it for you. And tomorrow, we'll find a new, impossible goal to fight for, me and you. Mom Gay's funeral is small and intimate. Gavin read a poem he wrote for her, and a pastor read from the Bible. We all threw a white flower on her casket before they lowered it into the ground. I gave him space during the funeral, wishing I could hold him, wishing I could let him know he wasn't alone. Afterward, he came up to me. The words I said to him when he found me by the lake must have cut him so deep, at the worst moment of his life. I want to say that I didn't mean it, that I would never have wanted Mom to die. But at that moment, I can't deny that I did. Oh, I wish I could suck those words into a void and make it so I never said them, make it so Gavin never heard them. Thanks for coming, he says. His eyes are red, but his smile is real. I swallow. Are you coming back to Grandpa's house? I'm talking about dinner, and I'm talking about forever. Gavin leans against a stone wall, the same kind that lines most of the roads in Wales. He looks out across the cemetery, past the houses, and perhaps all the way to the ocean. My gut clenches, and I know the answer. I try to be happy for him before I can feel sorry for myself. William bought me a bus ticket to Cardiff, he says. I start classes next week. For a second, I understand Mom's 20-year grudge. He's sending you away? Gavin meets my glare with a steady and constant one. I told him I was going, and he helped me out, just like he helped my dad. Your dad? I ask. Derek, he says. I just found the birth certificate while I was cleaning out Mom Gay's things. The drummer your mom gave the money to, the mysterious man who disappeared without a trace, William helped him go to college, and that's where he met my mom. Gavin shrugs, like his history is as light as a leaf that could be brushed from his shoulders. I guess they were happy for a while, long enough to have me. Gavin's dad is Mom's heartbreak? Derek didn't come back because Grandpa sent him away. He didn't come back because he fell in love with someone else. The revelation feels like an ice-cold bucket dumped over my head. If Mom's life had gone the way she had planned, I would never have been born. I would never have met this incredible guy. The universe shows another curve, another unexpected bend. "Oh," he says, pulling a magazine from his pocket. "If you ever feel like taking a drive down to Cardiff, or returning that rental car," he winks, "look me up." I take the magazine that's folded open to a large ad, but he doesn't let go. He pulls me toward him and leans in. I let him kiss me, soft for a moment, and then harder, both of us holding on for dear life. He tastes like warmth and sunshine, clean air and a fresh start. I know he's leaving, but this doesn't feel like goodbye. Ahem. Only one voice could make me smile, even as Gavin's lips stay pressed against mine. I linger against him a moment longer before pulling away. I turn to Grandpa. "I know. Quit while the moment is still good." "Well, never say I didn't teach you anything," he says, reaching out his 2 remaining fingers for a handshake. Gavin pushes his hand aside and goes in for a full hug. Grandpa's face goes red. "Don't even think of touching me with your lips," he says gruffly, giving Gavin a strong pat on the back. Gavin laughs, picks up a bag by the tree I hadn't even noticed, and gives us a final wave as he walks away. I look down at the magazine, still in my hand, bent on one corner from the pressure of our bodies squeezing it between us. I straighten out the page. A prickling sensation starts in my scalp and moves down through the rest of my body. It's a call for independent film submissions for a Welsh film festival. I check the deadline. 2 months. The prickling intensifies, and I recognize it. Hope. I've got time, and a really good idea for a film. Chapter 43. A few hours later, Mom and I sit on the porch, me on the steps, and her on Grandma's rocking chair that we pulled outside to enjoy the beautiful evening. "How many boys have you kissed?" I ask her. We've been playing a game. Kind of truth or dare, but really, just truths. She looks up at the sky, like she's counting the clouds. 7. No, 8, if you count an awkward first-last date. 8? I've only had the one kiss, and it felt perfect, like he was my one and only. But I suppose the universe might have other plans. "No comment," I say. "Next question." But Mom's distracted, sitting up straight in her rocking chair. I turn and see a car pulling past the hedge into Grandpa's driveway. A dark sedan, the biggest vehicle I've seen since coming to Wales, stops at the top of the driveway, and the back door opens. A tall man in a dark suit and sunglasses climbs out of the car, one leg stiff as he stands. His shoulders are broad, strong, filling his black suit coat. He's carrying a black duffel bag. Dad, he got my text and arrived an eternity too late and right on time. "Oh my," Mom says, letting out a breathless giggle. She covers her mouth with the back of one hand, the corners of her mouth peeking around her fingers as her smile gets ridiculously big. "You know, he wasn't such a bad rebound, was he?" Mom's off the porch, running up the driveway, still graceful even with bare feet. Dad opens his arms and wraps her up, spinning her around, like in some ridiculous romantic comedy. Those films are predictable as the phases of the moon, and yet I find myself dabbing at my eyes. "It's a painful sight," Grandpa says. I didn't hear him come out onto the porch. "Worse than cutting a dang onion." Dad and Mom walk up to the porch, hand in hand, like a junior high school couple. I can't wait for my turn any longer. I jump off the porch and straight into his arms, letting him catch me without my feet touching the ground. I'm folded into him, his smell of cologne and gunpowder bringing me closer to home than I've felt in weeks. "You came," I say. I don't know what this means for his job, or for us, but we'll find out, together. My father sets me down. Grandpa stands on the porch with his arms crossed, guarding the entrance to his house like a stone statue. "Are you going to sick the sheepdogs on me again?" Dad asks. "What if I could?" Grandpa answers, looking actually very disappointed. "Been 10 years since I had a dog around, and the sheep don't do near as good a job. Have to settle with biting you myself." My father lets out a laugh. "It's good to see you again, William." He holds out his hand, and Grandpa accepts the offer with a single quick shake, wiping his 2-fingered hand on his trousers afterward. "What about your job?" I ask. "It's time I found something to do a little closer to home," Dad says. "Home? Grandpa huffs. It's his way of talking. He folds his arms and hunches his shoulders. For some reason, he looks as happy as I've ever seen him. And where would you consider that to be? My father puts his arm around Mom, then pulls me in with his other. Wherever my family is. I wait for the jealousy, the worry of what things will be like, sharing Mom with my father all of the time, but it doesn't come. A new feeling burns inside me. Curiosity. Anything could happen with a man who was so excited to be a dad, he used to talk to me in Mom's belly, with a woman who I've never really known, who chose me, even though I wasn't part of the plan. Grandpa rolls his eyes. His 70-year-old self is very much still a 12-year-old. You and your indecisive generation. In my day, if you hesitated, you got your fingers chopped off. Make up your mind and quit whining about it. Mom turns to me. What do you think, Bree? Here seems as good a place as any to rebuild, I say. Besides, Grandpa needs a new grunt in his shop now that Gavin's gone. Grandpa and Dad look at each other, faces tense. They speak over each other. No, never work. Don't even think. Rather pet a porcupine. We all laugh, the tension shattering like a thin sheet of sugar, sprinkling down around us. Mom mouths, "Thank you," to me, as she, my father, and Grandpa move into the house. I settle down onto the porch. I have one last chore I've been avoiding. I take a deep breath and dial Elijah's number. After a few seconds, his voice comes to life, reaching me across the ocean. "Did you get my text?" I ask. I sent 40 or 50, all of them in caps, telling them not to shut down the channel. "Text," Elijah says. "You mean blowing up my phone for like 3 hours during a calculus test?" I gasp. "Did I really?" I hear Kadira in the background. "Knock it off. You were loving it." "No," Elijah says, "not really. But we did keep the channel up, just for you." I can hear the smile in his voice. Of course, I'm sure he's so disappointed to have to listen to reason. "Are you coming home?" Kadira asks, her voice getting louder. I picture her leaning over Elijah's shoulder to get closer. I take a deep breath. "No," I say. "It feels good. We're staying here for a while." "What? How are we supposed to make good videos without you?" Elijah says, then yelps, probably because of a pinch from Kadira. "We will miss you very much," she says in a stiff voice, like she's gritting her teeth at Elijah. "About that," I say, "I know the two of you have done a ton for me, more than I could ever ask, but I was wondering, do you have any summer plans?" Epilogue. Start of summer. Mom and I stand together at the Cardiff airport, checking the faces of people as they walk by. Her hair has grown to her ears, and she's found a way to style it with a flare. She wears a loose blouse with an open back, flowing black pants, and heels that make her taller. I reach out and take her hand. She squeezes back. Someone calls out my name, and I hear a squeal. Kadira and Elijah push through a group of tourists, waving like they're stranded on a desert island, and Mom and I are the ones in the search plane. I drop Mom's hand and wave back. It's been over 2 months since the accident, without a flicker of memory or anything from our past. But Mom remembers Elijah from the airport, and she opens her arms to him. He lets himself get wrapped up. Kadira hugs me, and then takes her turn with Mom. Elijah opens the driver's side door for Mom, and she climbs in, balanced and sure. Elijah, Kadira, and I climb in the back seat. Together, even though we are squished, we choose to be close in a silent agreement. Kadira is in the middle and crosses her arms to grab one of my hands and one of Elijah's. "I can't believe we get to spend the summer in Wales. This is going to be fantastic." "Sorry our plane was a little delayed." Elijah leans forward to check the clock on the dashboard of our used Leyland. "We left Mom's car in America, but Dad found this one for us while we stay in Wales. It's smaller than Gavin's car, but it makes Mom happy. And it's helping me learn to drive a manual on the wrong side of the road." "Are we going to be late?" "We'll make it," Mom says. "There's still plenty of time." "We've had a great response from our subscribers to the announcement." Elijah pauses. I have the sensation of slipping backward, like maybe things haven't changed all that much. But Elijah continues. "But that doesn't mean we have to do this, Mrs. Harrison. Are you sure you want to be on camera again? We don't have to do it live either, so you can decide after the performance if you want to post the video." Mom smiles in the rearview mirror. One hand lets go of the steering wheel to twist the top button on her blouse, a sparkly silver one that fits her perfectly. Her band is performing at the Arts Centre in Cardiff in front of 1,000 people. Minnie had a connection and got them the gig. I'm sure, she says. I want you to stream it live and let people see the real thing. Mistakes and all. Thanks, Mrs. Harrison. Call me Cordy. At the art venue, Mom sets up with her band on stage. I set my camera on the tripod, working to get the best angle. Elijah comes up beside me. Do you want to introduce this one? I have some lines written down, but it might be better coming from the heart. I pause and rub my finger along the top of the camera, the way Gavin would rub a freshly sanded piece of wood. I'm happy right where I am. Thanks, though. Elijah nods, solemn for all of a millisecond and a half. All right, are we ready for this? He moves into position. On me, in 3, 2, 1. Today, we are filming live once again. The last time we filmed a live video for our channel, tragedy struck, and your response and help were heartwarming. We bring you this next live video to give you the rest of the story, the next chapter, but definitely not the last. The woman you saw in that horrific ziplining accident has had a long journey and will continue to feel the effects of that accident for years. But today, we get to share her triumph. We get to see a life that was put on hold for someone else to raise a beautiful daughter. Our message is that there is never a straight path to happiness and fulfillment. We've encouraged you to live life now for yourself, but sometimes it's okay to put other people first. That pausing to consider others doesn't mean giving up. It doesn't mean it's the end. And to show you that example, we are watching a woman who gave up her home and her dream 20 years ago finally get the chance to live it up. Here, performing for you live, is Cordy Harrison. I turn the camera and Elijah moves out of the way. Mom sees me over the seats and the crowd and smiles. A smile just for me. Someone grabs my hand and I turn, careful not to bump the camera. It's Gavin. You made it. Of course. Elijah whoops as the lights come down and Kadira elbows him. Gavin holds my hand, the skin warm as I lean against him for a moment, letting happiness fill me. Then I focus on the camera. I close my eyes as she begins to sing. A scene flashing across my vision, a park with a lake, a zip line hanging over the water, a branch breaking, Mom sliding into the shot. It's the beginning of a different film I'm working on for the Wales Film Festival, one that shows the scene that felt like the ending of everything I knew, but it was only the beginning of Mom's story. That is the film I'm making, not one that twists reality by making something happy out of something sad. This time, I'll try to use film to make something real, painfully human, imperfect, like all of us, enduring the pain, enjoying the journey, fighting for the impossible. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Cut Scenes and Impossible Things, written and read by Tracy Daly. Copyright 2024 by Night Nook Publishing. Thanks for listening.